kabiri adatera hejuru azayivovota cyane ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga usarura utabibye na munagane itaranto narayitabye mu butaka dore ngiyo ufata ibyawe maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi niko wamunyabutewe ese ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza maze nkasanga inyungu yayo nuko shebuja arayimwambura ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itara n'icumi igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupfapfa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese gufasha abakene gusura abarwayi ibikorwa by'urukundo gushigikirana imirimo myiza igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo taranto twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho itaranto yawe ikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye
I want you to share with us from your experiences. You've been going quite a lot, traveling around the world and seeing these things in different, countries. What would you share with us today that we can pick from your experiences where you've been going that we can do down here at home and make it better in Africa, and which Abdul can pick, lessons from to go back and continue to impact the lives of people in these communities? Yes.
Yeah, I think when we as we said at the beginning, like we are, as a community of citizens, we always like to be inspired.
Yeah.
And graffiti normally is about inspiration.
Yes.
You might say a piece of mask, a piece of But for example, for me, when I see most of the graffiti work, much of this work is conceptual, it's abstract. People don't understand it. Yeah. But if we could start from the area where people understand, like for some of our icons, just imagine in Kawempe you have a beautiful graffiti wall of Geoffrey Oriema, of Philip Bongole Utaya, of Paul Cafero, of Fred Sebata. All these Peterson.
I think he has one already there of
Peterson. But then, of course, great piece. Great piece. But then
it's a recent thing. We need something.
So we're looking at how can we also start presenting work that is going to inspire our people, people that people need to remember. Like Peterson Mutebi, Misusela Segamwenge, all these people, the Byron Kawadwas. There are so many Ugandans that are very, very people are attached to. Just for example, like if GNL is emotionally attached to his graffiti wall mural, and then what is he going to do? He'll push it. He'll push his wall. So if Cliff Mutebi comes and sees his father's mural of Peterson Mutebi on the wall, he'll push it because he finds it that inspiration. And that's meaning that you're growing your community. You're not just skilling them with hands-on, but you're also empowering them to feel proud of who they are and who are their parents or their ancestors are. So I think we need to start looking at how do we celebrate our own? How do we celebrate? I like the Rwandan piece. And I know, because when he was explaining the love of the city, I know there has been conflict and tension between Rwanda and Uganda. It speaks volumes. But at the same time, it is detaching from the Ugandans. They're like, how do we cultivate our own people to appreciate their own history? When you look at bigger cities, they always find those people that are very related or connecting to them. The conceptualization is also about, because there's someone saying that, no, I need to speak my mind, but you also need to connect to the community.
Thank you.
How does the community relate to this kind of work? This mural, which is at Alliancia, was done by a German team. But you find the way they were trying to create, in its abstract, they also try to bring in the Ugandan aspect of it by having the crane as part of the concept. So how do we connect our work to cultivate the love and the appreciation of our own communities, and also try to grow, make it as much better and much sophisticated in a way that it shows the maturity of your work. So for me, this is what I'd like to say, that scaling is not only about giving people hands-on skills, but it's also cultivating their minds, inspiring them, making sure that you are exposing them, you're kind of challenging them to think differently, to attract a different mindset.
mbakumbuze igitaramo cy'iwacu iwacu turatarama ngwino urare iwacu turatarama ngwino urare
iyo dukoze ku nyamirya izubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane. Mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore, mu muhamirizo w'intore. Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza. Mpamagare Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira intahana batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba, mu bakemba. Ugutaramire kandi uzagaruka
ahiwacu turatarama ngwinurare
ugutaramire kandi uzagaruka
turatarama ngwinurare
ugutaramire kandi uzagaruka.
epana biso tolinga kobina epana biso tolinga kosepela ka elongo tolinga tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana
Tugusogongeze ku ntango y'amahoro, nkwibutsa umugani wa Nyashya na Baba, inkuru ya Saruhara rwa Nkomokomo, Cyacana ndetse na Ngunda. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka
ahiwacu turatarama ngwinurare
aho dutaramiye nta rungu. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka
turatarama ngwinurare tolingana biso kaka kosepela
tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka. Turataramira ijoro tukarita hanze, jya mbere wampaye inka cyuringanje cyuringanje. Reka ntugatsikire cyuringanje cyuringanje cyuringanje. Nuko umuco wacu ugacindisha.
Of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. If you haven't yet grabbed your cup of coffee, this would be a good time to do that. Welcome to the show that is all about coffee, where we get to talk about coffee, we get to explain things about coffee, where we get to brew coffee on the show. I don't think there's any other show in Uganda that is like this one. We have a lot of stuff planned for you guys today. At some time in the show, we'll be brewing coffee. For those of you who want to learn, those of you who have been on YouTube University, those of you who have been on Google trying to learn how to make a good cup of coffee, well, we're going to do that today. And with me in the studio, like always, we have the coffee messiah, Mr. Amon Mukisa. And it's always lovely to see that smile on his face every time we say the coffee messiah. Amon, you're very welcome to the show. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
You're looking all good. I see you on that beard plan, you know.
I'm happy that I'm partially lifted from the lockdown, so I'm enjoying everything.
Actually, partially is a very
Partially
good
compared
word.
to
Yeah,
fully
it's
being
it's
locked down.
better than what was there before.
Man, it was worse.
Well, Ahmad, it's very good to see you, and we have a special guest with us here today, all the way from Kuwait. We're getting international people. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Derek Watiti. Derek, you're very welcome to the show. Welcome to House of Talent Television. Welcome to the coffee break. You know, this is a family that, you know, gets to talk all about coffee with the Messiah here. What we're trying to do is to convert people, you know. We're trying to convert people from, you know, just taking tea, from having a tea culture, you know, into a coffee culture. Okay, so you're very welcome to the show. I believe that we're going to have a very good show today.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And, very glad to be here.
It's really good to have you. Now, knowing you, we know that you have been in Kuwait, okay,
Yes.
I think for 2 years.
Yes,
All
sure.
right.
Mhm.
And we just want you to go through your profile, basically. We know you, but the people out there do not know who Derek is. Okay, so if you could just take us through your profile, who is Derek in a nutshell?
Mm. Well, Derek is a coffee lover,
Yeah.
yes, who was driven with a passion to learn coffee. Coffee is an art, so basically you create.
Mm.
So I was doing some other things,
Yeah.
but I loved seeing and watching people make coffee, and then, you know, decorating those beautiful coffees,
Yeah.
and then, you know, someone getting to share with you about what coffee can do, and it was really very amazing.
Yeah.
And I wanted to give it a try, and
Okay.
guess what?
Yeah.
It wasn't disappointing.
Mm.
Yes.
Okay, that's an interesting thing. So before you went to Kuwait,
Yes.
okay, we believe that you had a life here in Uganda.
Mm.
Okay,
Mm.
how was your life here in Uganda like, and why did you decide to say, you know what, I think Uganda is not working at the moment? There's that saying that, you know, Kampala has refused. So what took you to that point of saying, you know what, Kampala has refused, let me go try out something else in Kuwait?
Well, for me, like any other person, you know, who has plans, you
Yeah.
know. Yes, at some point everyone has plans, you know, in this period of time. I want to, you know, have achieved something. I want to have, you know, done this and that. So that was what was in my mind before. But yes, much as, you know, some of those things were accomplished, I must say it is what I expected is actually not what I got.
Yeah.
Actually, what I wanted to get turned out to be, I think I would say, okay, I wouldn't say useless, but I would say more less valuable than, you know, what I got. When I say that, I mean the exposure,
Yeah.
you know, and also the knowledge, and getting to, you know, relate with people, with, you know, coffee drinkers.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a very good friend of mine here, Amon, and he understands when I say that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
very interesting. We'll take a short break right now and then come back with more of your story. Stay tuned to House of Talent Television. This is the Coffee Break. Welcome back from that break. We wanted to give you guys a chance to get a cup of coffee, and we believe that since you have gotten that cup of coffee, it's time for us to get back into it. Before we went into the break, Derek was telling us his experience when he was still in Kampala and why he decided to move to Kuwait for 2 years. But throwing over to Amon, okay?
Yeah.
Just like him, you're a barrister, and I think at a certain point, you sit maybe at home, you sit, you know, at the coffee shop and think, you know what, might be about that time to leave Uganda, okay? If there was any country that you would leave Uganda for, you know, in relation to being a barrister, which country would it be?
That's a hard one. Because I might mention that country, and unfortunately I don't go there because...
You should have some faith.
Like, I mean, like, if I wanted to go to a certain country, as I was watching this, I'm like, but you said you want to go to this country only. By the way, Emma was, Derek was speaking about the experience. He said that the experience he had in Kuwait, it did not match his expectations. You know? So it kind of motivated me. I'm like, all guys who go there, I think they have that A-game life, you know? They have their lives exposed. Getting things done, and now when I hear that,
you get a bit demotivated.
Well, I think coffee is passion, yes, and coffee is art. But I think I would rather say coffee is love. It is love. So when I don't know if this is okay, but when God created man, you know, He created and said He created something good. He created something out of His own. He created us out of His own. So basically, you cannot create something bad. To create something, that means you must be driven by something. So to me, one of the things that I really look up to, and I was like, oh, guy, I think I wasn't only there for, you know, for that money, but there is something that changed about me, like, you know, the way I relate with people, the way I talk with people, within, you know, where I was working, and then also with that clear picture and clear view of, you know, coffee in my mind. Yes.
So that's a very interesting perspective that you brought up. I mean, leaving Uganda, okay, was Kuwait the first country in your mind that you knew you had to go to? Because, I mean, there's Dubai, you know, there are other countries in the UAE region that you could have gone to. Why was it Kuwait? And did you have any other option, you know?
Well, to be very honest with you, I didn't have a clear country, you know, that I wanted to go to. As a matter of fact, I think I had about 4 offers. So that was really, it was a very tough decision for me, because I had an offer in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, I had an offer in Oman, I had an offer in Jordan, and then Kuwait. So, and then I don't know how it happened, but I mean, they all came in, you know, almost in the same period of time. So it was very hard for me to decide. But yes, away from coffee, I am a prayerful guy. I love to pray. So I think God directed me, and then that is where, you know, I had the courage to decide and then leave for Kuwait.
So it was more of like a spiritual thing. God told you, no, this is the way you should go.
Yes, He gave me directives. Yes.
Amon, coming to you, if you had to make a decision, okay, on the countries you has mentioned, I say Dubai, Oman, Kuwait, let's say we can throw the USA inside there. How would you make a decision and say, you know what, I need to go here? Would you get down on your knees and pray, or you say this country has the best coffee and this is where I need to go to?
No, honestly speaking, I haven't been in a position to think that I would prefer going to UAE as a barrister. Because if that was the case, I mean, I would have put something in motion. But I would love to create something here. I would love to have something visible, something tangible down here in Uganda. So I don't think I would prefer going to any other country. I would love it here.
So you'd be more of a homeboy?
I would be more of a homeboy.
I think actually many people in the coffee industry, many baristas should actually think that way, because people always think, you know, the grass is greener on the other side. And when you reach the other side, they have burnt all the grass.
Yes, I mean, if you go abroad, we're speaking about the US, UAE, Italy, Norway, all those drinking countries. They have greener pastures. You're going to get dying. I mean money, you know. But the fact is, how are you going to get that money? First of all, you have to consider things like you're living alone, your family, you're living alone, things that matter to you a lot. You're just giving them up. I'm sure Dave, if he was to be honest with us, it was a difficult situation that took him there.
It was actually, that is one of the most difficult decisions I've had to make in life.
Do you regret it?
Yes. Well, I don't think I really regret it. I don't really regret it. Well, the reason I would give as to why I don't regret is that, well, much as I left my family back home, but it gave me, you know, another picture, you know, of how to relate with people. Because, man, the other countries are very different. The people there are different. Everything is different. The culture, food, everything, totally different from here.
I never heard you tell us about your basis of getting this knowledge. You know, like, did you go to a certain school? I mean, where did you get this skill? Because, to my knowledge, I think for you to be taken as someone who knows something, to say that maybe let's get Derek to Kuwait, must have shown something, must have that valuable thing.
He had offers.
Yes, offers were very many. So where did you go? What I mean?
Well, before I was having a little conversation with my friend Emma here, and this is one of the questions he was asking. Well, I think just like I explained before, it started with passion and then the love, you know, that I had for coffee, seeing these people, you know, putting nice cups, and then people telling me about coffee, what it's nice. So I wanted to try it out. But the main thing I think was, actually, I'm just seated to the main man here. This guy was calling you a coffee messiah, and he didn't lie about that. Yes.
You guys are going to.
So I joined a company that I won't mention a name. So I was working as a barman, yes, and then also dabbling as a barista. But the coffees that were made there were really mild. It wasn't that too much because it was just a restaurant and then a backpacker actually. So the coffee was for the breakfast for guests. But I mean I loved, you know, I don't know how and why, but I just loved, you know, operating that coffee machine more than, you know, mixing cocktails and then seeing people fall. So it was very nice.
So can we say that your inspiration was a coffee machine to join coffee?
Well, it wasn't a coffee machine, but I think the main thing was, you know, just like I said earlier on, was, you know, how people, the picture, you know, people used to paint, you know, about coffee. It really drove me very much. Like it I don't know, there is just that, you know, that passion and that love it created in me. And then I just wanted to, you know, to try and well, see how
finally got it.
Yeah, how it is like, and man, trust me, with that passion and the love, I came to, I joined another company. So from there, from the other company, I joined another one, and then this is where I met, you know, a lot of coffee messiahs, including me himself, and and I just loved how, you know, how he was, you know, handling himself, you know, with that cup of coffee, and then, you know, relating to people, talking to, you know, different people with different, you know, cultures, but then you could see that they were blending because of that, you know, that love thing that I explained before. Excuse me, that coffee, you know, creates in you. So that also, you know, gave me a hype. I was like, oh man, I think I like what this guy does, because I joined as a waiter. Yes, I joined as a waiter, but I had because of this too much passion that I had for it, and then seeing my main guy here, you know, decorating all those nice cups, I was like, okay, I think I need to give it a try.
That was quite a transition from being a barman to a waiter, then to a barista.
Yeah.
That's quite a profile.
Yeah, it's a very good profile.
Yeah.
Well, Derek, fast forwarding now, you've made your decision,
Yes.
okay? You've chosen Kuwait out of all the other options you had.
Yes.
Just run us through your first week or your first month in Kuwait, because I believe that must have been a cultural shock. You know, jumping from Uganda all the way to Kuwait. Okay, you're used to working in, let's say, the coffee shops here, and now I believe it's more commercialized in Kuwait, I believe. Okay, and you have to get into that environment. Okay, how was that first experience for you in Kuwait?
It was a nightmare. Allow me, if I could say. Well, it was something tough. It was something tough to do because basically everything was new. I was just, you know, getting. It is like introducing new food to, you know, to a toddler. It is very difficult. So you have a lot of work to do. You know, a lot to do with, you know, learning how to talk to those people. You know, learning how to relate with them, because yes, we are one people, yes, but we have different cultures, remember. So the other guys have their own cultures that, you know, we do not have here in Uganda, and we don't even never think they will ever come here, you know. It's things to do like, I want, well, a hot and then iced espresso. That was I was very confused. I was very
Hot and
confused
cold.
on hot and cold.
Cold espresso.
But then yes, that is what he wanted. It was really very hard for me. And then the other thing also is, I think I'll talk about the weather. Yes, it was really very very tough. Because I think I got there in March, and usually March 2019. So usually during that month the winter is still on, and if it's cold the other side, it is really cold. If it's hot, it is extremely hot. So there is nothing that you wish, you know, to have. Let it come. I want to have winter or summer. It is very difficult. And then the other thing also is I think about food. Yes, it took me some time to get used, you know, to the food the other side, because most of the foods there are not really fresh, as you know, it is a desert country. So everything, like most of the foods, are actually packed. So you have to get used to, you know, to those.
That's a very it's a weird experience, because I know going out of the country and, you know, trying to get into a new culture is a very hard thing. But I'll throw this to you. You are a barista, and before you became what you are now, I believe that you had
What am I now? I was a barista.
You're Messiah.
Now you're Messiah, senior one.
Acquired another title.
Yeah, well, I believe that you also had your first experience, not really out of Uganda, since you want to stay here, in a coffee shop. Okay, how was that first experience for you? Was it a nightmare, or for it was like, man, this is just something I do on a daily?
Man, the first experience when I remember that day. It was a Saturday. I can't remember. I can't forget that day. So all these guys got sick. I was just training on station. You know, when you're done with school, the barista school, it's not like having that real experience of handling maybe a shift or a station at work. So unfortunately, all these guys got sick. So I was the only guy who was there to run that station. My bosses were like, you know what? We have no option. And those days, Saturdays, we were busy at work. Oh my God. So you'd get orders come through. Morning, I mean, people taking coffee in the morning, lining up on your counter. I'm like, now I'm dead. So I get to work. The first order I got that morning was a cappuccino shake. I'm like, how am I going to do this? How can a cappuccino be a shake? So I had to ask servers around. You know, that's one thing, by the way, about being a barista. You have to accept that maybe something that I don't know, someone knows it. So you have to seek out for help, because these people are working with you and they know some things. Given the fact that they go to clients, take orders, come they explain to you the orders.
Yeah.
So they might not be knowing them like practically, but at least they have an idea. So as a person, if they give you an idea, you know how you can play around with it. So with my customer experience, the guy asked for a cappuccino shake. I don't know what I can put in a cappuccino shake until I called my head barista that day. After like 20 minutes of struggling, my friend, shaking. So the head barista told me, no, a cappuccino shake is just simple. Just get ice cream, get your espresso, blend, and that's a cappuccino shake. Just the name confused me totally. So that was my worst experience during my first days as a barista.
There's a saying that, we learn through going through times that are hard.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone has that time when they throw you to swim with the sharks, and for you it was everyone got sick and they threw you in the deep end and said and swim. And for Derek it was more of like a culture shock. You get to Kuwait and you're looking at everything and you're like, okay, God, I asked you to bring me here and this is what it is. But we basically learned through those experiences. Now Derek, we still let's keep talking about Kuwait. Okay, yes. You've gotten there. Your first week and your first month have been hell for you. Okay, but now you're starting to get into the vibe of things.
Yes.
Communicating with your workmates, with the different people, and a country like Kuwait, there's always going to be a language barrier. True. Okay, it's not like Uganda here where you can switch between Luganda, English, any other language you can switch here and there, but how did you manage, with not only the cultural shock, but also now the language barrier? Because as a barista, your job is not only to make coffee.
True.
You have a job to have that interpersonal relationship, basically, with different people. Okay, so how did you handle that kind of situation?
Well, at first it was hard for me.
Yeah.
It was really hard because I didn't have any word. It was a tough one. But with time, because those people, when they're talking, you could actually think they're angry, they're off or something like that. So it was really very hard for me.
Yeah.
But as time went on, I started, understanding them. Or when he says, this is what he means, he wants to get this.
Yeah.
So slowly, not like speaking, but like, getting to know what they want. And then, there are common words that, just like you walk in a cafe here in Uganda and you're like, hey, give me a coffee, give me a latte, cappuccino, espresso. So it is like, the conversation is, a little bit direct and also minimized, on my side because I didn't know a lot of Arabic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I like how you brought in the aspect of, there are certain keywords that you need to speak when you go to a coffee shop, whether you're speaking what language, there are these keywords. So, as we have two baristas here, okay? Let's say I'm a newbie, I've entered a coffee shop for the first time in my life, okay? I'm looking at the menu and it's like reading French, I really don't understand what's on the menu. What are some of these keywords that people should know when they enter a coffee shop?
In Arabic.
No.
I mean, they should
English.
learn different languages and ways of asking for coffee in a coffee shop.
For sure, I mean, if you can say it in Arabic, hey, well and good.
I want to know how I ask for coffee.
I know where you're going. So well, it is really when you want to say I want a cappuccino, you say Atna cappuccino. Give me Atna. Wahad. So Wahad stands for one. So Atna Wahad cappuccino. Like give me one cappuccino. Just like that.
I know that.
Atna.
When you said that, I could see his countenance just dropped. He's like, I don't think I'm going to Kuwait anytime soon. Yeah, but still, on the same topic, like I said, I enter, let's say, Endiro for the first time, okay? What are some of these keywords that, for example, if I don't know what a latte is, I don't know what a cappuccino is, I don't know what a French press is, and a barista is saying, do you want a French press, or do you want this kind of press? What are some of these keywords that you can help our viewers with to know from the both of you?
Well, to me, in Uganda right here, actually not even in Uganda, like generally, globally, there are words that you use to ask for a drink when you access the bar station or any barista station. Simple words. You have to be polite. May I please? Can I please? So you have to be down so that the person you're asking for to give you that drink at least feels more respected, and when they feel more respected, they're going to carry that respect to that cup. And once you're enjoying that cup. So for example, if you come to my stationery, may I please get a double cappuccino to go or to dine in? You know, you see how they have constructed that statement compared to, hey, get me a double cappuccino to go. You get that vibe. So even me as a barista, I will feel disrespect. Yes, I'll make it because that's my job. But the way I make the other cup of coffee, whereby someone is a bit polite, is using those keywords, may I please, can I please, get this to go, you know. And also there are those clients that come when they don't know what to say. They know what to have. Maybe they need an Americano or a house coffee or a French press or an AeroPress, but they don't know how to ask for it. So for example, someone might be wanting a house coffee, you know, and they're like, can I please get a single Americano to go or to dine in? Definitely you as a barista, you know that this client doesn't need an Americano, but they need maybe a regular coffee, which is a bit mild, which will be taken as a house coffee. That is why we call it a house coffee. I mean, we've mentioned it before on the show because it's mild and it's made in most of the homes. So that's why it came up with the name house coffee. So the moment that client asks that, you don't need to belittle them. You just have to understand what they want and you give it to them, because they used a certain word or a certain keyword that you as a person understands, but for them they don't understand. So if you want to take an initiative, politely, you just have to inform them that, okay, this is a house coffee, it's not an Americano. So maybe if they're mistaken, they need an Americano, then they will explain to you, no, I need more strong, I need it more strong. So you get to understand them. So that's the conversation you have to keep on having so that you can understand those keywords in a coffee shop.
All right. Derek, before we go for a break, what are some of those types of coffee, that I, as a beginner, should ask for? You know, there are different types. There's a strong, you know, there's a mild. So if I enter on and I want to have a good experience, what's the first that I should ask for?
Well, I think a house coffee will do. Because just like he mentioned, it's a very mild coffee. So it doesn't it doesn't have a lot of caffeine in there. So yeah, it's a good one for everybody.
Speaking of caffeine, I think we have a myth, but we're going to go to that after the break. You're watching the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. In the studio with me, the Coffee Messiah, Amon, and Derek Waititi, who came all the way from Kuwait. We'll be having more on the show, so just take some time, get a cup of coffee, and we will be right back. This is House of Talent Television, the Coffee Break Show.
Isma is fixing audio here. Isma is still fixing audio.
Welcome back to the coffee break. We hope you have gotten your cup of coffee. And still speaking about coffee, we're getting into the part of the show where we teach you guys how to make a good cup of coffee. Okay, and this is a tutorial all the way from Kuwait. We have had the Coffee Messiah giving us the Uganda tutorial, but we're getting into a tutorial from Kuwait. So I'll hand it over to Derek to take us to what kind of coffee are we making here right now?
Well, I'm gonna make a French press.
Okay.
It is actually one of my favorite. Yes, and yeah, I think.
Yeah, if you could just walk us through, because I know there's someone there at their home who has their, French press. They have their kettle ready. They have their cup. So
sure.
Just walk us through, from where do we start until we get it into the cup.
Well, of course, the very first thing is you're going to need coffee.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, which I think we have here.
Which I think we have.
Yeah.
Good enough. So, and then you're going to need your French press.
Yeah.
Maker.
Okay.
The coffee itself. I prefer using about 25 grams of coffee, and then about 400, 12 ounces of water, or 400 grams of water, if you can call it.
Okay.
Yeah. So you also need hot water. Yes, really hot. I like making it hot first, because that will really keep my my coffee. It will keep it hot just a little bit. It doesn't really have to. It doesn't have to be that hot. And then I will also heat my cup. Just a little bit. It doesn't have to be
that much.
Yeah, that much. So well.
So is it necessary for someone to have like a scale to really measure?
Well, it is not really that necessary.
Yeah.
It depends on how you want it. Yes, because I mean, the more the grams of the coffee, the more
water you
stronger it will be.
Yeah.
And then also the less the coffee, that means you're going to have a mild one.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would prefer, if you like, you can use it. If you are really that kind of person who wants to, to have your
something
coffee,
precise.
yes, in a specific way.
Yeah.
So it is, it's a good way to go. But it doesn't really. I mean, you can make it at home without, without a scale. It's very fine. Yeah, and also, I mean, it doesn't really. You don't really need a scale that much, but for the business, and then in the cafes, and then for those people, just like I said, that that want their coffee in a specific way. Yeah, so you really would need it in a cafe, but at home, I don't really think you need it that much. Yeah. So I'll take. So we'll use, this is a coffee. I'll go for, it's like I said, I think I'll go for 25 grams of that.
Yeah. I think Amon is watching and wishing.
I'm learning, my friend.
And waiting, honestly, for the cup of coffee to come out.
This one is a coffee messiah. You can't be a messiah and then you
one thing about coffee is
you think of learning something else.
You can never stop learning.
You can never stop learning.
Every day
That's very true.
Yeah, by the way, that is very true.
Yeah. I've actually learned the last time we made a coffee here, we did heat up the press first. But the first thing he did was put some hot water in it and heat it up. Then heated up the cup. So there's always something new to learn. Yeah.
Okay. So why are you doing that?
So I'm doing this because I must have a specific time for my coffee.
Okay.
Yes. And that also gives me a good taste.
Now, why do you like pour in that circular kind of
motion?
That's why.
Well, I'm doing this because I need to, I need all my coffee. I need the coffee, the whole coffee in there to, to brew.
Yeah.
Yes, because if I pour in, some other parts, then I leave others. That means I won't have a balance.
Yeah.
There's something that's called the body of the coffee.
Yeah.
Yes, that is, you could talk of, you could term it as the thickness.
Yeah.
Yes, in a simple language for someone out there.
Yeah.
Yes, I need it to be strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for all our viewers out there, you see the kind of way that he pours the water into the press. It's in a swirling motion, basically. So don't just get your water and, pour it there, because you won't really get the best out of the coffee, So there is a way that it should be done.
Okay. So how long does that process take? I mean, from getting your coffee, from maybe a pack of coffee, to measuring, to pouring in water, how long does it have to take for you to get your final cup of coffee?
It will take you about 3 minutes to get a perfect one. Yes.
So this is really something good, like in the morning when I'm, running to work and I don't want to take a lot of time.
Very true.
Making a very serious coffee. Yeah.
And then I'm gonna have to,
stir it.
Yeah, stir it a little bit.
Yeah.
Just like I said before, just to make sure that it is well brewed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I'll continue with.
So does that amount of water, the ratios of water to coffee affect the taste of coffee?
Yes.
On this exact French press? Or in any other coffee you're making?
Absolutely, it does.
Because now you used 25 grams of coffee?
Yes, I did.
So how much of water do I have to put in that?
Just like I said, it really depends on how you want it.
Okay.
You want it strong or
mild.
You want it mild.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think the ratio really depends on how strong you want it and how weak you want it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't wait to have this.
It already looks like a very good cup of coffee.
So
yeah, but
I'm done with this.
Okay.
So what I will do is take off, my coffee.
So we realize that at the bottom of this you have a filter.
Yes.
Yeah. So if I don't have a filter per se, is there any other? Is there anything else that I can use?
Yes, there is something you can use. I think there is you can use a local sieve.
Okay.
The use of the filter on top here is basically to filter, because this is a medium cost coffee.
Yeah.
So it's meaning it has bigger particles, and then we don't want to have them in our coffee.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is why.
Okay.
So you have to gently do it.
Yeah.
Yes. I love doing it gradually.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that also improves on the taste of my coffee.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like you said, it's an art.
Yes.
There's a kind of gentleness that you have to do it with. I think it's almost the same thing as cooking. The attitude that you bring towards making the coffee, I think, in a way infuses with the coffee. Because if I was angry that morning and made, a cup of coffee, I think that the one I serve it to can actually taste, that kind of attitude that I had while making it. So it's a peaceful process. It's something out of passion and love that really has to go into the coffee.
Yeah, maybe as also Derek is getting ready to serve us with this coffee. You spoke about the coffee myth before we went for a break.
Yeah, I was actually going to get into that. So, like, we have different types of coffee, okay? So people say, okay, this type has caffeine, this type does not have caffeine. The doctor said I take this type. So the myth I talk about today is decaf, okay? People say that decaf has or does not have caffeine, okay? What is your perspective on this? So we need to bust this myth and know whether it has or it does not have caffeine. And if it does, how much caffeine does it have in relation to other kinds of coffee anyways?
Okay, do I go first or you go first?
You can go first.
Okay.
I think the message.
Well, I think that's a myth. Because someone coming out and say that I'm taking decaf because it has no caffeine is totally not true.
Yeah.
Because the process of decaffeinating this coffee is like 97% accurate to remove that caffeine, which means you have around 3% of that caffeine. So if you're like taking 8 or 5 to 10 cups of coffee of decaf, that's when you feel the caffeine.
Yeah.
Which means I have to take like 5 or 6, 7, 8 cups a day for me, my body to start feeling that caffeine, compared to taking an 8-ounce cup of coffee, which is caffeinated.
Yeah.
So that's when I will feel the caffeine compared to taking the other decaffeinated coffee. Because most people go to coffee shops and ask, I need decaf because it has no caffeine.
Yeah.
No, that's a myth that we need to debunk from here on the coffee break.
Okay, so
yeah, some decaf has some little caffeine in it, but for you to feel that caffeine, you have to take like 5 to 10 cups of coffee a day. And who takes those cups?
I know you take that much coffee in a day. So Derek, do you have the same perspective as him, or there's something different?
Yeah, I think I won't sound very different from what he mentioned.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
In most cases, actually, most people think ordering for a decaf, you know, I'm going to have my sleep. I'm not going to lose my sleep.
Yeah.
But yes, you will lose some of it. Yes. Well, not everyone that takes coffee loses their sleep.
Yeah.
But you know, just saying, there is caffeine in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is a myth that we have debunked.
Yeah.
There is a certain percentage
there
of caffeine in decaf. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. As Derek serves us the long-awaited coffee, I know the Messiah can't wait to have it. We're going to get into our main topic of the day. Basically, Amon has been a barista in Uganda for a while now. You've been a barista in Uganda, and you've been a barista in Kuwait. Okay, and I believe that the two places are really different when it comes to coffee culture, when it comes to commercialization, and all these things. And picking from your experience, okay, what are they doing in Kuwait when it comes to the coffee industry that we're not doing in Uganda? And what are some of these strategies that we can actually pick up from them that will improve our coffee industry here? Yeah.
It is business. To be straight to the point, I think in the other side, it is basically about business. Yes, even down here. I mean, of course, the main point of someone making a business is, you know, to generate some income.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think the main point, the other side, you know, of cafes, is making money.
Okay.
So that kind of like, you know, shifts them, you know, these coffee owners, you know, shifts them from making, you know, good coffee for the people, because also I want us to understand that the other side, true coffee drinkers are really very few. Yes, they're very few, to be honest with you. I mean, they prefer, you know, basically a well-decorated, you know, cup, and then I will take my picture and then, you know, post on my Snapchat, on Instagram. I think, but yes, there are also some coffee drinkers, you know, some really, really good coffee drinkers that, you know, they would walk to you and then he would give you, you know, an order, and you'd be like, okay, I think this guy knows coffee, and then, you know, I'll have to make him my best. So I think it's more of business, the other side, more than it is right here. Yes, here it is business, but I think most of the coffee owners, cafe owners here also care very much about the coffee that they want to serve to their clients. Also depending on the fact that, you know, we get our own coffee. I mean, it's not like the other side, because we do farm it here. We plant it ourselves, and then we, you know, we handle it ourselves, you know, and with care that it has, with the help of you know, coffee professionals, because I don't think, you know, cafe owners, you know, have the time to. Yes, some of them have, you know, that they go and then touch down to farms, and then, you know, get to tell, you know, the harvesters, this is the kind of coffee I need, which is not the other side, you know. So that is really different. That yes, much as it is a business here in Uganda, but also most cafes right here care much, yes, about the coffee that they serve. And if you agree with me, Uganda lately is improving, you know, as much as, you know, coffee consumption is concerned. It is really improving, and that's very good.
You know, like what you said, here I was thinking that, you know, we should pick a leaf from Kuwait and, you know, try and put these strategies here, but I think it's kind of reversed now. Kuwait should actually pick a leaf from us and do some of the things we're doing. Over to Amon, we talk about now commercialization. Basically, I believe that the business of coffee in Kuwait is better than in Uganda because of certain strategies that they do. Okay, the coffee culture really it's catching up in Uganda. Okay, and one side, yes, you have the passion, you know, to serve people good coffee, but on the other side, you have to stay afloat as a business. Okay, so what are some of those strategies that you think, okay, as a barista working in a coffee shop, that the CEOs or the government, you know, at large should do to improve the commercial side of coffee, you know, to a point whereby a barista can say, you know what, I'm going to become a full-time barista. This is my job. This is the money I'm making from here. So what are some of those strategies that can really boost the commercialization of coffee in Uganda?
Well, I think with the rise or with the existence of COVID-19, it has hit almost every sector in this world. Let it be the small business enterprises, the big scale business enterprises, it has hit them, all of them. So I think the strategies that the business people have to take is, how best are we going to make sure that the coffee in Uganda stays in a good quality? Because being the second in Africa and the 8th around the world, I mean, that's a big thing. So how best can we work around with our coffee that we have now in stores, that we have in circulation around coffee shops, and also that is in the farm? How are we going to make sure that it's being promoted well, so that it gets the market that it wants? Because if it has the market, it means it's a good quality coffee. If it doesn't have the market, then it means that maybe something somewhere it's wrong. So I think the farmers, I mean, the farmers, the baristas, the coffee roasters, the coffee exporters, okay, the business, the people who are in the coffee business have to find out how are they going to maintain the good quality of coffee and find its circulation around the world. So that's how I think we shall have to manage to keep our coffee above there.
Okay. Speak about that. I believe that there's also a missing link, okay, that we have to talk about. Basically, both of you had to go through a system of learning about coffee, okay, of learning how to become a barista. With anything else, you know, there's an education that you have to get to make you better doing something, okay. And of late, there are very many schools that are coming up basically to teach about the coffee business, to teach about different aspects like roasting and farming and all these things. How relevant, Derek, do you think these schools are? And do you think that they are teaching and giving the right information to baristas, to coffee roasters? And if so, is there a bright future, you know, that the coffee industry has because of these schools that are coming up?
Well, I think some of them, yes, some of them are doing a really good job. Yes, but to be very honest, some of them I think are only about, you know, I want to make some money, and you know, I've got some, you know, little skills, and then yes, I want to acquire some money out of that. But yes, I appreciate all those that are doing, that are going, you know, back, you know, researching, making research, you know, about the background of coffee, you know, how it's handled, you know, from the seed itself to the ground, and then, you know, from the ground to the roastery, and then from there to the cup. Yes, some of them are doing a good job, and then, you know, they're trying to invest, you know, with making a lot of research and also approaching coffee merchants, you know. Yeah, and I think that is a really good one, and I think it's a bright future. Okay. Yes, it's a bright future if well handled.
Okay. Yeah. I believe that Uganda is on the right track. Okay. It is. To getting to that place where the coffee industry needs to be. So we are running out of time. We're getting to that point whereby the show has to come to a close. But before we do that, our coffee has been brewing for a while, and I think that, you know, it's about the time for us to partake of it. I know the Messiah can't wait to analyze what kind of coffee you have made. Yeah. So, Amon, what are your expectations? Well, since you seem to be a senior in this.
Well, I think it's a nice coffee because for the fact that a French press to be well brewed to give you that nice cup of coffee, it has to sit for almost 45 minutes. I mean, it has sat for over 6 minutes.
About so that time, yeah.
We expect good results out of this coffee.
All right.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been on the coffee break with Amon, the coffee messiah, and Derek Waititi, who came all the way from Kuwait. Is pouring our coffee that has been brewing for the last 6 minutes. We believe that for those of you who took time to really get the tutorial, to get the different steps of making this coffee, I believe that what you have brewed is a really good cup of coffee. And right now, as we receive the coffee in our hands and partake of it, we just want to tell you guys that thank you very much for taking your time to be with us here on the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. And remember, we are also online. You can catch us on our website at House of Talent Television Uganda. You can catch us on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. Remember that you can always, you know, drop us a comment, drop us a question. If there is someone you want to see, you know, on the show, let us know who they are, their name. If there are certain aspects that you think the show should have, let us know. You can always send us a message. And I believe that all of us at House of Talent Television, me, Amon, and whichever guests come here, will be able to help you with all those questions. Well, guys, it has been a very good show. I have learned a lot. Derek, thank you very much for, you know, honoring us and, you know, gracing us with your presence. I believe that it is not really the last time that you'll be here.
Please.
Yes, and Amon, Messiah, we believe that you're going to keep converting many more people.
You guys have really given me that name, eh?
Coffee Messiah.
Coffee Messiah. I think it's something he should embrace.
You'll have to start with you. To convert you.
It comes a lot of.
He converted me, so.
I mean, it comes with a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I do know it comes with a lot of pressure, but thank you very much for having us in your living room, on your phone, wherever you watch this from, whichever part of the world. Have a good morning, have a good evening, or have a good night, and remember, always have a good cup of coffee. Thank you for watching the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television.
Bonjour, je suis très heureux de vous retrouver sur ce plateau de House of Talent TV pour cette nouvelle émission de Partage ton français. Chers amis, le français est partagé sur les 5 continents. Il y a une idée géniale qui a été soufflée à nos oreilles, bien sûr, par le président de la République de France, M. Emmanuel Macron, lors de son discours à l'Institut de France le 20 mars 2018. Il parlait de donner l'espace, de donner la chance à tout le monde de pouvoir apprendre la diversité de la langue française. Voilà pourquoi nous, ici en Ouganda, avec l'appui de l'ambassadeur de France en Ouganda, M. Julamani Anamboussou, nous sommes en train de promouvoir la langue de Molière, la langue de Césaire, Aimé Césaire, la langue française. Et voilà pourquoi, encore une fois de plus, nous avons créé les plateformes de partage ton français. Ça veut dire quoi? Le français que tu as appris à l'école, à l'université, même à l'Alliance française, ne garde ça pas seulement pour toi-même. Partage avec ta famille, avec ton entourage. Tous ensemble, au jour à venir, nous allons parler le français. Merci, je ne suis pas seul, je suis avec mon invitée d'aujourd'hui. Elle est ici pour partager le français avec nous. Elle s'appelle José. Et je pense qu'elle a une bouche, elle peut parler d'elle-même. Bonjour José.
Bonjour Patrick.
Comment ça va?
Ça va bien, merci, toi?
Ça va très bien, merci. Comment va la santé?
Je vais bien.
Très bien José, je vois ton français. You are improving French.
Oui, oui. J'aime beaucoup la langue française.
Yes.
Parce que c'est la langue internationale.
Merci. Et c'est la langue des opportunités.
Oui, oui, oui.
José, est-ce que tu peux te présenter en français? Can you present yourself in French?
Oui.
Properly in French.
Oui.
And you are going to go deeper in English.
Okay. Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Joséphine. Je suis styliste avec José Mezo du Cristo. Je suis ougandaise et j'habite à Kampala. J'aime beaucoup la langue française parce que c'est la langue des opportunités.
Oui.
Je suis contente d'être ici. Merci.
Merci José. Tu es contente d'être ici.
Oui.
Tu sais, nous sommes où? À la chaîne YouTube House of Talent TV.
Oui.
Merci beaucoup. José, je vais demander, comment êtes-vous tombée amoureuse de la langue française? How did you fall in love in French language?
J'aime beaucoup la langue française parce que c'est la langue des opportunités.
Okay.
Et c'est la langue internationale.
So when did you start to learn French?
That was in 2019 when I was given the opportunity from the French embassy in Uganda. Actually, that is through the French government because the French embassy in Uganda is here because of the French government.
Okay.
So I was given a scholarship from the French government through the French embassy in Uganda, and I was taken to France in Paris to study French. My first French class was in Paris, and then when I came back to Uganda, I was given another opportunity at Alliance Française.
Okay.
Oui.
And tell me, who was your first teacher? Your first teacher who taught you French?
My first teacher for French was Blaise.
Blaise. At Alliance Française?
Oui, oui, at Alliance Française.
Okay, okay.
Oui.
Can you tell us, est-ce que tu peux nous dire, qu'est-ce que la francophonie? What is a francophonie for you, according to you?
A francophone, to me, are people who speak French, the different countries that speak French,
Yes.
and also the French culture, and then the way of living. To me, that is francophone,
Okay.
all over the world.
Merci beaucoup. Dans le monde de ton travail, quelle est la valeur ou la nécessité du français? I mean, in your world, in your industry world, what the value or the necessity of French?
La langue française, c'est la langue des opportunités. C'est la langue des opportunités. Oui, oui.
Go deeper in English.
French is an international language. It's a language of opportunities.
Yes.
In the different countries all over the world where there are French speakers or Francophone countries, for you to do business, you must know the language.
Exactly.
So for me to do business in Congo, I must know the language. To do business in France, to do business in Senegal, all those countries are French-speaking countries.
Yeah.
So for me to be able to do business as an international designer, creative designer, I must first of all know the language.
Exactly.
And also being an international language, it helps you to network with different people and socialize. Because if you know the language, you're able to communicate, because it's a language of communication all over. And then also there is a lot of intermarriages. So you can't say I'm a Ugandan, I'm going to only get married to a Ugandan. If I get married to a Frenchman, if I get married to a Congolese, I should be able to learn the language for easier communication. So it's very important everywhere you go, because it's not only English that is important for communication.
In the same idea, I saw some picture. I saw you with the ambassadors. Tell us, first of all, it was Stephanie. I saw her with Chitendi. By the way, even me, guys, you can see the way I'm smart is because of who? Jose House of Creation. So I know people, if you want to be smart like me, please come and be designed by Jose. So tell us about those pictures. I saw you with the ambassadors. Can you explain one by one? Okay.
I've designed, as a creative designer at Jose House of Creations, I've been able to be privileged to design different ambassadors. I've designed Ambassador Stéphane Rivoire before she left Uganda. She was the ambassador of France to Uganda. I've designed her with different outfits. I've designed the current French ambassador in Uganda, Ambassador Amana Nombozu. I've designed his outfit even for his family. I've designed Ambassador Deborah Malak of American Embassy in Uganda before she left Uganda. I've designed her. I've designed Ambassador Anna Radutiramet, the ambassador of Iceland Embassy in Uganda. She left. She's now in Paris. That's where she's stationed for a mission. But when she was still in Uganda, I designed her. I've designed Ambassador Susan Eki, the ambassador of Norwegian Embassy in Uganda. So I've designed different ambassadors and expatriates and diplomats because of our creativity and the way we embrace the Africanity. Because as an African designer, I don't want to be lost anywhere designing what other designers do. I want to embrace who I am. That's why I have a fashion show coming up called Back to My Roots, which means I have to embrace being an African designer, a Ugandan designer, and for people to know me for who I am. So that's why on the 3rd September, which is next week, on Saturday, 3rd September, we'll be having a fashion show with French music, because it is supported by Alliance Francaise Kampala and then the French Embassy in Uganda and Total Energies. So I want us to embrace being who we are and then own it and appreciate the fact that we are Africans. I'm not going to be Louis Vuitton, so I have to tell people to be to appreciate who I am and who they are as Africans.
Merci, Jose. I saw also one picture, you with the Bobby one.
Yes. So in the video of Charenga, His Excellency Bobby Wine, I designed, as Joseph of Creations, we designed all the outfits that he wore, even the cast that he had in that video. That was a very big breakthrough for me as a creative designer, because I mean, he's a big star in Uganda. So designing him in that video really added some more volume, and you know, it spoke a lot more about my creativity. And that's when people started recognizing my talent, yes.
Merci José. Est-ce que tu peux nous donner les noms des 2 ou 3 couturiers, les grands couturiers de France? 2 or 3 names of big designer fashion people in France.
Yves Saint-Laurent.
Yves Saint-Laurent.
Yves Saint-Laurent.
Yes.
Stéphane Bianca.
Exactly.
Pierre Cardin.
Pierre Cardin. Oui. Merci beaucoup. Quelles sont les couleurs préférées des Ougandais? What the color, because the French people they like black and blue. So black and blue, I can say noir et bleu, parce que nous sommes en train de partager le français. So which color, favorite color Ugandans like you as a designer? En français,
Let me first say in English, then you help me in French.
Okay.
Uganda, and our flag has black.
Yes.
How does it black in French?
Black, c'est noir.
C'est noir.
Oui.
Et red.
Rouge.
Rouge.
Ok. Merci beaucoup.
C'est l'Alliance française. La maison des profs, des Français.
C'est l'Alliance française.
Une fille m'a posé une question. Pourquoi prendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio?
Merci beaucoup. Josephine, what inspired you to join the fashion industry? And when did you start Jose House of Creation business? Tell us.
What inspired me to join the fashion industry is my passion for fashion. So I love fashion so much. So before I was in media hosting a fashion program, but I wanted to do more than just being a TV presenter, but be able to do hands-on and more hands-on. So that's when that's what inspired me. And then I joined the fashion industry practically in 2017 when I quit my TV job. And I decided to settle into entrepreneurship as a fashion designer.
Yes. How have you been able to establish yourself as a successful creation designer?
First of all, my creativity in the fashion industry, it's more than what other people do. Yeah. Most people are just fashion designers. But I say I am a creative designer because I do more than just clothes, if you check through the different kind of works that we do. So that's what makes me different, and that with that I've been able to establish myself and be able to design different people. Also networking. So I do a lot of networking with different people when I go to events, and that sells me and my products, and the uniqueness and the passion I put in what I do gives it that unique touch that people find my work quite different from what other people do.
The way you are talking, I can see you love your work.
Yes, I do love it a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, because you can inspire many people also to love what they're doing. When and how was your turning point?
My turning point came when I got that scholarship from the French embassy that saw me fly from Uganda. It was my first time in Europe. So going to France, staying there for that time, and everything was paid for by the French government. Like, imagine everything being paid for and you're not spending a single penny. That was my turning point. Wow. And also being able to get the entrepreneurship seed funding from the American embassy in Uganda. That is another government, American government, to finance my business. That was another big turning point in my life. So I treasure that a lot in my life.
Thank you so much. You are mostly in the French networks. Yeah. Take us through that journey. Especially that day is going to, next month, what you say about connection between fashion and the French language. My network with the French community comes in through mostly the French embassy in Uganda, because I'm a beneficiary of the French government through the French embassy in Uganda. So that has opened many opportunities for me, and the ambassador has been promoting Ambassador Joe Amana Nombozo. I say merci beaucoup pour l'opportunity. He has supported me so much through the embassy and personally, because I designed the ambassador. Even right now, he's in Paris. He traveled last week, but he left me with an order of almost 10 outfits that I'm designing for him. So that means a lot for me. And also through the French embassy, that whenever there is something, he makes sure they reach out to me to design a number of things that they want. Like during a time of COVID, I designed the branded masks for the embassy, and that is an opportunity that was so big for me in business. And also the fact that we have a fashion show that is coming up. My passion for French and the French language has made me be able to get exposed to different opportunities. That's why we have a fashion show coming up on 3rd September at Alliance Française Kampala, which is themed back to my roots. So I want to embrace myself as a fashion designer who is an African, and also it goes ahead and says fashion meets French songs. So it's fashion, which is me as a Ugandan and an African designer, but then there is a French part whereby people are going to learn a bit more about French, not just coming for an ordinary fashion show. So I'm fusing the two together because of the love I have and the gratefulness I have for the French government for having promoted me, giving me the platform to be the designer I am today. Everyone is saying Jose up here, but it's this government that has pushed me and promoted me and given me the opportunity. And also I want to say thank you to House of Talent TV for the opportunity for hosting me. Thank you to Eddie.
To Eddie, okay,
Eddie, le professeur de français.
Yes.
He's going to become a professor, French professor.
The CEO bench. Thank you so much for this opportunity, because this means a lot to me. The platform you're giving me, there is an audience that follows Eddie Okilia and the CEO bench that he is giving me this opportunity for you to be able to know more about Jose and Jose House of Creations. It means a lot to me. I cannot take that for granted. And also to Patrick.
Merci à toi. Last word.
Yes.
Give us a message because many people are from. I want you to face the camera. Yeah. Tell those ladies are thinking for them to succeed. They just want to get married. They just want some people to connect them, to push them, to send them mobile money or Western Union. Yeah. Can you give them a message about what is coming from your heart? Yeah. Motivate them.
In life, to be a successful person, you have to first of all discover who you are, work hard, and even when you face challenges, keep going, don't give up. Everything good comes with challenges, and you have to be passionate about what you're doing. And there is a saying which says, if you're doing what you don't love, then you're wasting your time. Discover who you are, what do you love, give it your best shot, and you'll be successful. And also to everyone, I want to encourage every single Ugandan, every single person that is watching me, please go and learn French. It is an international language. Yes. It is a language of opportunities. And just like I am today, I've been able to get these opportunities because I have an international language, which is French. And a special thank you to House of Talent TV, Edo Kilia. Thank you so much. I salute you for this opportunity.
Merci les amis, nous sommes à la fin de notre émission. Nous disons un grand merci à l'Alliance française de Kampala avec notre directeur Patrice Jules, et merci à notre ambassadeur Jules Amana Nyambusu, et aussi merci à Eddie, le professeur de français. He's the one who blessed us with this wonderful place for us to share French. Me and my guests, we are going to say together, partage ton français. Guys, send us your number. We are going to put you on our platform, WhatsApp. You are going to interact with people. You are going to practice your French. We are here to promote French in Uganda. Vive la francophonie en Uganda. Ciao.
Je vous invite à venir
à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère, viens ma sœur, à l'Alliance française.
À l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez,
apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
apprendre le français.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Les Français dit là, étrangers, la plus largement pris. Après l'anglais, les Français dit là, étrangers, la plus largement pris.
Après l'anglais,
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France.
comme à l'étranger,
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France.
comme à l'étranger,
Le français est la langue de la culture.
la langue internationale pour la cuisine.
La mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et l'architecture. Le français est la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine. La mode, les théâtres, les habitués,
La danse et l'architecture.
oh, oh,
Oh, I love France.
oh, oh,
Oh, I need France.
oh,
Oh, I love France.
oh,
Oh, I speak French.
I love France.
Oh,
I love
I
France.
love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love
I
French.
love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
Oh,
Oh, I love French.
oh,
Oh, I speak French. Venez, apprends le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez, venez,
Venez, apprends le français.
venez, venez,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez à Kamocha.
Venez,
Ou
apprends le
Kotoski.
français.
Blood Sekande.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez, oh,
Apprends le
oh, oh.
français.
Venez mes amis.
Venez à l'Alliance française. Bien Molière, c'est l'idiot n'a pas pris. En passant pareil à Nakamura. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent la internationale?
Que tu sois fondé le tour du four du plaisir. Dis-moi le mot d'un et là,
En pleine évolution.
Venez,
Venez apprendre les Français.
mes amis, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française,
Venez
la langue de
apprendre les
paix,
Français.
la langue de la courtoisie.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française,
Venez
la langue de la
apprendre les
courtoisie,
Français.
la langue de paix.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille, venez à l'Alliance française, venez apprendre le français.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir, venez mes
apprendre
amis,
le français.
venez, venez, venez,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez, venez. Tout le monde parle français,
Parlez français.
parle français.
Parlez français.
Everybody parle français.
Parlez français.
Everybody, bina moke, bina moke, bina moke,
Bina moke.
everybody, venez,
venez, apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez apprendre le français. À Kamochao.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
À Bukoto Street.
Venez
Claude
apprendre le
52.
français.
Venez, venez, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux parler français, viens à l'Alliance.
Apprendre le français.
Si tu veux parler,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens,
Apprendre le
viens,
français.
viens, viens, viens,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They have moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Fitness Junction would love to thank you for your continued support and patience during these trying times. With the ongoing pandemic, we have come up with different standards of operation that can keep you safe and keep us safe. Come have a quick tour with me.
You see, I think there's been a lot of growth and transformation. I appreciate the work national IT authority is doing, and also, of course, they come up with policies that people are supposed to comply with. You know, when it comes to IT, with cybersecurity, like I said, we have a layer of compliance and governance, whereby government will come up with policies and say, okay, we need you, each and every person should have at least a basic thing, which is antivirus on their devices. Because at the national level, they have what we call cyber threat intelligence, whereby I think UCC has a solution. Because I remember I was involved in that tender for procurement of a cyber threat intelligence solution, whereby we could be able to identify this is a new attack, it's coming from Russia, it's attacking our bank here, then they could be able to block that traffic at a national level. Well, the government is doing something. But then also, as individuals, like I said, we need to also be vigilant. Because the government will not be able to understand which new VPN client has come up, or which new VPN solution has come up, probably because they will not know. But for you, go ahead and download it and install it on your device. And then you try transacting. You actually go to, then you say, oh, I was stolen money from my account. Oh, my information was stolen. Oh, I see nodes on social media. People steal nodes from people's devices and actually they ask for a pay. Someone says, if you don't give me $100,000, I'm going to publish your nonsense on the cyberspace. You know? So people need to be vigilant. But of course, the government is also doing something.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
In countries like Finland, they designed a program for 5 years to do serious food literacy. If you went to Finland today, no restaurant will serve you supper past 7 p.m. No restaurant. Here in Uganda, you can eat at midnight. 2 p.m. You go back home and sleep. You see?
And wake up to have breakfast at 8. Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. As you all know, You and the Law is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the relationship between human beings, Ugandans, yourselves, and the law in Uganda. As you know, the law affects every aspect of our lives, whether it's about food, whether it's about traffic, education, everything that we do rotates around the law. In this edition, we are discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on human rights. And specifically for today, we'll be discussing how COVID-19 has affected the right to food. Do you know your right to food? When was the last time you ate? But what does the right actually mean? To help us unpack this complex area, we have a seasoned lawyer, Mr. David Kabanda from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. David, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much.
How have you been?
I'm fine. How have you been?
Great. You know, COVID-19 has sort of come and disorganized our normal lives. I wonder how you know, you've been coping up as a professional, as a family man? How has it been?
Well, it is difficult to everyone, as individuals and also families and communities. We find ourselves in those unprecedented times. There is no community cohesion as it used to be. So I personally, I find myself in challenging times, but of course, we soldier on.
Okay. I'm interested, when I'm introducing your organization, the name is a bit of a mouthful. Yeah. Maybe could you just help us understand, you know, why you came up with this organization, what do you actually do, and yeah, how I can benefit as an ordinary person from the work that you do?
So this is the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, and it is looking at having a one-stop center for law and adequate living. But you see, adequate living starts with food. This is what many people do not understand.
Yeah.
The moment someone wakes up, the first thing to think about is breakfast, then lunch, then supper, then in the middle you need water, you need a snack, you need fruit. So the entire life of a human being rotates around food. And being lawyers who do social justice, we started this organization to be able to contribute to unpacking, articulation, and also giving legal services to people for the realization of their right to food, but also adequate living. Because you cannot talk about food and you disassociate it from economic rights or trade. So the two work together, and this is why now we have this organization, the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights.
Oh, okay.
CEFROT.
CEFROT.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, the name is really... yeah.
So the acronym is CEFROT.
CEFROT. Okay, maybe that's fair.
Yeah.
So David, you're talking about adequate living rights. You're talking about the right to food. But what is the idea, you know, behind this right? If we, as a concept, like what does a right to food actually mean? Before we start discussing the legalese and everything.
Thank you for asking that question. You see, the right to food, interestingly, many people do not even think that there is such a right. Many people, when you talk about food, this is one of the things people take so lightly, yet it means everything to them. But the definition is simple. The definition according to international law and the UN is only realized when every man, every woman, or child, as an individual or in community with others, have access to food.
Access.
At all times or means of its procurement.
Access to food.
Access to food.
All times.
All the time.
And means to its procurement.
Or means to its procurement.
Interesting.
And you see, this is where I started from. Every woman, every man, every child, alone or together in a community, have access to adequate food at all times. So you realize that it is already unpacked. We are talking about a man. And there is a reason behind that. A child's nutritional needs are different from the needs of an adult. If a child has been born, we are now speaking with parents. From the day they are born to the 6th month, they must be exclusively breastfed. If you take that breast milk, it is not beneficial to you. So every man, every woman, or child, whether alone or together, and the together component comes in, some people live communally. And we have other also organized institutions like schools or like prisons.
Portion bins.
The moment you take me into prison, then you have an obligation to take care of me. You cannot just abandon me in prison. You cannot take me to prison and you don't feed me. So whether alone or in community with the others, have access to adequate food at all times. That is also very interesting and important. At all times and all means to its procurement. And that last one is also very important.
Means.
All means
how
to
to
its
get
procurement. Because procurement is a bit bringing in the economic issues. Not everyone has a garden. And you see, it is a choice. Not everyone wants to go to the garden to dig and get food. But you must make sure that your population has means to the procurement of food.
Yes. I mean, interesting.
Yes.
I think for me, access, the means, and then the time, like at all times.
All the time.
Very interesting.
Yes.
So you've sort of unpacked the idea for me in a very, basic and simple way. But then I know that for ideas to work, they need to get some, force of law. So I'm wondering, do we actually have like a legal framework, be it global, be it African or even national level, that guarantees this right? Because some people could say that those are just your ideas, your wishful thinking. Without a law, how do we enforce it? So I'm wondering, is there any legal backing for this right that you're articulating very well?
Actually, what I've just talked about is picked from the law itself.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Now, this is the legal framework. At international level, many people, because now we are talking with everyone, we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Yes.
Under Article 25, we are talking about the right to adequate food. You understand? Article 20. This is way back in 1948.
So there's a new word there, adequate.
Adequate.
Not just food, adequate food.
No, and I'm going to be speaking about that. We are talking about adequate food. And I'll be, explaining that. Then, after that, in 1966, we have the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights.
Yes.
Article 11, also articulating that state parties to the convention, to which Uganda is a party because we signed it in 1981, that every state party must respect the right of everyone to adequate food. Then after that, we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights.
Now we are getting home.
Yes, we are getting home. Under Article 16, it is also well articulated. Then after that, we have the East African Community Treaty.
Hey, our friends, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi.
It was signed in 1999, and the many other protocols that have come along the way. Under Article 130, 118, 113, 100 itself, they talk about nutrition. In fact, I have taken a lot of time without suing the East African community. I don't know what I'm doing, because in it, every country that state party to the East African community must have, they even give it a very exotic name.
Yes.
Strategic food reserves.
Strategic
food reserves. Yes. I think they were deliberate on picking that word. Strategic food reserves.
For us in Teso, we have granaries. Are you suggesting that the state should have a huge granary where food is reserved? What would that mean actually in practical sense?
Yes, in practical sense, the government must have a system of having its own granaries. Of course, we call it food reserves. There is no country, even if we go to at individual level, I don't know what happens in policy making and what our leaders think. Even in my personal house, the first thing I check out is food. Do we have food for an entire month, a week? You understand? So every country must have those strategic reserves. In case there is drought, in case there is that hunger, then you release some food to your people. You control the price. You understand? But we don't have now here. We used to have, but I think they were sold.
Okay. And then at the country level then? At
the country level, okay, you took me to that. Then when we come back home here, we have some laws. Some laws are not very good. And I'm going to tell you why. But let us start with the Constitution.
Yes.
In the directive principles, the objectives, it is clearly spelled out. One, that government must establish, we call them national reserves in our Constitution. National food reserves. Then secondly, it is government's obligation to make sure that every Ugandan eats nutritious food. Yes. And it is government's obligation under the Constitution to create massive awareness about this critical component called the food. Massive awareness. Then if they are doing that, then they have dispensed their obligation. And beyond that, when you go to chapter 4, we are talking about human rights now. Under Article 20, the government has obligation to respect freedoms and fundamental rights of every Ugandan,
yes,
including the right to food.
Yes.
And although it is not, it's specifically mentioned from Article 20 to 45 in Chapter 4, but under Article 45, we are talking about other rights that are not specifically mentioned.
Yes.
That is our constitution. And in the amendment of 2005,
yes,
when they were scrapping all those other things, I don't know who smuggled into
yes,
Article 8A, because Article 8A operationalized the objectives.
Yes.
And in fact, the Chief Justice, as he then was, Bat Katreve, in Nyakana's case, they have come up to articulate that now all these objectives are justiciable. So when we come back home, the legal framework is very expansive and very accommodative, because we even have the Food and Drugs Act.
Oh.
Yes.
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 I mean, you know, quite a revealing, explanation from you, and you've even touched on the aspects of the state obligations, which, raising awareness. I don't know how many people have been aware that actually the government of Uganda has a duty to let you know about nutritious living, about the kind of food that you should eat. But maybe that's an interesting point for us to pause for a quick break, after which we'll resume the conversation with David Kabanda, who is Executive Director of Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, a non-government organization here in Kampala. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, all the things are the law,
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. If you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes. For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals. Oxygen should be there. Health workers should have gloves. Teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. Today we're discussing another human right that has been affected by COVID-19. And I know for many viewers this seems like obvious because we're talking about the right to food. And who else than David Kamana can help us unpack this right, because David has been a social justice lawyer and has been working on the right to food for a long time. He comes from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. David, welcome from the break.
Thank you.
So before we went for the break, we're trying to demystify this right, what actually it means. You've touched on what the state obligations are in as far as the right is concerned. So let's now switch modes to COVID-19. Like, you know that this edition of You and the Law is focusing on COVID-19 and how it has affected our human rights. And for today, we're specifically focusing on the right to food. So from where you sit, David, how has COVID-19 affected the right to food? Because I know this is your space and perhaps you've been having interventions here and there. But from a broadness, how has this right been specifically affected by COVID-19?
I think where we start from is it has helped, first of all.
COVID has helped?
Yes,
okay.
It has helped this particular kind of theme, the food. And why am I saying this? I want to start with being positive, because one of the essential things that the government had to even procure was food. And you remember that even the markets were left open, and the people were meant to sleep there to sell food.
Yes, please.
And you also remember that government also declared that farmers are essential workers.
Oh yeah, so more than lawyers.
More than even us as lawyers. But for me, that one is a positive, because it shows how important farmers are, how important food markets are, how important making provision in terms of emergencies is. But we have seen many violations. We have seen many, hunger and death, by the way. It is just because we haven't done an audit. But I know many people have died because of hunger in COVID-19. And why am I telling you this? During COVID-19, the first lockdown, we as an organization, we did a survey. And we found out that 65% of the people, at least in Wachiso, were in their homes and they did not have any hope of
60%?
65. Yes. And we found many people who are living with illnesses, chronic illnesses, dying not because of the illnesses, but because they don't have access to food. You see, when you're supposed to take medicine, it must be taken with food.
Some even they tell you take with milk.
Or milk, or take this medicine after food.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you are locked up. You walking or going to the hospital was first of all limited. It was very difficult. You saw pregnant people being even beaten on the road by security agencies. So many people found themselves entangled. They are at home, they don't have food, they don't have medicine. Or they have the medicine, they don't have food. That is number one. The number two, it affected food safety. How? Many people who had contaminated food put it out cheaply. Many people bought contaminated food, I'm telling you. And it showed out that even the food which government decided to give to people, 38% of that food was contaminated.
The portion...
The portion beans that people ate.
David, how does food get contaminated?
Well, that is... You see, food... The contamination starts way back in production, in the garden. How? Be very careful when you buy food in Uganda or in the main markets in Kampala. I've started telling people and lawyers specifically, because we need to live longer and serve the community.
Yes.
Grow your own food or pick the food from where you are certain, because Ugandans are using many chemicals and the chemicals are causing cancer. Makerere University has just given out research which indicates that 98% of the food in the 5 markets in Kampala is contaminated. 98. Have you gone to these markets and you find tomatoes having whitish substance?
Yes.
At EU right now, you cannot take any product which has mancozeb. That whitish thing is called mancozeb.
It's a preservative or?
No. It is a pesticide and a fungicide, sorry. So many people ignorantly use it even in the market. And consumers also want to buy that one with the chemical.
And then we like eating kachumbali, cutting.
And this is what I want to tell to Ugandans. That yes, we are talking about health diets, eat vegetables, eat raw food, but you need to be extremely careful. No Ugandan has the capacity, or they have the capacity, but no Ugandan produces the food that is safe for yourself, for your consumption. The many rejects from the exporters are dumped back to our market. And who regulates? Before you export any product in Uganda, there is what we call phytosanitary. You know, they check whether there are no chemicals and everything. But in Uganda, who checks whether what is put in Nakasero or everywhere?
I thought to have the National Bureau of Standards.
No, who tells you?
We have the Government Analytical Laboratory. What do they do?
They are there, and this is what we are discussing right now. That Ugandans are very comfortable with the leadership that they have. I should say the leader, and I don't mean the political leadership. I mean the technical leadership, because we have district level leadership, which is supposed to check all this. And we are speaking to Ugandans. Some Ugandans are not listening. But where we came from, we were talking about COVID-19 and how it affected the right to food. The right to food safety, after the lifting of the lockdown, there were too many items in the shops, in the supermarkets, which had expired. Those items were never taken out. People bought.
They're disposing them cheaply.
Myself, I bought water. Many Ugandans don't know that water expires.
You mean mineral water?
Mineral water, that water you buy on the shelves in those bottles. You be careful. You read the expiry date. You'll find that you are drinking expired water. Many people just bought and do. There is something that I want to tell to Ugandans.
It might make me stop eating at all.
No. Have you seen many people from Western countries? When we go to these conferences, whether abroad or everywhere, they carry water in their bottles.
Yes.
Why do they do that? Or they have water in the
tap. They get it from.
There is something that I want to communicate to all Ugandans. If we were very concerned, today we would be suing this country. Each family that has lost a person to diabetes should be suing this government for compensation.
David, so let's get back to, you're raising very pertinent issues.
And this is where it is coming from. I know you're talking about COVID-19 and the food. But this is what I want to tell you. When the government decided to give out posho, the kind of posho the government gave out, even when it is not contaminated, it is dangerous to your health. Because they were giving out refined posho. Refined. Government, that was illegal from the word go.
David, we all get maize, take to the machine, the meal for us.
Again, you see,
that's what we eat even at home. So what are you expecting the government to?
The right to food has 3 obligations, like any other right. We have the obligation to protect, we have the obligation to respect and to fulfill.
Yes.
Let me talk about the obligation to protect. Government must protect us from third parties or protect our right to food. Third parties, 94% of maize millers in Uganda are not operating food grade materials.
David, every time you drop a statistic, my heart just
this is where we
shrinks.
And this is why we are doing this work. Now, the milling machines wear out.
Yes.
So you are eating metal in the food. And here is government of Uganda accepting whoever donated kaunga. But what you are giving to your people, we even warned them. Have you heard about food terrorism? What if
food terrorism?
Yes, someone can wake up and they supply tons of posho, you give it to your people and they die. And many people died.
Yeah.
If I'm talking about 38% of the food being affected or contaminated, it was contaminated with metal, it was contaminated with aflatoxins.
Yes, I think there was a time they rejected our maize in Kenya.
You know?
Yeah.
He was, and so many other things. The beans, you couldn't eat them. So it left many people beyond what government supplied, but these suppliers also. But again, also prices.
Yes.
We even went to court to challenge
Yes,
government.
yeah, I wanted to ask you about that.
Yes,
that case.
our organization went to court to challenge government on its failure to regulate food, you know, COVID and the food. Because if you decide to give out people food, and this is public expense, it must be with guidelines in the Gazette.
Yes.
But that didn't happen.
Well, maybe that was not time, David.
No,
We're all in rushing.
But we have regulations about, are you going to hospital?
Spitting.
Yes, spitting. You must report whoever you've seen having. Did you read those regulations?
Yes.
If a minister sat and passed regulations under the Public Health Act, wasn't it proper that government ought to have passed regulations under the Food and Drugs Act?
We will have time to talk about the legality of all these things that, but you've touched on government interventions so far. And I wanted to just ask, is there anything good that came out of the government interventions? Because you seem to paint a very, scary picture. What are some of the, what would you think worked in as far as government interventions to protect the right to food during COVID-19?
No.
Anything that government, that you think is...
No, I want to tell you that whatever was positive was just circumstantial.
It was a mistake.
Yes. But if we are talking about deliberate intervention, whatever government did was illegal in the first place. Seriously. And I want to speak to the face of government and I tell them, whatever you did during COVID-19, giving people food, was illegal. It killed some people. If you want to do audits, do them. If you don't want to do, of course, Ugandans don't care. They will sleep in their grave and that is it. You cannot wake up and just give me a parcel that there is food there when you don't know actually what is in the parcel. And this is what I'm saying.
So meaning the government's duty to ensure
that food is safe,
of good quality,
yes,
is adequate, nutritious.
They didn't do that.
They didn't do that. David, I mean, it's a heart-wrenching, revelation. But I think let's go for a break at this point, and then when we resume, we'll then try to tackle a bit of the challenges and look forward, cast a picture that if we got into the situation in future, what are the lessons we learn? What do we need to do best? We'll have that after the break. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we are hanging out with Mr. David Kabanda, the Executive Director of the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, a non-government organization that focuses on ensuring the right to food in this country. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, proudly brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. Let's go for a short break. We'll be back. Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're having Mr. David Kabanda, the Executive Director for Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, to expound for us the right to food, which I think is ably done from the start. Explain how it has been affected by COVID-19, what the state has done, what has worked, perhaps what are the challenges that we encountered. And now we're trying to look to the future, David, and welcome back really from the break.
Thank you, sir.
I know we started from the first segment. We slightly hinted on some of these challenges that we encountered in this process. I don't know if there are any other successes or failures that you can give in the context of protecting the right to food during the pandemic.
Well, I think the government ought to have also understood, because when we are talking about right to food, there are three critical elements that we must put on table. I already talked about availability of food, that the food must be available. Then the food must be adequate. Adequate in terms not only that it is enough to fill the stomach, but nutritious. But it must also be accessible.
Yes.
Now, during COVID-19, we had very disturbing facts. We had food rotting in people's gardens.
Yeah.
You could even find on the road when people have even powered cabbage. You understand? We have places like Isingiro where we had matoke, a batch was going to
1,000.
1,000.
Yes.
You understand? So what government ought to do, and a system that government must put in place, they should now own up the system.
The food system?
The food system. We have private and government hospitals.
Yes.
We have private and government schools. Did you get what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What is failing us here now on the right to food is we do not have a government arm when it comes to food. Because do you know what ought to have happened is, if you know that food in this particular place, we are in a pandemic, but it is plenty here and here people are dying, then you must facilitate its transit to places where there is scarcity.
Yes.
Right now, we have Kalamajongs who are dying because of hunger.
Yeah.
I have seen World Food Program, crying out loud. But we have food here. We have food in some spaces. So we think that if government puts, its mind to these three elements, availability, accessibility, and adequacy, will go there. And I want also to mention something on adequacy.
Yes.
I made a statement that each family that has lost a person to type 2 diabetes, they need to sue this government for compensation. And do you know why? Many people in Uganda don't know what and how to eat.
What and how to eat?
Yes, including us who think that we have gone to school.
Yeah, for us, I come from Teso, we get our cassava flour.
You leave the Teso.
Mix it and
no, you leave the Teso thing.
I don't know what you want us to do again.
When you leave Teso, you come to Kampala.
Yes.
And when you come to Kampala, you get accustomed into the lifestyle that happens in these streets.
But here it is matoke, David. I don't know what you're talking about now.
Are you sure it is matoke? No, it is the chapati.
Oh.
It is the lole. All our people.
You know, David, I studied in Busoga region. So now I'm concerned when you say Rolex is problematic. We might be dealing with it will be a genocide of sorts, because then it's a popular snack in Jinja,
if someone cares to do an audit on how chapati and rice is
even rice, David.
Yes. Yes. Do you
know the growing kibimba as you go to Tororo?
First, listen to me. The communities or rice eating populations don't eat rice the way we eat it. I've been in India. The way they eat chapati is not how we eat chapati. The way they eat rice is not the way we eat rice. People eat vegetable rice. Here, you just put in the saucepan, you get a mass of white stuff, and you put it in your stomach, and then you sleep with it. It is going to kill you. Let me tell you, seriously speaking, many Ugandans are going to die before 60 years. Do you know that 85% of Ugandans are dying between 45 to 60?
You know, every time you drop a statistic, David, Yeah, my heart
And this
disappears.
is it. For me,
Literally.
I'm telling people, but people don't want to listen. And this is where government must come in to regulate.
Yeah, regulation.
Regulation, but also create massive. In countries like Finland, they designed a program for 5 years to do serious food literacy. If you went to Finland today, no restaurant will serve you supper past 7 p.m. No restaurant. Here in Uganda, you can eat
midnight.
Until 2 p.m. You go back home and sleep. You see,
and wake up to have breakfast at 8.
Yes. So what we are talking about, that COVID-19 found us with our problems.
Yes.
It has it has increased them because we are talking about low COVID-19 and food. Many people couldn't even get inputs to grow food because you see the entire ecosystem rotates around my mother. I work in Kampala. I work, get money, buy inputs and send to my mother.
Yes.
That didn't happen during COVID-19.
There's no movement.
There's no movement. Shops are locked down, and the entire chain was, disturbed. But of course, we are now talking about a new season. People are planting. Perhaps we'll have enough food. But when they grow the food, is the food safe? Is the food transported? Many people here are eating beef from these cows from Western Uganda, from Chiboga, from everywhere. But do you know how those cows are transported? Have you ever found a cow shivering?
Yes.
Do you know what that means to that meat? The moment that meat is slaughtered, it is already toxic.
The shaking of the cow.
Do you know how they tie their tails? And up, you see that pain on a truck for 200 kilometers, and then you bring it to the
this place,
and then you. Have you heard about formalin in meat?
Yes,
in Kampala?
yes.
Do you know where that story ended and why nobody is talking about it?
No.
Who told you that formalin stopped? Have you heard about people who pump chemicals into chicken?
I mean, there was a time we were happy if you're eating and you see flies. Actually, when you're buying meat, one of the tests was that you should see flies in the bush. Otherwise, if it doesn't have, then there's a problem.
Then we have a problem. Then we have fish. Everyone now has a fish pond. Not everyone, many people have fish ponds. Who regulates the fish
How
industry?
do they feed?
You understand?
What do they feed on?
What do they feed on? If you, my brother Jonathan, if you still eat chicken in any of the restaurants in Kampala, you're doomed. I don't. Do you know why? I have ever been involved in the chicken business. And one time I found out that the practice is when they fall sick, sometimes it is tragic. They can even die in one day.
Yes.
They pump with, antibiotics and everything, and they bring it to the market.
It's like I want the heavy thigh.
So who regulates it? The issue is not because every farmer here is a veterinary officer
in this country.
So who regulates the poultry business?
Yeah.
Have you seen chicks coming from Nairobi, coming in on trucks? Who regulates that?
Yeah. So, David, you mentioned, you were talking about regulation. And it's really a core, state obligation. At the certain point, you talked about inputs, about seeds that we actually plant. And I wanted to sort of try to see how can we link that to actually, food safety, ensuring that we eat right food. Because I think there have been a lot of conversations around GMOs, around what. Yeah, I wonder what your mind is in this area. Because, you are talking about coffee, but all these are interlinked. Ultimately, if I plant something which is bad down, you don't expect it to give you anything better anyway. Yeah.
I want to be on this camera and I thank President Museveni. He has rejected the GMO bill twice. And President Museveni, I want to thank you so much for that. And I want to appeal to members of parliament. Now that the president rejected that GMO bill, please don't pass it into law. What we need to work on is to advance community seed banks.
Community seed banks.
People don't have seeds. Companies have come here, they've introduced hybrids and other varieties.
Yes.
And our indigenous seeds being eroded away.
It's a curious case because, again, where I come from,
yeah,
we used to have one groundnut. It was called etesot. Like etesot would mean like from teso. And then suddenly these days we're talking about Serenat 1, Serenat 2, Serenat 3. Like all the local names, all the things that we used to have local names for. You can't find them. I can't ask you, where have they gone?
So I think now that takes us into another discussion of food sovereignty. Because it borders on food security and everything. But the only thing that I want to thank President Museveni for, he has been for our indigenous knowledge, our indigenous food. But what defeats is policy implementation and plans. Because, President, if you want us to have safe food, then you must also implement the extension workers' policies and agroecological practices in our communities, because people no longer have the seed to plant. True. And when we get the seed to plant, we are getting these hybrids, and we do not know how
that are created in laboratory.
Yes, and how. And by the way, people must be very careful. This food is affecting our genetic makeup. Seriously speaking, and this is why it must be regulated to the core. It must be regulated. Listen. We are going into a generational crisis. And you know why? Science has indicated that we have what we call the 1,000 critical days of a human being. And where am I reading
That's about 3 years.
No. From the day you are conceived to your second birthday. That is the first phase. And where am I reading this? I'm reading it from NDP 3, National Development Plan 3. Yes. You understand? Talking about human capital development. The moment someone conceives, or before they conceive, they must prepare the body using nutrition. You understand?
Not swallowing some...
You understand?
Then
immediately after conceiving the baby, you must change diet. You understand? And after that, throughout pregnancy and giving birth, I have already talked about exclusive breastfeeding. But what do children eat after? We did a study, and people picking sodas and everything to give to children. Poison. Dangerous.
David, man. Let's move now, looking at the future. Worst case scenario, in another 5 years, we get another pandemic. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen. What are those lessons that we pick from COVID-19 that can enable us safeguard the right to food? What those recommendations that you would give so that, because you know when the thing started, we thought it is fine in China. So, and I thought we had enough time to prepare. But now, just caught us off guard. So in, say, 10 years, if this ever happened again, what would be those things that you say, you know, for us to manage, if something of a similar magnitude came, this is how we would protect the right to food?
Of course, the right to food creates obligations and responsibilities. I have talked too much about obligations, but there are also obligations on people. The people, if government tells you it like this, you realize that the pandemic has killed many people who had underlying illnesses.
Yes.
If you had diabetes, it was very difficult for you to survive. So the first thing is eat properly. The government sometimes has created awareness, NGOs like us are doing it. Make sure that your immune system is strong. You understand? That's where we start from. In preparation for any pandemic going forward, let us eat fresh food. Let us eat safe food.
You have enough ammunition.
To fight back.
Yes.
That is number one. Then number two is on the obligation side, government.
Yes.
Where do we start from? We must make sure as government that we have food reserves. We do not have a middle, we can't take sides. It must be a well-planned system of making sure that we have a fallback position.
Yes.
Because the government was caught off guard. They didn't know where to get food from. They called the suppliers, donors, and it couldn't help.
Even MPs were looking for food to buy for their constituents.
So why would we be going into that mess? We ought to have our system. That is number one. Then number two, I know that Uganda is a liberal economy, but when it comes to food, government must have some level of control. It may not be upper hand, but it must have a level of control in terms of prices. Do you know I have colleagues who are lawyers who called me, Commander, what are you doing? The prices of food, the price, and people were crying about the price. Do you know that we ran out of salt during that time? It was Kenya that saved us.
Even lemon.
Even lemon. People even started selling wild fruits as lemon. You understand?
Yeah.
So government must retain some control over prices and over food. So I think the point I want to make here, COVID has taught us that the capitalistic approach to food does not work. We need to respect smallholder farmers. Government must regain some level of control, and we must have food reserves. But lastly, let us embrace environmental justice, agroecology, and make sure that people grow food within their own communities, and by within their own communities to cut down on the food miles. That you call me here one time, I'll be talking about the law and food miles.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Viewers, this has been a bit of an overdose, really. And really have to thank David Kabanda. I think David makes very, very valid points, and they are very simple. One, look after yourself. Ensure that your immunity is boosted. You're eating the right food, you're exercising, so that in case a pandemic came again, personally you're in position to defend yourself. But to our government, he's made a very strong case for regulation. Food is a sensitive matter. It's what enters into our bodies. So if we let people who are after money to control what enters our bodies, that could be a problem. That could be a problem for you. That could be a problem for our families, a problem for this country. With that, viewers, we come to the end of today's edition of You and the Law, the COVID edition. I've been your host, Jonathan Ochom, and we've been having Mr. David Kabanda from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. Thank you so much. Next week, we'll be looking at another topical right that has been hit by the virus. Tune into House of Talent Television, and you'll get to know what that is. Bye for now.
Thank you very much. So this has been a very great talk show with Eddie Okila here. I would say that first, when you think about Build Uganda, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, we live in a free market economy. So people are going to buy your products not because it is Ugandan. No, they're going to buy your product because they love the product, because there is value that they want to get out of that product. So make sure that you're building for the customer and that it meets the standard that the customer expects. Then the customer falls in love with the product and they're hooked. They're your customer forever. Now they happen to be Ugandan, you happen to be Ugandan. Eventually we are building Uganda. Yeah, that's one thing. The other thing is be creative in your business. Adapt to change. You know, look at all the changes. Ask yourself, what has changed in the past 5 years, or what has not changed in the past 5 years? That's also a very good question to ask, and then respond to that change or that thing that hasn't changed. You know, COVID has happened. There are a lot of things that have changed currently. People are now adapting to working remotely. If you're a company, you're still asking people to come to the physical office 9 to 5. Maybe that needs to change. Maybe they need to come in a few days in a week, you know. Now you need to change your processes to allow for people to work from home, even past COVID. So these are the changes. Your customers, you still want them to come to the banking hall? Maybe not, you know. Probably they can do some of these things that you require them to come to the banking hall remotely through digital channels that are existent, like WhatsApp, like Facebook, or even your website, you know. We have House of Talent here, it's broadcasting, and it doesn't have all the traditional broadcasting infrastructure that a TV station traditionally has. But here you are, you know, watching us, and you're watching us through all these channels that we have thought about and we are using. Yes, so adapt to the change, look at the things that haven't changed. If they haven't changed, then you know, build your business accordingly. Yeah, so that is my little piece of advice, and I'm also happy to receive some of the advice that you already have.
Bonjour, je suis très heureux de vous retrouver sur ce plateau de House of Talent TV pour cette nouvelle émission de Partage ton français. Chers amis, le français est partagé sur les 5 continents. Il y a une idée géniale qui a été soufflée à nos oreilles, bien sûr, par le président de la République de France, M. Emmanuel Macron, lors de son discours à l'Institut de France le 20 mars 2018. Il parlait de donner l'espace, de donner la chance à tout le monde de pouvoir apprendre la diversité de la langue française. Voilà pourquoi nous, ici en Ouganda, avec l'appui de l'ambassadeur de France en Ouganda, M. Julamani Anambusu, nous sommes en train de promouvoir la langue de Molière, la langue de Césaire, Aimé Césaire, la langue française. Et voilà pourquoi, encore une fois de plus, nous avons créé les plateformes de partage ton français. Ça veut dire quoi? Le français que tu as appris à l'école, à l'université, même à l'Alliance française, ne garde ça pas seulement pour toi-même. Partage avec ta famille, avec ton entourage. Tous ensemble, aujourd'hui à venir, nous allons parler le français. Merci, je ne suis pas seul, je suis avec mon invité d'aujourd'hui. Elle est ici pour partager le français avec nous. Elle s'appelle José. Et je pense qu'elle a une bouche, elle peut parler d'elle-même. Bonjour José.
Bonjour Patrick.
Comment ça va?
Ça va bien, merci, toi?
Ça va très bien, merci. Comment va la santé?
Je vais bien.
Très bien José, je vois ton français. You are improving French.
Oui, oui. J'aime beaucoup la langue française.
Yes.
Parce que c'est la langue internationale.
Merci. Et c'est la langue des opportunités.
Oui, oui, oui.
José, est-ce que tu peux te présenter en français? Can you present yourself in French?
Oui.
Properly in French.
Oui.
And you're going to go deeper in English.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Joséphine. Je suis styliste avec José Menzo du Cristo. Je suis ougandaise et j'habite à Kampala. J'aime beaucoup la langue française parce que c'est la langue des opportunités.
Oui.
Je suis contente d'être ici. Merci.
Merci José. Tu es contente d'être ici.
Oui.
Tu sais, nous sommes où? À la chaîne YouTube House of Talent TV.
Oui.
Merci beaucoup. José, je vais demander, comment êtes-vous tombée amoureuse de la langue française? How did you fall in love in French language?
J'aime beaucoup la langue française parce que c'est la langue des opportunités.
Okay.
Et c'est la langue internationale.
So when did you start to learn French?
That was in 2019 when I was given the opportunity from the French embassy in Uganda. Actually, that is through the French government, because the French embassy in Uganda is here because of the French government. So I was given a scholarship from the French government through the French embassy in Uganda, and I was taken to France, in Paris, to study French. My first French class was in Paris, and then when I came back to Uganda, I was given another opportunity at Alliance Française.
Okay.
Oui.
Tell me, who was your first teacher? Your first teacher who taught you French?
My first teacher for French was Blaise.
Blaise. At Alliance Française?
Oui, at Alliance Française.
Okay, okay.
Oui.
Can you tell us, est-ce que tu peux nous dire, qu'est-ce que la francophonie? What is a francophonie for you, according to you?
A francophone, to me, are people who speak French, the different countries that speak French, and also the French culture, and then the way of living. To me, that is francophone, all over the world.
Merci beaucoup. Dans le monde de ton travail, quelle est la valeur ou la nécessité du français? I mean, in your world, in your industry world, what the value or the necessity of French?
La langue française, c'est la langue des opportunités. C'est la langue des opportunités. Oui, oui.
Go deeper in English.
French is an international language. It's a language of opportunities. In the different countries all over the world where there are French speakers or Francophone countries, for you to do business, you must know the language. So for me to do business in Congo, I must know the language. To do business in France, to do business in Senegal, all those countries are French-speaking countries. So for me to be able to do business as an international designer, creative designer, I must first of all know the language. And also, being an international language, it helps you to network with different people and socialize. Because if you know the language, you're able to communicate, because it's a language of communication all over. And then also, there is a lot of intermarriages. So you can't say, I'm a Ugandan, I'm going to only get married to a Ugandan. If I get married to a Frenchman, if I get married to a Congolese, I should be able to learn the language for easier communication. So it's very important everywhere you go, because it's not only English that is important for communication.
In the same idea, I saw some picture. I saw you with the ambassadors. Tell us, first of all, it was Stephanie. I saw her with Chitendi. By the way, even me, guys, you can see the way I'm smart is because of who? Jose House of Creation. So I know people, if you want to be smart like me, please come and be designed by Jose. So tell us about those pictures. I saw you with the ambassadors. Can you explain one by one?
Okay. I've designed, as a creative designer at Jose House of Creations, I've been able to be privileged to design different ambassadors. I've designed Ambassador Stéphane Rivoire before she left Uganda. She was the ambassador of France to Uganda. I've designed her with different outfits. I've designed the current French ambassador in Uganda, Ambassador Amana Nombozu. I've designed his outfit even for his family. I've designed Ambassador Deborah Malak of American Embassy in Uganda before she left Uganda. I've designed her. I've designed Ambassador Anna Radotiramet, the ambassador of Iceland Embassy in Uganda. She left. She's now in Paris. That's where she's stationed for a mission. But when she was still in Uganda, I designed her. I've designed Ambassador Susan Eki, the ambassador of Norwegian Embassy in Uganda. So I've designed different ambassadors and expatriates and diplomats because of our creativity and the way we embrace the Africanity. Because as an African designer, I don't want to be lost anywhere designing what other designers do. I want to embrace who I am. That's why I have a fashion show coming up called Back to My Roots, which means I have to embrace being an African designer, a Ugandan designer, and for people to know me for who I am. So that's why on the 3rd September, which is next week, on Saturday, 3rd September, we'll be having a fashion show with French music, because it is supported by Alliance Française Kampala and then the French Embassy in Uganda and Total Energies. So I want us to embrace being who we are and then own it and appreciate the fact that we are Africans. I'm not going to be Louis Vuitton, so I have to tell people to be to appreciate who I am and who they are as Africans.
Merci, José. I saw also one picture, you with the Bobby one.
Yes. So in the video of Charenga, His Excellency Bobby Wine, I designed, as Joseph's of Creations, we designed all the outfits that he wore, even the cast that he had in that video. That was a very big breakthrough for me as a creative designer because, I mean, he's a big star in Uganda. So designing him in that video really added some more volume and, you know, it spoke a lot more about my creativity. And that's when people started recognizing my talent, yes.
Merci José. Est-ce que tu peux nous donner les noms de 2 ou 3 couturiers, les grands couturiers de France? 2 or 3 names of big designer fashion people in France.
Yves Saint Laurent.
Yves Saint Laurent. Yes.
Stéphane Bianca.
Exactly.
Pierre Cardin.
Pierre Cardin. Oui. Merci beaucoup. Quelles sont les couleurs préférées des Ougandais? What the color? Because the French people, they like black and blue. So, black and blue, I can say noir et bleu, parce que nous sommes en train de partager le français. So, which color, favorite color, Ugandans like you as a designer? En français, s'il vous plaît.
Let me first say in English, then you help me in French.
Okay.
Uganda, and our flag has black.
Yes.
How does it black in French?
Black, c'est noir.
C'est noir.
Oui.
Et red.
Rouge.
Rouge.
Ok. Merci beaucoup.
C'est l'Alliance française. La maison des profs des Français.
C'est l'Alliance française.
Une fille m'a posé une question. Pourquoi apprendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio?
Merci beaucoup. Josephine, what inspired you to join the fashion industry? And when did you start Jose House of Creation business? Tell us.
What inspired me to join the fashion industry is my passion for fashion. So I love fashion so much. So before I was in media hosting a fashion program, but I wanted to do more than just being a TV presenter, but be able to do hands-on and more hands-on. So that's when that's what inspired me. And then I joined the fashion industry practically in 2017 when I quit my TV job, and I decided to settle into entrepreneurship as a fashion designer.
I can see.
Yes.
How have you been able to establish yourself as a successful creation designer?
First of all, my creativity in the fashion industry, it's more than what other people do. Yeah. Most people are just fashion designers. But I say I am a creative designer because I do more than just clothes, if you check through the different kind of works that we do. So that's what makes me different, and that with that I've been able to establish myself and be able to design different people. Also networking. So I do a lot of networking with different people when I go to events, and that sells me and my products, and the uniqueness and the passion I put in what I do gives it that unique touch that people find my work quite different from what other people do.
The way you are talking, I can see you love your work.
Yes, I do love it a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, because you can inspire many people also to love what they are doing. When and how was your turning point?
My turning point came when I got that scholarship from the French embassy that saw me fly from Uganda. It was my first time in Europe. Okay. So going to France, staying there for that time, and everything was paid for by the French government. Mm-hmm. Like, imagine everything being paid for and you're not spending a single penny. That was my turning point. Wow. And also being able to get the entrepreneurship seed funding from the American embassy in Uganda. That is another government, American government. Okay. To finance my business. That was another big turning point in my life. So I treasure that a lot in my life.
Thank you so much. You are mostly in the French networks. Yeah. Take us through that journey. Especially that day is going to next month, what you say about that connection between fashion and the French language?
My network with the French community comes in through mostly the French embassy in Uganda, because I'm a beneficiary of the French government through the French embassy in Uganda. So that has opened many opportunities for me, and the ambassador has been promoting Ambassador Joe Amana Nombozo. I say merci beaucoup pour l'opportunity. He has supported me so much through the embassy and personally, because I designed the ambassador. Even right now, he's in Paris. He traveled last week, but he left me with an order of almost 10 outfits that I'm designing for him. So that means a lot for me. And also through the French embassy, that whenever there is something, he makes sure they reach out to me to design a number of things that they want. Like during a time of COVID, I designed the branded masks for the embassy, and that is an opportunity that was so big for me in business. And also the fact that we have a fashion show that is coming up. My passion for French and the French language has made me be able to get exposed to different opportunities. That's why we have a fashion show coming up on 3rd September at Alliance Francaise Kampala, which is themed back to my roots. So I want to embrace myself as a fashion designer who is an African, and also it goes ahead and says fashion meets French songs. So it's fashion, which is me as a Ugandan and an African designer, but then there is a French part whereby people are going to learn a bit more about French, not just coming for an ordinary fashion show. So I'm fusing the two together because of the love I have and the gratefulness I have for the French government for having promoted me, giving me the platform to be the designer I am today. Everyone is seeing Jose up here, but it's this government that has pushed me and promoted me and given me the opportunity. And also, I want to say thank you to House of Talent TV for the opportunity for hosting me.
Thank you to Eddie.
To Eddie, okay,
Eddie, the professeur de français.
Yes.
He's going to become a professor, French
the
professor.
The CEO bench. Thank you so much for this opportunity, because this means a lot to me. The platform you're giving me, there is an audience that follows Eddie Okilia and the CEO bench, that he's giving me this opportunity for you to be able to know more about Jose and Jose House of Creations. It means a lot to me. I cannot take that for granted. And also to Patrick.
Merci à toi. Last word.
Yes.
Give us a message, because many people are from. I want you to face the camera. Tell those ladies are thinking for them to succeed. They just want to get married. They just want some people to connect them, to push them, to send them mobile money or Western Union. Can you give them a message about what's coming from your heart? Motivate them.
In life, to be a successful person, you have to first of all discover who you are, work hard, and even when you face challenges, keep going, don't give up. Everything good comes with challenges, and you have to be passionate about what you're doing. And there is a saying which says, if you're doing what you don't love, then you're wasting your time. Discover who you are, what do you love, give it your best shot, and you'll be successful. And also to everyone, I want to encourage every single Ugandan, every single person that is watching me, please go and learn French. It is an international language. It is a language of opportunities. And just like I am today, I've been able to get these opportunities because I have an international language, which is French. And a special thank you to House of Talent TV, Edo Kilia. Thank you so much. I salute you for this opportunity.
Merci les amis, nous sommes à la fin de notre émission. Nous disons un grand merci à l'Alliance Française de Kampala avec notre directeur Patrice Jules, et merci à notre ambassadeur Jules Amana Nyambusu, et aussi merci à Eddie, le professeur de français. He's the one who blessed us with this wonderful place for us to share French. Me and my guests, we are going to say together, Partage ton français. Guys, send us your number. We are going to put you on our platform, WhatsApp. You are going to interact with people. You are going to practice your French. We are here to promote French in Uganda. Vive la francophonie en Uganda. Ciao.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lango south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I did not know what I wanted to be.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
What would you tell an ordinary person, a border rider, teacher, a doctor, soldier? What would you tell them about human rights? What is this animal? Why is it important? Why should I know about it anyway?
I would simply tell them that if you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave. You're born free. The right to basic education, like primary education, A-level. The right to your religion, if you're a Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, name it. Worship your God. The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how many times a day. No.
COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today, we talk about COVID-19 and how it has affected our rights, our human rights that are provided for in different laws. With me in studio is an outstanding human rights lawyer, a founding partner of Kiza and Mugisha Advocates, CEO of the Environmental Shield, and recently a winner of the Human Rights Defender Award by the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders. Aaron, Kiza, you're welcome to You and the Law, the COVID edition.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for the accolades.
In House of Talent Television, what we do is we fist bump, and then we spread the love. So let's do this again. Fist bump and spread the love. That formula was taught to us by a man of God, Pastor Joshua Mugabe. He's a big fan of this television, and he says that you always have to spread the love, especially in these tough times. How have you been?
In the first lockdown, we are really very busy as our clients were locked up. We had to engage with CMI, we had to engage with police.
CMI is the
Chieftains of Military Intelligence, the intelligence wing of UPDF of the military. We had to had run-ins with police, and even at some point Nicholas was detained.
Nicholas Opio,
and together with Odu and Esomu, we didn't sit down. We kept working because COVID-19 amplified the vulnerabilities of the vulnerable people we have already served. Yes.
I mean, it's sad because those are some of the people who really work hard to defend our rights in Uganda, and having them, locked down in this period, should be a sad trajectory for our human rights as a country.
It highlighted the struggles of human rights defenders in Uganda and the risks that they face by the very virtue of becoming a target of anti-rights people in Uganda. Yes.
Well, I'm happy that you're here and you could, make it to House of Talent Television. So you talked about human rights defenders, and that sort of brings me to, a first conversation around understanding, unpacking this animal called human rights. What would you tell? What is this animal? Why is it important? Why should I know about it anyway?
I would simply tell them that if you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave. You're born free. The right to basic education, like primary education, A-level, the right to your religion, if you're a Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, name it. Worship your God. The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. The right to work, you have freedom of association. So this Bobby Wine, just like Museveni, should be free to organize political parties, political activities, and persuade Ugandans that each of them is the best candidate on a level field. But we could also associate in football clubs. We could associate.
I know Ugandans are good with
yes,
European football, especially.
Yes, so we can fight over money. You understand?
AC Villa and Express.
And Express. And we form associations around those that passion, but we could also be associating over neither football nor politics. It could be economy in cooperatives. So there are many ways of associating, and it's your right to associate, or even not to associate. You shouldn't be conscripted into a group that you're not very keen on or comfortable about. And you have a right to freedom of movement. Yes, to enter Uganda, to leave it. You may need a passport for some countries, a visa even for others, a national ID if you're just going
within the region.
Within the region. You have also personal liberty to move within the country, to move without restraint. Because now when you're restrained, when the police sends you under arrest, then that's arrest. That's detention. Yeah.
So now talking about rights, so where do these rights come from? Because I think you're explaining the ideas, but then where are they rooted? If I say you're violating my right to X, Y, Z, where do I refer to? Do I just imagine it in my head, or is there some sort of framework in place?
Philosophically, they root in the very idea that you're a human being. They are inherent. But legally, they are spelled out in the national constitution. And the supremo, which is the supreme law of the land, and there are a cluster of other laws that supplement the constitution to ensure that you have procedures on how to go about your rights. The Children's Act, the Human Rights Enforcement Act, the Environment Act, and other laws that come after that. So that then there are court decisions that also clarify and interpret those rights. So the freedom of religion was talked about, judicial review, access to remedy, Father Mishire. So there are many court decisions that have pronounced themselves affirming freedom of expression. Like Onyango Bo is a famous case. Onyango banned Andrew Mwenda when the state was harassing them over their speeches, journalistic work. So courts' decisions, the Constitution of Uganda, and other laws are the legal framework for human rights in Uganda.
Okay. And then slightly out of Uganda, is there a framework within the region, Africa, East Africa?
At the East African level, we have the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, which talks of rule of law, of good governance, of accountability, of democracy, and even respect for universal human rights. And the broader African continent wide, we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. At the international global level, we have a UN system of the International Bill of Rights, of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the rural rights.
As you're watching House of Talent Television, this is You and the Law, the COVID edition. Let's go for a break and we'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. Your right to work, you have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry, you know?
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today we are privileged to have Mr. Aaron Chiza, an outstanding human rights lawyer, helping us to unpack the interplay between human rights and COVID-19 pandemic. So Aaron, we're still at the level of discussing these rights. And you kept mentioning the state, you mentioned state organs like the CMI. So I thought maybe you could give us a sneak peek into the obligations, who bears human rights obligations in Uganda or even across the world.
Primary duty bearer is the government of the day, what they call the state.
The state.
Yeah, so the state of Uganda has a duty to respect your rights. So it shouldn't infringe your rights. It shouldn't illegally detain you. It shouldn't stop you from moving out of the country. It shouldn't stop you from coming back to Uganda, as they have sometimes. I mean, the time they stopped Besigye, and I think Chingi can't even dare come here. Yes. So respect. Yeah. Respect. They shouldn't torture you, and unfortunately they fail a lot on that. The military fails a lot, the police fails a lot. You saw even police torturing a magistrate on video. So they should respect, they should stay away from infringing your rights, from violating them. Then they have a duty to protect your rights, or the full spectrum of rights. So when to say they protect the rights is that they should stop third parties, like criminals, like strong multinational companies from violating your rights, from abusing your rights. For example, your right to property, i.e. land or right to due process. They normally get threatened by unruly soldiers in a village, removing all villagers, a big company removing all people.
I know you've been working on a number of cases in that area.
So the state is the primary duty holder. It is before you think of a human rights lawyer, an NGO, the state should be there protecting you. Of course, unfortunately, they don't understand that sometimes. The state functions.
They switch the roles.
So you find that instead of protecting you, the police, which represents the state at that level, or the RDC, or other institutions are actually hounding you out of your property, blocking you from accessing vital information. So that's the antithesis of protecting your rights to information, participation, to property, to privacy, etc. State also has a duty to fulfill. That is most clearly relevant to economic and social rights, which need a lot of facilities.
Investment.
The right to food, yes, investment. The right to food, the right to education, other economic, social rights, the right to health. For example, the right to health needs proper functioning hospitals with drugs, with motivated doctors who are competent and well paid, doctors and other health workers, nurses, midwives, and so on and so forth. We need schools that are safe to live in, to occupy, with teachers that know what they're doing, are qualified, are properly inspected, and who are well paid.
Yeah, they're not complaining and striking all the time.
Yes, yes, yes. And the schools shouldn't be far. The schools and hospitals shouldn't be far.
Yeah.
They should be accessible,
Yeah.
both in terms of distance, but also in terms of economic accessibility. There should be no monetary barriers that stop people from Kanungu or Achori from accessing schools.
Yeah. So Aaron, so with that, then we got COVID-19 coming to shock our country, shocking the whole world, and along the way, destabilizing, causing a revolution, as other people have termed it. From a human rights angle, how has COVID-19 affected human rights? Could you sort of flag off some of the rights that have been directly hit by this global pandemic?
COVID-19 came in, hit us in 2020, which was also the electoral year. And it messed up the campaigns, because now some people had excuses for stopping you from moving. You couldn't campaign, you couldn't hold a rally, so it devalued, it degenerated the level of our politics. And the people who dared actually either campaign, if they were not of the ruling party, like you saw in the primaries, and it was like opposition, like Zake, who even was just giving out food, then you know how he ended up in a vegetative state out of a military or rather policy structure. And Kakwenza, you saw Kakwenza, was hit twice last year, in April and later in September. And those are just a few names that I can roll off, but many people. So the political civil rights were heavily affected. The economic and social rights were compromised because the state, first of all, had no ability to fulfill its duty of fulfilling human rights, of promoting them, and it didn't even respect them, because people couldn't eat, many died, people couldn't, significant numbers couldn't access hospital facilities, and of course to date, people haven't gone back to school. But there is a third level of human rights, of collective rights, like environmental rights. So that was also greater compromise, because whether it is Bugoma, Semuliki, forests are going. And the tempo of deforesters increased during COVID because there was no watchful eye. Institutions like the previous NEMA officer said they couldn't do public hearings over Bugoma because of COVID. So people got many excuses for violating rights. And of course, justice was hampered, courts closed. There was little access to justice.
And lawyers were not essential workers.
Lawyers were not essential workers, neither were any other HRDs. So this whole system for facilitating human rights remedies, participation and accountability was jeopardized by COVID-19.
But you paint a picture that I could say maybe is a little bit gloomy, but I'm wondering, from what the government did, the government interventions, there's a lockdown, justifiable, airports shut down, an attempt at online education, an attempt at food distribution and cash distribution and stuff like that. What could be sort of your assessment of some of those measures that government put in place to curb the spread of the virus, and how were they able to protect rights in your view?
Yeah, they are relevant for rights, especially economic, social and cultural rights. People need food, people need protection from further spread, hence the lockdown being justified on that account. Even the airport shutdowns were very essential to stem the tide of COVID from other countries, say the Middle East or Europe, which had bigger problems. So they were good ideas. It's just that the implementation was very weak. Food was only distributed in a few areas of Kampala. Not many were reached. Money was given to a few people, and as we are now beginning to learn, mostly the wrong people. Well, if they are Ugandans, can they be wrong? That's another question. But the thing is that the ideal targets, The vulnerable people.
The most vulnerable.
In Kasese, the best minority didn't get money. And the other, even in your area, you just need to call and they will tell you, no, we are still waiting for the Nabanja money. And it's not coming. And of course, unfortunately, it is thought as a government gift. It's a government duty. Government needs to do that for it to continue being government. If it doesn't, it stops. Yeah.
I also know that from the aspect of the law, there was an attempt at e-justice. I think I saw some videos of people appearing in court through video link.
Yeah, there was an attempt, and I am happy you call them attempts because they just barely scratch the surface. The justice system, like some other systems, substantially shut down. And the video conferencing for criminal cases is very limited. They will tell you Uganda Road and maybe anti-corruption. Even then you had to book it. Those e-systems were problematic prior to the pandemic. Within the pandemic, they were completely overwhelmed. So you still have political detainees who are still in prison to this date. Yeah, whether it is Nook or someone who tried to flog Museveni's refugee, there are many people. Yeah, so it was a good idea, but it didn't work.
But it didn't work, and much of these are guarantees under the law and everything.
So those are negations to fundamental human rights. The failure of good government programs to be implemented, because for human rights to be respected, protected and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
So overall, you could say...
The performance was dismal, 10%.
Isn't that...
I'm being generous.
With 10%?
Yes. Because if you only give food to a few people in Kawempe, only in Kampala, a few sporadic
out
people.
of about 42
so
million.
That's I'm generous with the 10% score. I'm only trying to make sure that I reach home.
But at least you appreciate the initiative.
Yes, very much.
The principle.
The ideas are very good. It's a good thing to give people food. We need food because we are not working. So we need to be fed. We need money to feed, because we need data and so on to communicate, because that's more important now, because we can't physically visit people we love. We need to give them phone calls, we need to text them.
We need to work.
And hopefully you are testing people in the law, outside the,
not wrong people.
Yes.
And we need to work. The internet is very
much
instrumental.
It's the new office. The new office, people really have there's a big economy on the internet, and it enables people to work even internationally. People have been attending meetings. The good side, the flip side of COVID is that it has heightened the importance of virtual space, virtual work, of virtual jobs. Yes.
Okay, viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host, and today we're hosting Aaron Chiza from Kiza and Mugishan Advocate, a top human rights practice law firm in Uganda. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're hanging out with Aaron Chiza, a human rights lawyer in Kampala, who's done outstanding work safeguarding people's rights across this country. And today we're discussing COVID-19 and how it has affected our human rights in this country. Aaron, before we went for a break, we're talking about government interventions. You even attempted to give a score sheet. I don't know based on what parameters, perhaps the obligations that you explained at the start of the show. But we need to now sort of move forward and think about that next 5-10 years, we could be perhaps in a similar situation. What does it look for the country? How do we protect human rights? Because, I mean, these are extraordinary times, and we don't know what will hit us next. Could be a tsunami, could be another pandemic and stuff like that. But perhaps before we go into that aspect of recommendation, we could think about the lessons. So looking at COVID-19 now and how it has disrupted our lives, disrupted our rights, what do you think government of Uganda can learn? Because I remember at the start of the pandemic, they said, we've already handled Ebola before, we've handled cholera before. I don't know if there was any learning applied in the COVID response, but then we could think about, we have a chance now to prepare for the future. And what sort of would you flag? Assume tomorrow you're the Minister of Health and you're at the forefront of this conversation. What lesson do you think we can pick from our response to COVID-19, especially in the angle of protecting rights?
A major right on all.
You could first say amen to my prophecy that could be the next Minister of Health.
Yeah, glory be to God. I look forward to that moment. So a major right on all said that in times of peace, prepare for war.
Yes.
So you don't need to wait for a pandemic to wait for a pandemic. We have had a ministry for disaster that's more disastrous than pandemics. That basically does nothing to prepare us.
They distribute food during,
not even a landslide
floods.
Found them already in just one localized area. So we need to have to be foresighted to know that health systems should work all times, and when they are working and the pandemic comes, they will be stressed, but they will not be run down. You get me? We also need to know that the human rights do not frustrate service provision or COVID responses or pandemic responses. They actually augment and mobilize the entire population to respond, because the whole point of human rights is to encourage participation, to encourage accountability, so that less or no money meant for COVID is stolen. And when all money that is meant to build the country is put in education, in health, in the right places, then we are better able to fight COVID and any other related disease. We need to look at other countries which are doing well. We need to know that the military is a good, but it cannot be a substitute for professional services like doctors, lawyers, journalists, and so on and so forth. And that there are wars that the military simply can't fight. That
Are you suggesting that we put the army at the forefront of our current response? Is that your suggestion?
That's what we did. That's what we shouldn't have done. The military cannot help you to fight a virus that is fighting inside the bodies, including of soldiers. You need doctors to diagnose the problem. You need the researchers to come up with COVID-X and others. You need to, yes, another lesson is indigenous knowledge. It's very important. We shouldn't be too colonial in our thinking that we demonize as witchcraft people who come up with remedies. And here I have to thank Vesige. His remedy prescription has proved to work for many, including for myself. Yeah, people who took COVID, a good number of them, COVID-X, have good testimonies. And there's also another lady from Guru Hospital, I think, Guru University, who also developed she was working on a remedy for asthma, and now it was applied. So indigenous knowledge, that's how China gets to develop, that's how India develops, must combine with modern or imported knowledge, and they work together. Those are some of the lessons.
And you talked about at the start of the show, you mentioned a couple of principles of human rights, talked about participation at some point. And I'm wondering, if we're talking about fighting another pandemic or learning from this, how have those principles been utilized in the current response against COVID? and perhaps how would they inform our next intervention?
When people participate in decision making, even lockdown, either directly or through their parliaments or their representatives, they will easily buy in. You do not need a military barracks out of the barracks to ensure that they stay home. Now, because they have participated, they have the relevant information about the dangers of the pandemic. They know if you go out, you're finished. Then because they need life, they will keep in. But when they don't participate, they will perceive this as a political project. And you don't want to fight a pandemic through politics. You need to fight it on health information.
Science.
Yeah, on science, yes.
And then you talked about accountability in the course of our conversation. How do you think that sort of helps us respond to extraordinary times like this?
Accountability helps on two levels. One, there will be transparency on the way the ministry officials, the health guys, they do their work related to COVID. They will do it transparently. People will see them. If asked questions, they will respond. The media spotlight will enable that they answer questions, they guide people. But also those who steal our money in so doing will be brought to justice.
Or those who stumble on our rights.
Those who stamp on our rights will be also brought to justice, and they will compensate the victims and so on and so forth. So it improves the governance. Accountability, just like participation, they improve COVID response governance. The quality, they improve the quality. They make us more effective in fighting COVID because they will ensure that the drugs, oxygen cylinders, oxygen itself, medical workers, teachers reach hospitals and schools. Food, actually, if it is distributed, it gets to most homes at least, not a few homes, and people taking it up because you had big wigs actually taking food and taking it to the market rather than it going to sick mothers.
Someone
young children.
Yes, someone asked me that what informed, for example, the decision to either give cash or distribute food, and they were saying, you see, perhaps if the people had participated in that decision-making process, maybe we could be having a different story than what we're hearing these days. In our start, again, we had the conversation around equality, and I'm wondering, how do we promote equality or non-discrimination in a COVID response? Because you correctly said, some people are vulnerable, and then they are not sort of getting the attention that is commensurate to their need compared to perhaps yourself, who can survive a few months without under lockdown or whatever.
Yeah, the human rights concept of equality and non-discrimination, it helps vulnerable people to lead a dignified life. In a sense, the state as a primary duty bearer will not allow only one cluster, class, or caste of society to keep alive while others are dying of hunger. You get me? To one class to access medicine while others are not accessing medicine just because they are in far-flung areas or because they cannot afford the money to buy it.
Or they can get a travel pass to fly out of the country.
Fly out, or because they cannot fly out because, first of all, they will not have a passport. Or they will not even afford the means to go to the... It's not easy to move from Chisoro to Entebbe airport or from Kabaramaido. It takes some money. It takes even some knowledge, some education. It takes privilege. Now, human rights, especially equality and non-discrimination, ensure that even those people get the basics of life. They get the medicine, they get food, they have clothing, regardless of whether it's a pandemic or not. And it's precisely the duty of government to ensure that these social services reach these people wherever they are at all times, including in a pandemic. People should never stop eating because it's a pandemic. People should not die avoidable death. Miss school just because it's a pandemic. The duty of government is sure that people get all these amenities regardless of a pandemic. If it means providing free internet to all villages in the country, ensuring there is electricity throughout, and active distribution of food to all families, so be it.
And when we, in the course of this conversation, we had a chat around the legal framework of human rights. During Uganda's COVID response, which is still ongoing, there was a debate at a certain point around the issuance of presidential directives, and there was people saying that we're enforcing the directive, and then there was a school of thought that no, actually the power to make these laws and regulations is actually invested in one person, like the Minister of Health and things. I thought I could pick your mind there as a lawyer, because I know legality is a core aspect of human rights. It's an underlying principle. What's your thought around the interplay between presidential directives?
Yeah, the marking guide is simple.
The marking guide
was their participation of the people in the COVID responses, or it was just a president sitting with a clique of minister officials and proclaiming to all of us what we should do or should not do? Was there accountability of people who stole all these things? There is a constitution, was it respected? Because the constitution is the supreme law, and you don't declare an emergency except within the confines of the constitution.
Of the law.
Was it done? It was not done in the constitution. If it was done according to the constitution, it would have been through parliamentary resolution, and parliament would have had oversight over the situation. But even legally speaking, parliamentarians were not allowed to move.
They were not essential.
They were not essential workers. Yes. So legally speaking, there were many issues, including those overarching principles of participation of ordinary people in this process was lacking.
Of enacting
it
the
became
laws.
a one-man show, and in an election season, it is understandable, especially if you're yellow.
Yeah, but I think the provisions were generally good. For example, I know one of the regulations was like, no spitting in public. And, these are all measures meant to contain the situation. Isn't it understandable? Is it in black and white that you can't move away from certain rights, or you must stick to...
Whatever you do, the beginning must be right. Yeah, so if you use the colonial law in preference of our constitution, which you made yesterday, 95, there is a problem from there. As for spitting in public, it's unfortunate you even need a new law. Because, it's a basic ethical issue that spitting in public, you are nauseating other people, and you could cause a spread of not just COVID-19, but these other airborne diseases.
People could be losing their appetite because they are seeing you.
Yeah.
And Aaron, back to your core work, as a human rights defender. How do you see, how should actors like yourself prepare to deal with the pandemic in future as we come to the end of this show?
At a personal level, I think we need to be learn to be forced to save. We have to cut on our appetite for expenditure and what we spend on, and just be a little more frugal, and also to know that the times have changed. COVID is upon us. We don't know when it is going to come to an end, but we need to be there to see it end.
All right. What a powerful way to end the show. Viewers, you've been watching House of Talent Television. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. It's been me, your host, Jonathan Ochom, alongside our guest, Aaron Chiza from Chiza and Mugisha Advocate. Thank you so much for listening, and we look forward to the next episode. I'll be discussing yet another human right, specifically identifying various rights that have been hit by this pandemic and how we can maneuver through them. Until then, see you.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television. COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
There's a very famous case to lawyers. Many lawyers know this case, the case of Hyde versus Hyde.
Yeah.
You know, they say marriage is a one man, one woman, to the exclusion of others.
Yeah.
So that means that if you choose to go today before a priest in a church, a reverend, a pastor, whoever, whatever name they may be called,
apostle, prophet,
whatever, you know, you must understand that you can only marry one spouse at a time.
Hello, welcome to this edition of You and the Law. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. You and the Law is simply what it is, you and the law. In this show, we try to demystify the law for the ordinary person, make it simple for a teacher, for a lawyer, for a farmer, for a doctor, for a border rider, for a cleaner, everyone in our society. This program touches on every aspect of our lives that relate to the law. Is it marriage? Is it property? Is it land? Is it traffic? Anything that touches on the law will be discussed in this program. Today, we're going to have an interesting conversation that will focus on the institution of marriage. I know most of us have attended marriage functions. Some of us are married. Most of us viewers are married. But what does it mean to be married? How does the law look at marriage? So this conversation today will focus on demystifying the whole topic around marriage and how it is viewed from the eyes of the law. And to help us do this, I have a learned mind with me, and it's none other than my friend, my colleague, Emmanuel Elau. Emma, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. Hello, viewers. Thank you for having me on the show.
In House of Talent TV, we welcome our visitors with a fist bump. and
you.
we've been taught that when you fist bump, you spread the love. So you do this, then you spread the love. Yeah. So Emma, how have you been?
Well, I've been great.
Yeah, we're coming in from 42 days of a lockdown. How has it been on your end?
It's been quite difficult. You know, you wake up in the morning, you sit around the compound, you look at the time. You know, you lose sense of the calendar because you fail to understand which is a Monday and which is a Sunday.
You're even lucky that you have a compound. Some people live in one-bedroom houses and have nothing to look except their, iron sheets.
Yeah, sure.
And really, you're our first guest really on this program. And why do you think it's sort of important for people to just know about the law? Because I know you've been teaching law and practicing law for all these years. Yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you. You know, when it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know. When you jump on a border, there is law. When you're driving, we're talking about traffic, you know. If you go to a restaurant, you must ensure that you have the money because you're consuming someone's energy and investment. You know, so you must be able to pay for that. So we interact with the law at all times.
It's part of our everyday life.
Yes. So it's very much important that everyone appreciates the law and understands it at a certain level.
Okay. Yes. So today I know there are many issues, but today we sort of want to narrow our discussion around the institution of marriage.
Yes.
Because, of course, I'm sure most of us, like ourselves, are products of marriage, and probably for most of the population in Uganda are a result of marriage. So I thought I'd sort of start with the foundational issues and then just try to, seek, to pick your mind on what, marriage means, especially, from a legal, from the legal side of things.
Yes. Well, thank you. So if you look at the institution of marriage, we as a country, we are an independent state, right? So that means that we have our own laws within the country that govern different aspects of life. And that includes marriage, right? And so we have different types of marriages, which are applicable in this country. And each marriage has its own characteristics, which are, which are associated with it.
Yeah,
right?
but perhaps we could just start by the whole concept of marriage, like what it is, like sort of that, paint that picture for the person. I'm sure many people could be saying, but yeah, we know this, but I know the law sort of has its own way of looking at things,
Yes, so if you look at marriage generally, most people associate marriage with going to church, or going before a chief administrative officer or a registrar of marriages. Now, if you ask a question that what is marriage, marriage primarily is a voluntary union,
voluntary union.
One man and one woman.
Okay.
That is if you're going to church.
Yeah.
In other instances, it can be a voluntary union between one man and maybe 2, 3 or more women. Okay. So it only depends on what type of marriage you're comfortable celebrating, because that determines how many partners you can have.
So are you trying to say, when you say a man and woman, it could be just any man and woman? Are there like sort of any guidelines on who the man and who the woman should be in terms of how the relations that exist in society, that exist in any community? Is there sort of some qualification of who the man and who the woman should be?
Well, thank you. So if you look at if you look at the Constitution of Uganda, which is the supreme law of this country, right? It sets out the age within which one is able to found a family.
Okay.
And so that age is set at 18 years.
Oh.
Right? So anyone above the age of 18 years can celebrate marriage of whatever kind, right? But also importantly, it's between a man and a woman.
Okay.
That's as per the laws in Uganda, right? So if you meet that threshold, then you're good to go.
Okay. And what in terms of the people, like relations that exist within people? Because we hear that in some countries people can marry, cousins or relatives. I don't know what's the situation in Uganda.
Well, it is the same position here. If you look at our penal code,
Yeah.
it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime. You know, but of course, we know that in some parts of this country, maybe people could marry maybe close relatives.
Yeah.
But generally, the law does not permit you to marry, for example, your brother, your cousin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting. But I think even these aspects, even culturally, even without the law, I think our culture sort of have certain positions.
Yes.
On,
Yes.
you know, you can't marry from this. I know that the family where I come from, my grandfather, for example, his closer friends, you know, became part of our family. So I remember my mom has always told me that when they were growing up, they were told, those are not our blood relations, but we don't expect any of you to, you know, to think of marriage because, you know, we have, you know, sort of created that tight, you know, bond. So I think even culturally, the position has been sort of clear. So in your sort of introductory remarks, you talked about that there are different, you know, types of, you know, marriages.
Yes.
Because you said some people can marry up to 2, 3, even endless women. Others only require one. Maybe could you just run us through the different, you know, types of marriage that exist in Uganda?
Okay. Well, thank you. Like I said earlier, the most common form of marriage that people celebrate in Uganda is either church marriage, you know, or customary marriage.
Okay.
Now,
you could just take, so what's the customary marriage essentially?
So customary marriage is marriage which is celebrated according to the customs of a given place, you know, most especially of the woman. So if you're marrying a lady, say from Teso or from Buganda, you celebrate that marriage according to the cultures and the customs of the people in that particular area, right? So that is the customary marriage. And of course, the threshold is still the same. The lady and the man should be above 18 years.
So what you're suggesting, because you talked about depending on the culture, so
Yes.
you're suggesting that the people from Teso have their own ways of doing it. People from Buganda, Korea, and other parts of the country, it's based on that. They don't have like a uniform guideline.
Exactly. There's no uniform guideline, so it is about the cultures in a given place. So like you've said, in Teso, you'll find that different practices when it comes to marriage. In Buganda, it's different. If you go to Angola, it's different, right? So because the law recognizes customs, to the extent that they are not inconsistent with the constitution. So you find that the law allows people in that different cultural settings to celebrate marriages, those customary marriages, according to their customs.
Okay. You talked about the fact that, you know, there are basic standards that are cut across, even if they're in different cultures. You mentioned age as one of them.
Yes.
What could be sort of the other cultural, you know, requirements in Uganda? Because I know there are things around, you know, payment of bride price in other areas. I don't know, sort of, could you run us through salient features of, you know, of customary law in the context of marriage?
Well, yes, like I've said, so one, the persons who are intending to get married should be above 18 years, right? I've also said they should be, it has to happen between a man and a woman, because our cultures and the law do not permit homosexual kind of relationships.
Same sex.
Yes, to be legalized, right? And also there is a very important aspect of the payment of the bride price. If you're coming to marry someone from Teso, you know you must pay cows.
Yes.
You know? If you're coming to Buganda, you know there have been these jokes people tell that in Buganda you simply walk with some tomatoes, you know? Vegetables. And maybe, is it called a chisambi? This is the cow. You know?
The thigh.
The thigh of a cow. You move with that. So that's some form of bride price that you give to the family of the bride, right? Though of course in the past we have had really some contentions when it comes to payment of the bride price, you know, and these debates have been happening across the country as to whether people should actually be paying bride price because some people are saying it is discouraging people from getting married.
Well, those are, you know, conversations probably for another day.
Yes.
So that's customary. So what could be the other type of marrying?
Well, the other common type of marriage, like I said, was the church marriage. You know. Now, in church marriage, you simply, still you have a person who is above 18 years marrying one woman, right? Now, according to the definition, if you look at the legal definition of marriage, You know, us brought from the UK, who were our colonizers anyway.
Yeah.
There's a very famous case to lawyers. Many lawyers know this case, the case of Hyde versus Hyde.
Yeah.
You know, they say marriage is a one man, one woman, to the exclusion of others.
Yeah.
So that means that if you choose to go today before a priest in a church, a reverend, a pastor, whoever, whatever name they may be called,
apostle, prophet,
or prophet, whatever, you know, you must understand that you can only marry one spouse at a time.
Oh, and so that's sort of different from the customary position.
It's different.
Yeah.
With customary, for as long as you stay in that lane of customary marriage, you can marry 1, 2, 3, up to infinity. It's about your ability to pay the bride price to the different families you're marrying from, right? But when it comes to church marriage, you're only marrying one person at a time. At a time, I must emphasize, yes. So if you want to move on to the next person, you must first divorce before you...
And then you contract another person.
Yes.
But there's been this conversation around sort of the church you should go to.
Yes.
There seems to be some legal position on how churches getting sort of the necessary approvals or whatever. I don't know if you want to throw more light on that.
Well, so if you choose to celebrate marriage in any given church, you have an obligation to ensure or to do a search to establish that that church is registered for purposes of conducting that marriage. Right? Okay. Because you know, church marriages are conducted under authority of the government.
Yes.
You know, because ordinarily it's the government that should be conducting these marriages. Right? Yeah. So because the government has licensed some churches to do this, you who is intending to get married, you have to ensure that that church is licensed, because otherwise you'll be celebrating no marriage at all.
No marriage at all. I think that's a very important point, and we'll go for a break at this point. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, a program that seeks to demystify the law for you and any other person in the community. We're going for a short break and we'll be right back. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. You know, all the things are the law. You know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture. That underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, about the what are the values that define you as Ugandan? Did you discuss?
That's the easiest question I think to answer. I am a typical Lauman from Erute North, in a place called Ogur. And where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agwen. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down in the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think it's just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tonyo Toa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Toa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie, I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Completely disconnect VPN. Welcome to the CEO Bench, ladies and gentlemen from all across the world. My name is Eddie Okila, and of course the CEO Bench exists to bring you the stories of people who are on the top, doing it on the top, leading on the top, people who have been through change management, and of course are transforming lives, and they have transformed their own personal lives to reach there, as well as those who are headed to the top. What are their stories? What have they been through? What can we learn from them? Do they have some really interesting experiences to share with us? Yes, they do. And of course, on the CEO Bench this week, this morning, or this evening, or this afternoon, depending on which part of the world you are located, is the one and only the man who needs no introduction, the African youngest man on planet Earth that is doing great and amazing stuff. Been over to the creative industry, done that, is now thinking for different businesses at different levels. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my guest this morning, Bedford Buyungo, aka Professor in the Making. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Great to have you on the show this morning.
Thank you so much.
How have you been?
I'm great.
You have been overwhelmingly nominated to come back to the CEO Bench. Would you like to tell us why would these people overwhelmingly nominate you by over 30 votes to come back to the CEO Bench, yet you have been on the CEO Bench before?
I wouldn't know, but I appreciate them. They are in a better position to let you know. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Bedford, we want to just go straight to our interview this morning. And of course, I want you to just share with us a few of, the things, the journey, and of course, what you have been through and what you're still going through as a person on the top. The CEO Bench is a very interesting, place to be. Mm-hmm. We look at things from a different perspective, and I want to just give you a small background to what the CEO Bench is about. Mm-hmm. One, we focused on individual people who are leaders and in position of leadership.
Yeah.
The program, of course, is focused on discussion about leadership, change management, and transformation, both at individual level and as well as the corporation levels where you are, as well as the community where you live, mm-hmm. and the nation where you lead or where you reside. All of us are leaders in our nations, but people often think that only people who are defined by political boundaries are the ones who are leading. But all of us are leaders at our levels, and it's important that we keep reminding people that even as a border man on the streets of Kampala or in the streets of any streets of the city anywhere in Africa, you are a leader, because the things you're doing at that level is leadership. How you change your life from a border person to becoming a taxi driver, to becoming a bus driver, to becoming a pilot is what we're calling change management at that level. But also, if you're moving from being a creative person at your level to becoming a creative thinker, to becoming a strategist, to becoming a research and developer person, and for being that person that think for brands and think for businesses and create things, that's change management.
True.
When we're looking at transformation, we look at the foray of moving from this one space to the next space to the next space is key for us going forward. And that is what the CEO bench exists for. And so this morning, I want to ask you this question, which I've asked you before.
Yeah.
If I am looking for a small and fast and quick definition of who Bedford Buyungo is, what would be your definition of who you are?
First, I identify as a Pan-Africanist who has passion for research and development.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm an entrepreneur, and I think in there has many things. When you talk about Pan-Africanism, it means you're pro-Africa, you're pro-African progress. When you talk about research and development, it has an element of research, it has an element of development, developing products or brands or whatever field you're applying R&D. And when you talk about entrepreneurship, still it speaks to something. And there is reason why those three things. There is reason for Pan-Africanism, there is reason for R&D, there is reason for entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
And for me, it is that I as a Pan-Africanist, I was like, the only way we can progress Africa is probably through the element of economics. So, yes, I know other elements work hand in hand, but yes, we've tried politics, and people have played us. We've tried all other elements, even donor, funding, and we've not gotten to places we've gotten to. So I was like, why don't I get this craft, R&D craft, and be able now to birth products, of course with my marketing and brand knowledge, to birth brands from end to end and go compete in the world.
Yeah.
And I saw that as an opportunity to birth brands and compete on the global stage.
Yeah.
Like Andrew Garcia says, he said that Africa needs needs trade, not aid.
Yeah.
So when you say Africa needs trade, not aid, it means that you need to put something on the table for the people to buy. There is a lot of things that work for you to be able to sell in the States, for you to be able to sell in Asia, for you to be able. But thank God that every region of the world, God has put something unique. So the avocado that I'm going to sell from Uganda is not the same as the one that someone I'm going to compete with from Asia has. So in a nutshell, and I'm reminding people who get confused of who I am, that I'm simple, a Pan-Africanist who has a passion for research and development and entrepreneurship.
Wow. Well, you now know more about Bedford Buyungo. He's more of a professor than just a simple man you know. Of course, if all the professors were as simple as him in their making, I think would go far. And of course, the last time he was here, he said that, I am a self-proclaimed professor. And of course, you can see from there that you don't have to have a definition beyond the boundaries to understand what he has just said and to believe with him. But I would like to welcome you to the CEO bench, and I would like to encourage you today to make this program as interactive as possible. Share with us what your comments are, and even your kisses and disses. When we say kisses and disses, I mean, tell us we're doing very good. We will be able to take that feedback. And if you think we're not doing very well, tell us what you would want to see. And the CEO bench is here to make sure that you actually have that information. And now straight to our discussion, Bedford. I just want to take you through to a couple of things that people have been talking about.
Yeah.
You have been the newest CEO on the bench of your company. And by definition of a CEO is not just that you have too many. We often believe that to be at a CEO bench, you need to have many layers of system put in place or structures that put in place. And I'm saying, yes, that's true, but what about the CEO who still starts the company from scratch, gets it to a certain level, and start to cross the boundaries and moving to continents? And when you cross to the continent, you of course fully now become the CEO definition we're looking for. And you've been doing this from the Saint Africa. We've seen the brand cross the borders and become something of a development. You're working on another brand called the Voyage Africa, if I get the name very right.
African
Voyage, which is the boat building company. And the thinking is great. The motivation is great. We just want to start from there. Where do you draw your motivation to think like this from?
I partly tackled that in the first question. There's something called vision, and I think I talked about it last time we were here. Once you have a vision, then your picture is about 70% clear. The 30% I'll leave it to God. So when you have a clear picture, then the Mzungu or the white man says the end justifies the means. When I want to go to Kampala and I'm using public means, I behave differently from the man who is using public means from Kampala to Masaka. One is going far, one is going near. And by default, when you're seated in a taxi and you're going to Ntinda, the normal saying is Momasao. So you know that it's close, but because you're very clear of where you're going, your behavior follows automatically. It means I don't need to greet my neighbor, because soon it's going to be the posture even changes. When I'm, for example, at the front seat, I'm looking around, and soon I say, conductor, Masao. But the guy going to Masaka or Kigali using Masaka Road, by default, the posture is going to change. The first thing you do is, how are you, because anything can happen along the way. So the vision is very important, and my vision is deeply linked to where Africa is going. And no one has come out to tell us about where Africa is going. The 54 countries have not sat, or African Union, and probably made it clear that Africa needs to be this, Africa needs to be that by this time. It might be there, big documents, but not in one statement that Africa needs to be this. So many of us Pan-Africanists, the doers, the talkers, the many Pan-Africanists, or people who are pro-Africa, everyone has their contribution to African progress. Now mine is deeply linked to African economic, African progress. And since I come from the brand world, marketing world, I decided that I will champion the global brands that are coming from Africa. I know many people have gone before me, but mine is to contribute to African brands and see them compete globally, because I know when the African brands are competing globally, that means jobs, that means many things, and that means good life, good health, many things.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bedford, a lot of the nomination that came this time around to bring you back to the CEO bench were a number of people who started their companies from the data we're seeing at the CEO bench here, the number of people who started their companies, and just in 2019, some of them had great aspirations.
Yeah.
They had moved out from their jobs and started something else, and they were doing really great, and they had plans. The visions were clear, the missions were clear, and then the pandemic came from nowhere, and it is accounted for to have started somewhere in China, and nobody saw it making its way in January or by December 2019 and January 2020. It arrived here. Most of us were expecting it to be here a little bit much later because China is really far away from Africa.
Yeah.
But it made its way here quite faster and quicker.
Yeah.
And a lot of these companies, a lot of these individuals that started these companies, that moved from their formal employment to start these companies, are now facing a big challenge of even extinction and slipping back to employment. Some of them are really running mad. And talking about guys who started the company by employing from 10 to 15 to 20. I met one of them yesterday that says he employs 45 people from when he started, and now he's going to have to cut down everyone because the vision is not going where it's supposed to be. Pandemic has happened.
Yeah.
How do we help such fellows move forward? How have you been able to do it? Because you've been in the same space, almost around the same time is when the Saint Africa comes.
True.
And it rolls out and it's working. What would be the best advice to give from one, the background perspective of a marketer, brand developer, an advertiser, and now an entrepreneur, as well as a Pan-Africanist who is thinking from a different perspective altogether?
Yeah. Thank you so much for that question, and for the people who nominated me along those lines. It's sad what is happening and what is going on in the world, then Africa, and of course our country. It is sad, and no one saw this coming. But even in what I call such career, there is always a blessing. So I'll start by encouraging these people to accept that the foundations are shaken.
Yeah.
You did mention around 29 people had started business. I think we were online in 2020. Saint Africa started selling globally in 2020. And so the first thing is to accept. So acceptance really takes you far. It means it's going to manage your posture. It's going to influence your posture towards the issues. And I did, when you told me about this, I did write something. Probably that's the reason you call me professor. Yes, it's an interview, but I take the opportunity to teach, and I'm not a professor that has been awarded a degree. It's just a nickname. So, like I said, the first thing, and our viewers can even get pen and paper, and then we write a few things down to guide us. So I did write 11 points on how to maneuver. I don't know if we have the time to, but I'll be fast. And feel free to interject, and we'll make it interactive, enjoyable, and quite something for our viewers. So like I said, mine was to first accept that the foundations are shaken, because now that is going to help you measure, where the cracks are. But if you sail through and like nothing is happening, then you have a problem. It's like an ostrich buried their head in the sand and think the whole body is not being seen, but the whole of the body is on the other side. So point number 2 is by not making things worse, is to act. To apply action, to act. And first we say that you accept. and then now we are saying you act. Of course, businesses have different challenges, like your friend you talked about has 45 guys. He has to think about how to survive the 45 guys, how to lay off the 45 guys. He has different challenges, but it's not just 45. It's the rent, it's the many things. Yeah. So the thing is to act. Act. If you have a rent, then you need to write to the landlord. Is to act. And pick yourself up, be strong. I know where strength is going to come, because it's hard to tell someone who's lost even friends and family to be strong. But we need to be strong for each other. And part of why we're even spending this time is to help our friends be strong. Yeah. Is to help them, strengthen their resolve in them, making a way through this pandemic. Yeah. So the point number 3 that I wrote is dealing with reality, not fiction.
Wow.
You get what I mean?
Yes.
So reality, I talked about in a previous point about when you're talking about rent, for example, that's the reality. Yeah. You probably rent an office of, say, $1 million shillings, Uganda shillings, and yes, you need to deal with that reality. You need to write to your employees, to the landlord. That's the action we talked about. Yeah. But the reality is not dealing with fiction, what people are saying, what you had the other side. You analyze and then you act. Yeah.
Wow.
The other day, I think I was seen on social media walking,
yes.
But I wasn't walking for fun.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I wasn't walking for fun. I had a deal.
The business.
I had a business in town.
Yes.
And someone was paying some money for me to do something, and I was like, okay,
you can't drive?
I can't drive because I'm not amongst essential workers, and I didn't have a bicycle. So I was like, and in Entebbe, I thought about where to buy a bicycle. Probably I thought they would be more expensive. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to walk. So I prepared that night, ate fruits, did all what I thought would take me through the 42 kilometers, and I walked. So as people are enjoying my walking moment, because I shared it on social media, internally I knew that I'm going to finish something. So that way, I managed to walk and get to Kampala after 4.5 hours, and I was able to meet my client and then go through that.
So it was actually walking for you to go
to do business.
To do business.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to just hold it right there, and I want to interject from that point. Many of us, when we become CEOs, or by CEOs, I mean Chief Executive Officer. It means that there are smaller other executive people under you here that runs probably finance, human resource, administration, that runs marketing here.
Yes.
But you are now the chief, because you are now looking at things from a visionary point of view, directional point of view, and finding the pathways for us to get there and solving the problem that the team here not. So one of them is to get business and to connect business to them. Then they can do the business. That's the CEO we're looking for.
Definitely.
Yeah. So at that level, and we learned this from a business development manager called Dr. Jinfo Olo.
Yes.
Talked about it on the show here. And we learned something from there, that at that level you're focusing on strategic partnerships and direction.
Yes.
Now, many CEOs at that level can't sit on borders, don't want to walk on the road, and when they can't move, when there's no vehicle, they're always driven. But yet we saw you here with Saint Africa. I don't know whether Ugandans and many Africans actually understand or been to that website to see what Saint Africa is really putting out there. But when we see you walking from there, 42 kilometers to Kampala, and we're enjoying the walk, and you are coming to meet another CEO who is giving you business, and when I learned of the business volume that you are picking from this CEO and going, it was such a very, you know, I would say, mind-boggling situation.
Yeah.
To see how when we rise to a certain level, we can't come down.
Yeah.
What informed your decision to do that?
It's still, I was looking at the business and I'm like, of course I can't send anyone.
They are also in lockdown.
They are also in lockdown, but also I was meeting the CEO, so he needed to be at that level. So he's like, are you able to make it? And I'm like, yes, I'm able to make it. I didn't tell him how. So I started working, and for me it was what I'm winning for the rest of the company. And of course, when I win that, I win it on behalf of the rest. So it is always on behalf of the rest. I'll go the extra mile.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. We want to take a break, Bedford, and when we come back, you'll pick it up from point number 4, which is the reality. We're learning from the CEO and as well as the business proprietor, the founder, and you nominated him to come to the show. He has 11 points so far, 3 knocked down, and I think that 1, think about it, if I'm not mistaken. Number 2, you know, take action. Number 3, look at the reality. All right, we'll be right back after the break.
Fitness Junction would love to thank you for your continued support and patience during these trying times. With the ongoing pandemic, we have come up with different standards of operation that can keep you safe and keep us safe. Come have a quick tour with me.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time round. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from a rooted north in a place called Ogur. and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tonyo Toa, growing up, welcome back to the CEO Bench. This is the CEO Bench, where you get to interact with those who have done it, those who are doing it, and those who are on the top. And of course, on the program this morning, we have Bedford Buyungo back on the program, nominated with 30 votes. And the biggest number of votes was, can you bring back that gentleman to the show so that we can get a lot more from him about how do we navigate the situation in this pandemic situation that we're having right now. And I know that every CEO out there is hiring a strategist right now to play around things. The board members are meeting, the board of different corporations are meeting to say, how do we navigate the situation about the COVID-19? Welcome to the program. Back to the program, Bedford Buyungo.
Thank you so much.
I just want to take you straight to point number 3 before I interjected you were on point number 3 of the 11 points of how we can bounce back and how we can navigate situation as from the CEO perspective, but also from the strategist perspective, from the man with thinking for the brands. And I wouldn't want to mention the name of some of the brands that you are actually looking after right now, but I'll leave that to you right now. So please pick it up from there.
Yo, thank you so much for welcoming me back to the show, and thanks for the viewers and the people who nominated me. And I think we were going through these points as a way of helping each other strengthen our souls, strengthen our resolve, strengthen many things that can help us. We just, you and I, and probably everyone who works at HTV, are just adding a brick on people's businesses. True. And we're glad we have the opportunity to share. We're glad we have the opportunity to give. And in giving, we hope that we will receive. Yes. So, yeah. So the fourth point that I did write is cementing a relationship with our existing customers, or what other people call clients. Yeah. So HTV has clients. Uganda Airlines has clients. Killer Sports Fitness has clients. And of course, we know who our clients are. Saying Africa has a database of people who buy globally. Cementing a relationship is deeply rooted in something called care. In such a place, such a time as this, everyone would know, does Okila Fitness really care about me, or they care about my money, my shilling? Yes, yes. Yeah, so it is also a beautiful time to, even for brands and businesses, to spend even something small, you know, on their clients. Yeah. It could be a mask, it could be sanitizer. Like a saying goes, no one wants to know how much we know until they know how much we care. So such a time as this is one time to show care to show love. So my point was cementing a relationship with the clients. It means that are you going to have to sit down and and analyze and say, okay, I have 30 clients. You might not gift them all of them, but at least you can place a call and say, how you doing? Sorry about the loss I had, things like that, and people will remember you all their lives because you cared when everything was low. So it is important, and I use the word, it's such a beautiful time, because when everything is well, the noise is too much. But when there is a problem, when there is a catastrophe, a pandemic, people are closed in, and people are seated at home. They don't know what to do. They don't know their next step. They don't know where they're going to get the next meal. So the people are very sensitive. They are listening. Their heart is listening. Their mind is listening. Every being of their body is very active and sensitive. It can easily make them cry. It can also easily make them happy. It's something small. So that's why it is easy, and okay, I won't use that example. It might bring issues, but I think you get the point.
Yes. I want to just ask you a little bit there, Bedford. You said we need to show people that we care. The brands need to show people that care. You know, if you're a CEO and your brand is, your product is interacting with people, you need to show them that you care. Many a times, the brands are also struggling.
Yeah.
How do the customers show them that they care about the brand, that they've been supplying them with products, as well as how do the brands, care about the clients who are cutting down on their consumption because they have to make certain choices that are brought about or imposed by the pandemic that has come and say, cut my consumption of this product from here, which means the brand is going to lose. And the brand is also saying, but I'm losing. So there's how do you deal with that from a strategy point of view? You think for businesses, your business as a CEO is for thinking for other businesses. How do you deal with that complexity and the situation as such?
You're talking about budgets, I guess. Something close to budget.
Yeah, not even budget, just only, how do you touch a heart of a person who is cutting away from you? Who's not consuming your product anymore.
Okay.
Because they're saying pandemic has come. For example, if I was a very big consumer of Okila Health and Fitness, luckily for them it's difficult to cut from me because I am more important to them in this time than before, although I was not very important to many people. So that may not be a good example. But let's say, you are, MTN.
And the customers
I can't afford buying more airtime like they used to do, or get data like they used to do, because their income is cut down. So they have to begin to prioritize getting sold to airtime and stuff like that. How do you deal with that? And yet you're saying, please show them, give them some more. Should MTN give even when these guys are cutting down? How do you,
I started these 11 points with when the foundations are shaken. You need to accept that they are shaken. And I used the word foundation technically. Is that if you start business in 2019, hopefully you're still investing in the foundation of that business. Isn't it?
Yes.
It means that even if rain showers, or cats and dogs, that doesn't mean that I won't build the building because I'm at the foundation level, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the rain has come in form of the pandemic. In fact, the storm has come in form of the pandemic.
Yeah.
But that's not going to stop me from laying the next brick on my foundation. So take it this way, that you're still at the foundation level, and you're investing to have and guess what, as a business, one of your biggest or the strongest brick on the foundation is the people you serve, the people whose needs you meet. And once you have their hearts, not their minds, then go through this storm in 2-3 years, but you have business for the next 7 years plus.
Okay.
So take it like it's a foundation, and you're laying brick after brick. And yes, you might not, even talking about budgets, you might say you don't have money to give out, but you can make calls. You can write an email.
Yeah.
You can check on these people occasionally. You can even send airtime of 5,000. And that will actually touch their hearts more than their minds. I know you've, and I won't mention names, you've had people who have less money and have taken people's wives.
Yeah, of course.
What did they show?
That they care more about the other person. Bedford, what you have said makes a lot more sense. I want to tie this to leadership. Much of the first point to the fourth point that you've talked about is really about leadership. And a lot of people struggle with leadership. And this program is about leadership, change management, and transformation.
True.
On that note, I want you to drop to point number 5.
Yes.
At what point do a leader realize that they are leading?
At what point do
a leader realize that they are leading? If you're a business leader or a leader, CEO, because all that you're talking about is leadership. There must be somebody thinking about these things at that level going forward. So I want you to pick it up from point number 5 and tell us. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're asking, and I'll use a live example.
Yeah.
Being the teacher that I am, I love to use very close examples, things people can understand.
Yeah.
And I'll take you to South Africa. Do you know of heard any quote, economic quote that Mandela said?
Yes, quite a number of them.
No, economic best.
Economic best, not that one comes in mind very easily.
So there is nothing much attributed to Nelson Mandela in the area of economics.
Yeah.
But people followed him.
Yeah.
Because of his story, because of his resolve. Yes, Mandela was a lawyer, or what other people call counsels, or he was that. So, but people followed him because of how he withered through the storm for 27 years plus, because he started with the NNC just even before 1964, Livonia trial. So, saying that to answer your question is to use Mandela as example is that people followed him even if they didn't know his economic policies, isn't it?
Yeah.
So a leader will just see followers and know, and we live in a digital world. Whether you're leading poorly, whether you're leading negatively, whether you're leading positively or taking people somewhere or even nowhere, the digital world can easily tell you whether you're leading or not leading. So back in the day, we used to employ researchers to do the maths, to do the figures, to do the statistics,
business development managers,
to do the statistics, and see people's response towards using the human resource managers to gauge are people following. But guess what? Now it's all on digital. You will, whether internally or even externally, you will know whether you're leading or not, because leaders have to have followers.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
All right.
So
it's interesting. Point number 5.
Yeah. So point number 5 that I wrote is rethinking business.
Okay.
Rethinking business to stop and reflect and then make changes.
Wow.
So I'll use an example of, say, in Africa. So we are here building a website to sell our clothes globally, and we realize that yes, we've passed that hurdle of having a fully e-commerce based website. You can easily swipe, and we can easily ship to any corner of the world. But then we realize that again there is now the perception issue, whereby people do not easily trust websites that come from nowhere. None of us is a big star. The directors that we're not Kanye West, we're not Jay-Z, they don't know our addresses. So there is that thing. Even if We have an American bank that, you know, can even make the refund, because the American bank that sits between us and the customer. You pay, the money goes to the bank sends to the factory, the thing is shipped.
Yeah.
The cloth is shipped.
Yeah.
But still we have that to convince the world that we are the African Versace, we are the African H&M, and we are saying Africa, celebrating African excellence through our art and clothes. So we decided that now, you know, we're going to go to Amazon. But going to Amazon and going to Walmart means that we cut into our profit.
Yes.
If you buy directly on our website, we make more money. But when we go to Amazon, it will take a percentage. When we go to Walmart, but they have a bigger market. They are trusted. They are big brands. So that's how we maneuvered around that area. So I'm talking about rethinking how the operations. But for people in Uganda or people in Africa, is to rethink your human resource.
Wow.
Is to think your human resource. Yes, I'm brand-based marketing, but I also have passion for human resource, because it's the camel that will take you through the desert that we are going through.
Called the pandemic.
Called the pandemic. So it is important that you feed, you treat your camel well.
Well, this is your bench, and you're hearing that coming from Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, an entrepreneur, the founder, and of course the CEO of these companies, and a director in some of these companies, and also a teacher, telling us the story of how we can navigate the turbulent path of, turbulent path attacking our businesses brought about by COVID-19 pandemic. In some countries it has become endemic, and in some communities it will continue to be the basic disease that is killing people, but we don't know how to deal with it. Well, we want to hear from you. Share with us your comments, kisses and disses. If you're listening, get a pen, get a paper, and take really some good notes. This time around is not just discussing leadership at that point. No, we are discussing leadership based on directions, change management, and how you deal with it, and we will get to the transformation. Over to you, Bedford, to point number 6.
Okay, I'll talk about the time to get out and chase for business.
Yes.
It's a link to some point we talked about the action element,
Yes.
and I led by example. I had business in Kampala, and I had to walk 42 miles, 4.5 hours to get that business done. So it's time to get out. I go to the Chinese supplier that's going to supply you even after 40 days. Assume that that GB is the transport that's going to make you network. That's going to make you meet. And
is your air ticket to fly to that place?
It's your air ticket. Things are cheaper these days, but it's your perception.
Wow. Wow.
So I've started on work in Liberia trying to get Liberia to be like Rwanda, like Kigali, Monrovia to change for the better, and I'm doing it here. So when the 42 days is done, I was supposed to travel. Yes, I'll go there physically, but I would say 50% of the work will be done. So I've been traveling back and forth using emails, so it's time to get out. It's time to, because now, you know, when there's a rat race, you don't have time to think. It's time to think about getting business from Okila Fitness. You have time to read about Okila Fitness. You have time to know what Okila Fitness needs. In fact, the supermarkets, or what other people call stores, are open. You can simply, if you're, for example, a marketing guy or designer, just walk through, buy a few products and pitch to them online. People will love it. You're out of 50 businesses you've pitched to, maybe you'll get 10. And those 10 will survive you. For some time.
On that note, Bedford, if I may interject. The creative industry have been struggling for a while, and you've just mentioned something that is key to cracking that code. The designers have been home. Many of them are used to the traditional adman, life of I be in this ad agency. This is all I do is here, and they think for them, they do everything for them. But you're saying that, and then we're wondering, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda suffered over the years.
Yeah.
That yes, we're saying Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, and then when you look at our product compared to a product coming from Kenya on the shelf in a store, then you wonder, it says, but this is more appealing to the eyes than the one that has very good things but is not appealing, and there's less information. Unless you know that this brand is made by Bedford Buyungo or Eddie Okila, you will even buy because of the individual attachment to them, but not because the brand or the product of that brand stand by itself. And you're saying that they should go into the supermarket and just pick a brand and pitch to them and see. Take us through that process. Typically, normally, when you're doing these things, is this something you do as a brand developer?
Okay.
And if yes, how many of them have responded to you? Because I've had so many people saying, Ugandans don't understand branding, Ugandans don't understand product packaging. And one time I had a professor from, a Ugandan assistant professor based in Washington University, teaching design communication, a former volleyballer. I'm very certain she's going to wake up to this, program. She's one of the people who follow you quite a lot. Professor Penina Chayo said that we have stopped designing, with the human element. And it says we need to design with the human touch.
Yeah,
I agree. I found that one very interesting. But over to you. How do you, get around, navigate about the difficult path of these brands not understanding, the product owners not understanding, and yet we need them to be able to build their brand in this particular time and space?
Okay, I'll pick from where the professor says we need to design from a human element. And I think what she means, she can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we need to develop design with emotion.
Yes.
Companies don't have emotions, do they?
No.
It's the people.
They have emotions.
So customers are the people, that have emotions.
Yeah.
So when she says human element, for me quickly, that's what I think she's meaning.
Yes.
So,
in fact, she called it the human-centered design.
Thank you very much. Human-centric.
Yes.
So, consumer-centric.
Yes.
And for me, the battle there she's speaking about is the battle for the mind versus the battle for the heart.
Yes.
I'd rather go for the battle
for the heart.
Yeah, I'd rather go for your heart than your mind.
Yes.
This is what I mean, that when I'm coming from Entebbe to Kampala, probably I meet about 7-10 billboards, big ones, and I read them, but name them. And I understand what they are saying. My mind understands the English, my mind understands what they're communicating. But they're not touched my heart to really spend money. That billboard that I find, I'm like, I need to purchase this thing.
This product.
Then has touched my heart. You get what I mean?
Yes.
So
that is human-centered design.
Yeah.
And human-centered communication.
Definitely.
Wow.
Yeah. And back to the question you asked about, if I really go around the supermarkets.
Yeah, how would a person who is stuck at home, who is saying that these guys don't respond to this,
to design.
And yet you are saying if you pick about 50 of them and you go and work on their things and put it together and you send it to them, chances are you're going to end up with 5 who will pay you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So I was given an opportunity by the South African government to fix the artisans industry in South Africa. And yes, they had artisans who do things, pass on the craft to their children, but the industry wasn't growing. And we have the same scenario here, where you have, my father sold some artifacts, and then I learned how to do them. My father passes on, then even I pass that to the grandkid. We have an artisan industry that really doesn't break the roof, the ceiling. So my task was, how do we, break the ceiling? It was simple. It was education.
So basically you are touching on to what I call change management.
Definitely.
Managing that process from where they have been in that brand to where they want them to go.
Yeah. Change management means how you see things.
Yes.
differently. You're in the same spot, everyone is in a pandemic.
Yes.
You can choose to look left, look right, look north, look south.
Yeah.
Whatever you choose, but the reason we're here is to challenge and tell our friends that they should look north. Not east, not west, not south, but let them look north, where things are looking good. Let them have hope and let them educate their minds, let them re-strategize, and then use the pandemic as a springboard to the next, next business. So my challenge, why I'm sharing this, is for artisans or people in the media industry, or what you call advertising, to understand, or I'm challenging them to look at things differently. I personally, when you call me an artist, I look at you, I appreciate because of how you see me, but that's not really me.
I am more, you're more than that.
I'm a simple entrepreneur using art. You get what I mean?
Yes.
So I'm an entrepreneur, and that changes my posture. Because when I'm an artist, you know what I'm looking at in my 24 hours? I'm looking about color. I'm talking about lines. I'm talking about texture. I'm talking about, all those kind of things. But when I'm an entrepreneur, I'm looking about the consumer, I'm looking about the human resource element, I'm then looking about every aspect of the art. You get what I mean?
Yes.
So you ask me, have you ever, if I've ever gone to the, or if I go to the supermarket.
In fact, you picked it from the story of the South Africa and how you had to,
Yeah, so the supermarket or the store is not necessarily the supermarket.
Yes.
It could be. But the internet is also the supermarket.
Yes.
Look at it that way. The internet is also the store. You can walk through, you have 5,000 friends on your FB. 1,000 of them, or even 100 of them, are running a business or a small business. It could be cleaning services. So instead of sharing, you can also take that and interview those people. Oh, what do you do, And then they'll say, I'm struggling with this, and then you can meet their need as an artist or as an ad man. So you need to look beyond Uganda. Ghana, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Benin, all are close to Liberia. But Liberia gets their solutions from Uganda. But you can't say that I'm the most brilliant. But probably I was the most engaging.
That you are able to take the initiative to reach out to them, see where the gaps are, and tell them, look, I think I can provide solution to this process. And there the transformation will definitely come.
So I had to go to YouTube, see Monrovia, how it looks. Then I look at the signpost, the details, and then I'm like, they need something, a campaign to help them clean their city. When I talk to the VP on WhatsApp, she says, please come and help. Because I talked to her heart. I talked where the need is situated, is located. And then I looked at their different kind of branding, and I gave her 5 points, and she said, please come, you're even late, come and help. When someone says come and help, it's not like they are doing you a favor. They really need your services because it's about insights. You are able to. So the supermarket we are talking about is internet, but also the store. I remember I've gone to Kigali and walked through the stores, bought a few things, a few products to rebrand. I don't remember if I was successful in any, but that then built something in me that I'm supposed, or I always have to comb through and see the opportunities. So that created a foundation. And I remember I was leaving a job. I left a job. The first thing I got to was a bus to Kigali many years ago. I didn't know anyone in Kigali. So I sat and I'm like, if I'm not successful at home, I'm going to be successful in my neighbor's country. So I got to Kigali and I got a room to sleep. The next morning I walked through. I didn't get business, I remember. I designed, sent to the guys, probably I didn't get replies.
Yes.
But it created a foundation of how I do my things.
Wow. Well, it is said that exposure is very key in developing a person and leading the person to the next level in their life. This is the CEO bench, and on the bench is Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, an entrepreneur, Saint Africa, African Voyage, and there's a new product that is coming called a certain drink that is coming.
Kampala.
Okla.
Called Kampala.
Kampala is the drink that is coming. And he is touching the lives of so many people because he's been able to move across Africa, move across, continents, and be able to open his mind to see. How many countries in Africa have you been?
I've been to almost every country using virtual, but I can't give you offhand physically the ones I've been to.
Yeah.
But maybe next time.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me just go through the 11 points quickly.
Yes, and I want to take a break, and when we come back, I want Bedford to pick it up from there. But just like I pose the question to Bedford, I want to ask you who is watching the show, who is a CEO, who is big host, thinking of becoming a CEO, or thinking of building your own brand or your own product. How many countries have you been in Africa so far? It will shape the way you think and the way you do things. Share with us your experience. We'll be right back after break. This is the CEO Bench. Did you want to be in life? And
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question I think to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tonyo Toa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Toa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and in the studio is Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, a man who thinks beyond the boundaries of Uganda, as well as an entrepreneur. And he is the founder and CEO of, Saint Africa, as well as the African Voyage, which is his other company making the boat here in Uganda, as well as the man who thinks for other businesses. At the moment, he's a consultant of the government of, Liberia, and of course, as many, he's a man who speaks directly to Professor Lumumba and helping him on many other things that we know. Welcome back to the show, Bedford. I wanted to take from point number 7.
Yeah. So, our point number 7.
Yes.
Allow me to complete that.
Please go from 6, actually, yes.
Which was, this is very key to my heart. It's very important because I managed to see myself differently.
Yeah.
And then I didn't see myself as a creative director, in advertising.
Yeah.
So I would want to really extend help to the people who see, who are graphic designers, and probably see themselves at that point and they don't see anything beyond.
Yeah.
For me, it's simple. Seeing the art talent that you have as a business. You get what I mean?
Yeah, seeing the art talent you have as a business, not as just a mere design.
As a craft that you're going to meet someone's need. So, in fact, Jay-Z has a very, a line that he put in one of his songs.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not a businessman. I'm a business, man.
Yes.
So he's not a businessman. Get busy.
Business. He'll get busy all the time.
He's a business himself.
So
see yourself as a business.
Yes.
And treat yourself as a business.
Yes.
Wow. You get what I mean? If you treat yourself as a business, that graphic designer, that art director, creative director, you will slightly see things differently.
Wow.
Because you are a business. So that means that if you are a business, then you need someone to take care of that business. So a business is handled in a different way.
Yeah.
So that helped me. Of course, I moved through creative, picked up the skill of research and development, which probably was something that actually has gotten me to meet many people, because that's one of the major needs right now in Africa. People need to create from scratch and then bring these things to life and to the shelf.
Yeah.
So I'll go to the point number 7, which says be careful who you spend your time with.
Wow.
These are very simple things that we wrote, and we think, I would love to use big words, but let me use things that people will understand. And be careful of who you spend your time with. Yes, I can spend my time with anyone, but there are people who speak to me, and there are also people I speak to. There is a need as a business, this Bedford. I'm a business.
Yeah.
You get?
Not a businessman, but I'm first a business and then a man.
So a business has needs of education. A business has human resource needs. It needs many things. So when I realized that I needed a certain type of inspiration, I needed a certain type of people, I looked for them. And one of them is Professor Lumumba.
Wow.
So Professor Lumumba enhanced the Pan-Africanism in me. And he splits it. He treats me like his son. I called him this morning when we were coming here. I told him, Professor, there is A, B, and C, and he was like, okay, maneuver like this.
Yeah.
Oh, how are you, son? How's Uganda? I'm reading news, and so it
Seeing a
encourages
situation which doesn't look good, yes.
So Professor Lumumba enhances that bit, and then of course many other things I wouldn't say on the show.
Yeah.
So I looked for guys that can help me get to the next level. So I looked for Michael Jackson's vocal trainer since 1987-2011.
Wow.
Dorian Holley. So I looked for Dorian Holley, not for anything else, because there's nothing he can give me probably he didn't need anything from me.
Yeah.
But I looked for him because I had something I'm looking for, and that was the spirit of excellence. For you to have worked and trained Michael Jackson how to sing, and train his backup singers
to match the kind of singing that he was looking for.
Yeah.
It's a sound and the voice that he was looking for.
And then performed in big arenas. Basically, you're working with the best entertainer ever lived on earth. There was something special that probably people didn't see in Dorian Holley. He's not that famous. He was the lead backup vocalist, and at the same time he was a vocal trainer, and he's done everything in singing. And I was like, I'm not a singer, but I need the spirit of excellence from this man. I looked for him and I got him, and he started mentoring me. Not like we are sitting down, and by talking to him, anytime I get the opportunity, he tells me things. I ask him about, you know, how MJ, you know, all those things. And he breathes in me the spirit of excellence, because you can't work with MJ and you're not excellent.
Yeah.
So the point was, mind who you work with. I'm not saying that we won't work with the people we are better than.
Yeah.
In fact, we should work with them, and they should benefit from us. But can they get anything beneficial from the well that is empty? Means the well needs to be fed.
Yes.
With a stream of life, with a stream of water, and then others can draw from it. So it's two-way. There's people you need to learn from, and there's people who need to learn from you. Guess what? The people who want to learn from you, it's like a bee being attracted by a flower. But the people who need to, who you need to learn from, you're going to have to get out of your comfort zone and look for them. Because even them are looking
fit in their schedule.
And fit in their schedule.
Because one of the things is looking for them, and you don't fit in their schedule, so you will never work together.
Yeah, I'll give you a trick. Is to be relevant. If you're Killer Sports Fitness, offer them probably a free gig. Let them come and exercise. Because they are spending some money, they'll give you much more value than probably
and the little money they will give you at that point.
$100 per month.
Wow.
So to me, when I'm doing business, I split things into two. I have people who give me value, and then I have people who I get money from. So I don't see everything through the eyes of money. There is a value that is that's the foundation for all the money you want. You get what I mean? So it means that if I have Dorian Holley, anyone in that world is a phone call away. You get what I mean? If I have Professor Lumumba, everyone in that world is a phone call away. If I'm a friend to the Vice President of Liberia, Her Excellency Joel Taylor, and I speak to her the way I speak to Okila, it means I'm a phone call away. The thing is, I need to have something, I need a meeting. But you need that connection, and this is the time to make the connections. Because people are less busy, people are receptive, people are listening, they're looking for answers. It could be you that's providing those answers. So I'll go to the next point.
Yes.
Is to
this is point number 8.
Yes, it's linked to even some points we talked about. Is to learn something new. Someone will ask, you're talking about research and development. Someone will ask, you're talking about human resource. Where did you learn those things? I promise you, I won't lie. I didn't go to school to learn those things. Ask Elon Musk where he went and learned. You can go and ask Zuckerberg where he learned.
Yes, yeah.
And in fact, most of them will tell you they're school or dropouts. It doesn't mean that when they dropped out of school, they started eating mangoes.
Yes. I mean, Amos Wekesa said it himself. Amos Wekesa says, I dropped out of school, but how many of us are consulting from Mr. Amos Wekesa as a tourism entrepreneur right now in Uganda and in Africa? And I think that there are probably bigger, tourism companies in Uganda, bigger than Great Lake Safaris. But the first thought when you think about travel is Wekesa, because it's been in everybody's faces and has been able to, at the forefront of everything. Yes, but over to you.
Yeah. So when people drop out of school, and I'm not saying people should drop out of school, it doesn't mean go and eat mangoes, relax. It means, in fact, dropping out of school puts even a bigger burden for you to learn, because you've comfortably or even negatively put yourself out of the measuring yard. You get what I mean? Because a degree, a degree measures you. It says you've studied 19 years from kindergarten to university. We award you the degree in such and such. It means you're graded. There's certain expectation of a degree holder, master holder, even a PhD. I'm just appealing to our viewers to humbly, even if you have a degree, learn something new and get out of the grading system. When you get out of the grading system, it means that you're going on a highway that probably you don't even know where it's leading, but it's going to be much faster.
And there are going to be a lot more accidents on the way, because the highway is very attractive to speed. And sometimes some people step on that pedal and say, yo, come on, man, let's kick these things. And they enjoy. And along the way, they forget that the highway always have the sharp corners. And in some areas where they say slow down, their humps ahead, and then they forget and they hit the humps and the car flies off. They lose, part of the car. Or if it's on a border motorcycle, you will fall down, you break a leg, you get up. I mean, those are the things they're talking about.
I'm talking about those. But when you go to the highway and you maneuver sharp corner, you'll be the master of the sharp corners if you survive. So while you're seated at home, Google human resource, strategies, and as an artist, as an accountant, and then when the 42 days is done, put up a presentation to your CEO and tell them, I can be your CEO, your accountant, but I can also be the assistant human resource. And these are the strategies that will take us through. There's human resource, there's many things that different companies need. You study because you work there and you learn. No one is going to come and give you that degree. But I promise you that when you present and it works, that degree is going to come in form of cash. You'll never lack that. It might not come soon, but when it comes, it will surely come. This is the time. You can, there's people who want to travel, say they just can't fit in this system here in Uganda. I give them the advice, get some little money and study a course from that very country you want to go to. Probably when you apply for their visas and you've studied there, even virtually, you'll be one of the guys to be considered. It's always that you need to look forward and then start moving, towards that direction. So my ninth point is invest in your business. There's many ways you invest in your business. People are going to say we don't have money, we spent all the savings. But I see people online. I've hardly seen anyone say because of the pandemic they are not online.
And they are not eating also.
You get what I mean? So how they're eating, even their businesses need to eat. Investing in business is something, it's a homework I give to our viewers. How do I invest in my business? You invest in, of course, the physical, then the virtual, things you can't see. Invest in your staff, by Googling and sending them things. Get some time and invest. I stress human resource because that's the camel we talked about that will take us through the desert. Invest in those people. Actually, they are the business.
Wow. Bedford, I want to just interject there a little bit. A lot of time, just on the point number 9, a lot of time we looked into more about numbers.
Yes.
And I have been on a journey where people keep saying, numbers, we want to see big numbers, we want to see big numbers. I mean, how are you going to compete with these guys? How are you going to compete with these guys? You're supposed to compete with these guys. And the question of numbers have always been such a big problem. Yet, when I look deep down from my studies, I realize that every single thing that we have talked about on this show today is predicated on the fact that somebody was thinking.
Yeah.
And they thought about the process.
Yes.
And they looked through the corners of their thinking processes and said, I think this is going to work. And they never looked at it from a one-dimensional point of view.
Yes.
But probably looked at it from a three-dimensional point of view.
Yes.
And I draw my wisdom and understanding and thinking from this part when this story is talking about a man who was trying to go to another city, and he said, I must go through Samaria. And the people, he had about 12 men around him, and this guy says, you must be really crazy, man. You can't go through Samaria. We don't even mix with those people. We don't even, we don't touch there. That's not a no-go area. We don't mix with those fellows.
Yeah.
Just the attitude of these people, he kept quiet, he didn't say a word.
Yeah.
But they set course to the journey where they were going.
Yeah.
And he said, must go through Samaria, which means they were going to a different destination altogether. And unfortunately, that destination is given to us.
Yes.
But what I learned from him is that when he said so, it is accounted for that he reached a certain place where he was thirsty.
Yes.
And he stopped and says, I'm hungry, I need some water. And then he sent all the 12 men to go and buy meat. So I kept asking myself, so send all the 12 men to go and buy meat. And then they came back and found a different story altogether. Bedford, I want to just put this to you. He had 12 men, but one man reached the entire city and took control of everything that we're looking for.
Yes.
And the question is, does the numbers really matter at the beginning? Should we look at the numbers at the beginning? Because one of the people who nominated you for the program said when he started the company in 2019, he had a good number of customers.
Yes.
But in 2020, when the pandemic came, by the time he was coming out of the lockdown, out of the 12, clients that had signed in, 6 of them were very good paying customers according to him. 3 of them cut off and he remained with 2, and eventually at some point he remained with 1. And now he has only 1.
Yes.
And he doesn't know how to grow the numbers back, and he's very afraid that the numbers have gone, so the revenue has gone down. And I keep saying, everywhere he goes, they tell him, but your company has only 1 customer. What if this customer terminates you? Is it not the end of you? So they look at his portfolio and say, we need your portfolio. At least we should see like the 10 companies you've worked for, 20 companies you've worked for. So the question of numbers have always remained a very serious thing. I want to go back to you and ask you, how do we navigate the path of numbers? Must everything start with numbers, or it can start with you? I mean, based on the story of the man I told you, the story is different. When the guys came back with food, they found when he said, I have need to eat that you know not of. And I got confused. He said, but you were hungry, sent for food. Then now you don't want to eat. What's the problem?
Yes.
But he had such a big number. He said that when he spoke to a certain woman, the entire city came to him.
Yes.
But he started with 1 woman.
Yes.
And yet he had 12 men who didn't understand.
Yes.
The question of numbers for business people are usually such a big problem. Even on this show, some people will say, but you don't have numbers. The numbers are not showing very big. But when I go into the background, the numbers are so huge.
Yes.
There's an algorithm somewhere that gives me the numbers of people from all over the world. I know who is watching you now. I know which country, which geographical location, what they're using. Are they using the mobile phone or they're using the computers?
Yes.
And I noticed that 68% of the people who actually follow the CEO bench is on their mobile phone.
Okay, that's great.
And 80% of them are women.
Wow, amazing.
And they spend 80%, in fact 63% are women, and they spend 80% total time watching the program.
Yes, yes, yes.
But yet, when you look at it from here, the number looks very small. How do you justify that? And how do you tell a person who is being told of the numbers now not making sense?
No, numbers is very important. As a strategist, as a marketer, research and development, everything I do that through numbers. I always have my big calculator on my desk.
Yeah.
And that is what makes me different from probably other people.
Yeah.
And I took my learning when I was under, when I decided to learn from Mr. Simpson Birungi, the chairman of Movit.
Yeah.
That guy is a genius. We should invite him here. He's a guy who knows numbers. Not your very hard numbers, how to multiply, how to divide, how to add.
Yes.
You can't say you're trying to market and you don't know how the turnover is going to be like.
Yeah.
You don't know how to project. So numbers are very important. It's probably the reason we are in business.
Yeah.
Because the more numbers I have, the more consumers I have, the more me as a Pan-Africanist, if I have, I can make sure we sell, say, 10 tons per week of Ugandan coffee abroad. It means more jobs. It means everything.
Yes.
It's numbers.
But can you start, when you are starting from scratch based on the story of my man there, I mean, everybody seems to be saying I need numbers now, but you can't have numbers at the beginning, such huge numbers at the
Definitely.
first go. Yeah.
Numbers, I'm speaking it from a vision point.
Okay.
You need to have a picture of what you want,
Yes.
and then you get there.
Yes.
I'll use an analogy. I love using analogies because it helps people understand better.
Yes.
If I want to be a pilot,
Yeah.
what business am I doing in Qatar with bike sellers? What business do I have to do with them? It means probably I need to hang around Uganda Airlines, I need to sit with pilots. You meet them.
Yeah.
And then they'll enhance your thinking, they'll tell you things you didn't know, and probably you'll gauge and say, I'd be a pilot or I'm not, I'm not a pilot. This is not my thing, according to the explanation. The knowledge is there free. People give it to you free of charge. When I started working as a consultant at the airline, I started seeing pilots the same way I see you. Not the same way I used to see them. I used to see, because they fly things in the sky, they must be angels. They're human beings like you and me. And then when you ask them, they'll tell you, you know, it needs 100,000 to fly Boeing to and fro. And then you calculate, okay, if I want to buy a private jet, does it fit in? You get what I mean? So numbers from a point of vision.
Yeah.
And then you start working towards it. Numbers guide me a lot when I'm doing strategies. Because they show you, they measure, they help you measure that you're not doing well. I'll throw some numbers at you, and I know it's going to cause you to think. Monaco has 37,000 people.
Yeah. This is the city of Monaco. Monaco has the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
37 people.
Yeah.
37,000 people.
Yeah.
These people have a GDP per capita of 186,000 USD. You get that?
Yeah.
Per capita of
186,000.
Yeah. So when I calculated in Uganda shillings, how much money the average guy gets per month in Monaco, it's 56,000. No, million.
Oh, $56 million.
No,
56,
Uganda
shillings.
shillings.
56 million Uganda shillings. Okay.
That's earning for a top CEO in Uganda. The other side, it is what is the basic, what every human being in Monaco earns. They are only 37,000. So it's a game of numbers. numbers from the point of human resource, if 37 million can have 37,000 people can have an economy that gets the basic guy to get 56 million Uganda shillings, then on the side of people who think that you need a bigger human resource to create that, it has proved you wrong already, because fewer people have a bigger economy. So you come back to Uganda, where you have 45, let's say, million people, whose GDP per capita is 860,000. No, 860 USD. So when you put it in Uganda shillings, the average guy in Uganda gets like 120,000 per month. And you know that's the money you pay your maids. Or people, many people, that's the money they pay. So the guys who calculate GDP are not just talking, you know, GDP per capita are not just talking things from the air. They really sit down and calculate, and it makes sense for me. So I'm like, that's when I studied Monaco, it gave me courage that I don't need 100,000 people to make Africa better. You need just a few thousands to look in the right direction, very inspired, very knowledgeable, to get the continent forward. That's numbers.
Wow.
You get what I mean?
Yes.
But also I kind of was like, for example, the other day President Museveni gave an example of Walmart having a bigger economy than that of East Africa. When I know you've been to Nairobi. Nairobi is a big city, big economy, almost the third on the continent. Very thriving. But when you mirror it against the Walmart economy, it's cartoon.
It's not even there. It doesn't suffice. It's not closed.
Because East Africa has about 7 countries, isn't it? 6 to 7 countries.
6 now.
6.
So it's Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and South Sudan that is coming. Yes. 6.
6.
Yes.
6 economies can do better than just one store, one supermarket.
Yes.
So that's numbers. It helps you put things in perspective. Makes you know that you're not doing well. Because that's the measure. And then you'll start moving forward. So it's not numbers that I need numbers today, because for you to be relevant to the numbers is to have something to provide to the numbers. And I encourage all businessmen, all artists, all marketers to always think about numbers. So Walmart, for example, their turnover is 559 billion USD. The turnover of East Africa, or GDP, is 193 billion
dollars.
6 countries against
one supermarket.
So against one supermarket in some part of the world. So Walmart employs about 1.5 million people in every store. You can imagine the population of East Africa. So you have 1.5 million people against 80 million people, or plus, against 120 million plus. So 1.5 million people are able to do bigger things than 120 million people. Numbers help you to put things in perspective, and then you start moving forward.
Bedford, thank you so much. I want you to go to point number 10 as we close up. Our time is fast spent, but I want to say thank you very much. Mugamba Robert said great conversation, and I think he's enjoying the conversation and the numbers. Thank you very much, Mugamba Robert, as well as my friends from Rwanda, Burundi. Thank you very much. They said when enjoying the interview. I've seen comments coming from guys who follow you in Nairobi saying thank you very much for having the gentleman on the show. How old is he? They are asking how old are you to have these great insights about the stuff that we're talking about here. The CEO Bench is about leadership, change management, and transformation. And all we've been talking about here, from the votes that came in, the 30 votes that came in, we wanted Bedford Buyungo to come back to the program and give some nuggets of truth about how we can help our struggling businesses. This is from the private entrepreneurs corner. And of course, I think that he's been able to give that, coming from the background of a brand developer, product developer, marketer, an advertiser, and an entrepreneur, and a Pan-Africanist, thinking at a different level altogether. Bedford, if you'll pick it up from point number 10 as we close.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm enjoying the viewers' comments as well.
Yes.
I'm 43 years in August.
Wow.
So I was born in 1978.
Yeah.
And yes, I know I probably look old. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, in a different part of the world, my age, you're very old.
Yeah.
You know, being there, done that.
Yeah.
In this part of the world,
Very young. You're just starting.
We're just starting.
In fact, we make money when we are 40 plus. They said we start to become serious at 45.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't live a very healthy life to see us enjoy that, because at 40 we are dying. I mean, how many of our colleagues have died at 40?
Yeah.
Because they are not living a very healthy life,
yeah,
and a fit life to be able to enjoy the start of this process of the journey.
Yes.
And so one of the things that I'm trying to do in many of my thinking right now is to turn my skills and my training of health and fitness,
yes,
to be able to make other people become successful.
Yes.
And I believe that if I make them become successful,
yes,
in being healthy and fit,
yes,
I will make money off all my life. The
Great.
reason
Right.
being, if they are successful, they will always not forget the water that, you know, the hand that was feeding them.
Definitely.
I mean, if I train 1,000 people, give information to 1,000 people, I'm hoping that maybe about 500 will come back. The other 500 will throw me off
No,
balance.
the 500 will come.
Yeah, but there's a 500 people who are going to come. So yes, you're right when you say the age. And until we need to pick up from the health and fitness point of view as, you know, CEOs and entrepreneurs at your level you've reached, to be able to think serious. Guys, health and fitness is key. And I think that COVID-19 is helping us settle the boat, the balances, you know, checking us there and right and left and center, that you are home. By the time you're coming back from the 42 days, you probably put on so much weight, you know, the anxiety has kicked in. You cannot think very well for your business because you are unfit and unhealthy at the same time. And that means that your productivity, like Bedford said, in the other part of the world, 43, they are retiring. You know, in this part of the world, 43, we are starting and yet we are dying. So we have not started, we are not even not there.
Yeah.
Unless we're able to work our way stronger and more fitter. But over to you, Bedford. Sorry, I had to interject with that point, because you touched something quite very important in this discussion.
No, that's very important.
Yeah.
There is something I call the fast tracking of the African mind.
Yes.
And that's what we need.
Yeah.
In the area of health, in the area we need to fast track our thinking.
Yes.
And if you were miseducated for 19 years, you need to unload the 19 years fast. And then retape.
Yes.
If it was, you know, like the video
Yes.
recording, and retape new knowledge.
Yes.
And then get on the faster lane we talked about,
Yes.
and then run.
Yes.
If it's a race, 100 meters dash, and you're against Usain Bolt and all that,
Yes, yes.
just know that
Tyson
Usain Bolt,
Gay, yes.
Tyson Gay,
Yes.
they are at the 50-meter mark,
Yes.
and you're on the 0 mark. Appreciate it that way. That's how we started.
Yeah.
That you need to appreciate that you are locked down for 42 days, but the other world is moving, and they are much more better than you. They have system, they have addresses, which mean everything. They have social security, they have everything, and you are at the 0 mark trying to
catch up with them.
So my 10th point is find someone to mentor you. My 11th point, I guess, find someone to mentor you. I touched about it a little bit, but let me stress it out that we need to find someone.
That is actually point number 10.
Yeah.
We wrapped up 10 and 11, yes. You said you
Yeah.
put 11 point, yes.
Yeah. We need, you need to find someone to mentor you in the area of health.
Yeah.
If that's the need you have. You in the area of business. Like I have a few mentors and I treat them like fathers. I told you the guy who taught me how to calculate, how to use the calculator was someone who even has no degree. but I appreciated his touch. I mirrored him against people who have degrees and economists, and I'm like, I'm going with this guy who employs 3,000 people, pays them every 2 weeks on time.
Yes, and runs the company that supplies East Africa, and now I think it's Africa.
He's in 9 countries.
Yes.
I'm like, this guy, he has to be my mentor in the area of finance, in the area of numbers.
Yeah.
So occasionally I check on him. Even yesterday I sent him, MZ, I hope you're well. And he said, yes, I'm good. How about you? I said, I'm good. So in the area of spirituality, I have my mentor. In the area of excellence, I have the Michael Jackson guy. You know, he's 64. Dorian Hall is 64. Yes. He's retired. Yes. He's still doing, you know what I mean?
Yes.
But I'm making use of him.
Yeah.
And guess what? If Michael Jackson paid him, he's giving me free knowledge.
Wow.
I have Professor Lumumba, because that is the direction I'm taking. As a Pan-Africanist, I need a Pan-Africanist who can easily introduce me to people. I need a Pan-Africanist who tells me, I think you're going on the wrong trajectory. I think this is it. We need Pan-Africanists who not just talkers but doers. So that's what Professor Lumumba tells me. So occasionally, I think for you to hire Professor Lumumba to speak, you'd have to pay 6,000 USDs. He gives me that knowledge for free. You get what I mean? Of course, a mentor will have to appreciate your hunger and then start, you know,
feed the hunger.
But these are people who've done things, and I'm saying they are not leaving me behind. I'm going with them. Let me go under Kameme, but I'll reach. Eventually, I'll be able also to mentor others.
Wow. Let's go to point number 11 as we close the show.
Of course, point number 11 is learning from experience. We had the first pandemic, and if we didn't learn anything, the second pandemic is clearly telling us that the world is on reset. If you think that you're going to open up a shop, a cloth shop, and sell the way you used to sell before COVID, then it's like you're waiting for the ship at the airport.
Wow.
Things have changed.
Wow.
Things are very virtual. If you think that your human resource staff is going to be able to work the way they used to work, then you're wrong, because these people, while at home, they've been introduced to many other things. Some of them are learning new skills. So if you view them the way you used to view them before, it's like waiting or winking at a woman in the dark.
Wow.
You better stand and appreciate that things have changed. Take stock.
Wow.
Sit down with a paper and pen and say human resource. Plot it and say things have changed. Interview your staff. You know, ask them what they want to be in 5 years. I promise you they'll tell you different things. They've learned things. Some of them know what is working and what is not working. So I want to thank you for the opportunity of hosting me here. For the viewers who you know, who've been watching us, the people who nominated me, and I want to tell them that or give them encouragement. I shouldn't give. They should still have hope that things are going to be better, and they should look north. And of course, if they are spiritual, God will come to our rescue. And but God has to find us doing something. They need to learn. They need to have their visions clearly written, because that will help the posture they're going to take. And also to remind them that we as research and development fellows are constantly coming up with ideas of how to make things better. For example, we are going to have the cheapest mortgage in the world. And you and I are going to work on that. We'll have the cheapest mortgage in the world. Housing is going to be
something that has never been discussed before, something that has never been thought about before.
Definitely.
Something that people have never even thought about in their wildest imagination.
Yeah, housing is going to be a human right.
Yeah.
We're going to make it here in Uganda. You and I and our team,
Yes.
we're going to make it happen. It's not going to be that for you to own a house, you've succeeded. That would be the foundation,
Yeah.
and not the limit.
Wow.
To your success.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Well, Bedford, thank you so much for coming to the CEO Bench today. I would like to say we are really extremely humbled to have you back on the show today. And I think that those who have nominated you have not gotten anything short than their expectations were at the beginning, and that informed their decision to nominate you to come back to the show. And to everyone out there, thank you very much for being part of the show. I would like to say thank you, and we're looking forward to having you anytime we have the vote. The CEO Bench is purely about the vote. You see the person, you don't understand them, but you hear about them and you want them to come. We created this platform so that they can come and share their ideas. 1.5 hours of them sharing their ideas, sharing their thoughts, and of course their experiences in the area of leadership, change management, and transformation. Until then, we want to say thank you and keep it the CEO Bench. Like Bedford Buyunga said, we're working on something. Again, don't wink on that woman in the dark. As the pandemic comes, that's a learning for today. As you come out of 42 days, please put the light, put the glasses, and see the beauty of that human being called the business that God had placed before you. And like you said, you have to make sure that you don't wait for God to find you when you are seated. Rather, God should find you when you're walking. Until then, keep it the CEO Bench. Bedford Buyungo, Eddie Okila, signing out.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep.
Bonjour, je suis très heureux de vous retrouver sur ce plateau de House of Talent TV pour cette nouvelle émission de Partage ton français. Chers amis, le français est partagé sur les 5 continents. Il y a une idée géniale qui a été soufflée à nos oreilles, bien sûr, par le président de la République de France, M. Emmanuel Macron, lors de son discours à l'Institut de France le 20 mars 2018. Il parlait de donner l'espace, de donner la chance à tout le monde de pouvoir apprendre la diversité de la langue française. Voilà pourquoi nous, ici en Ouganda, avec l'appui de l'ambassadeur de France en Ouganda, M. Juramani Anambusu, nous sommes en train de promouvoir la langue de Molière, la langue de Césaire, Aimé Césaire, la langue française. Et voilà pourquoi, encore une fois de plus, nous avons créé les plateformes de partage ton français. Ça veut dire quoi? Le français que tu as appris à l'école, à l'université, même à l'Alliance française, ne garde ça pas seulement pour toi-même. Partage avec ta famille, avec ton entourage. Tous ensemble, aujourd'hui à venir, nous allons parler le français. Merci, je ne suis pas seul, je suis avec mon invitée d'aujourd'hui. Elle est ici pour partager le français avec nous. Elle s'appelle José. Et je pense qu'elle a une bouche, elle peut parler d'elle-même. Bonjour José.
Bonjour Patrick.
Comment ça va?
Ça va bien, merci, toi?
Ça va très bien, merci. Comment va la santé?
Je vais bien.
Très bien José, je vois ton français. You are improving French.
Oui, oui. J'aime beaucoup la langue française.
Yes.
Parce que c'est la langue internationale.
Merci. Et c'est la langue des opportunités.
Oui, oui, oui.
José, est-ce que tu peux te présenter en français? Can you present yourself in French?
Oui.
Properly in French.
Oui.
And you're going to go deeper in English.
Okay. Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Joséphine. Je suis styliste avec José Menzo du Cristo. Je suis ougandaise et j'habite à Kampala. J'aime beaucoup la langue française parce que c'est la langue des opportunités.
Oui.
Je suis contente d'être ici. Merci.
Merci José. Tu es contente d'être ici.
Oui.
Tu sais, nous sommes où? à la chaîne YouTube House of Talent TV. Merci beaucoup. José, je vais demander, comment êtes-vous tombée amoureuse de la langue française? How did you fall in love in French language?
J'aime beaucoup la langue française parce que c'est la langue des opportunités et c'est la langue internationale.
So when did you start to learn French?
That was in 2019 when I was given the opportunity from the French embassy in Uganda. Actually, that is through the French government because the French embassy in Uganda is here because of the French government. So I was given a scholarship from the French government through the French embassy in Uganda, and I was taken to France in Paris to study French. My first French class was in Paris, and then when I came back to Uganda, I was given another opportunity at Alliance Française.
Okay.
Oui.
Tell me, who was your first teacher? Your first teacher who taught you French?
My first teacher for French was Blaise.
Blaise. At Alliance Française?
Oui, at Alliance Française.
Okay, okay.
Oui.
Can you tell us, est-ce que tu peux nous dire, qu'est-ce que la francophonie? What is a francophonie for you, according to you?
A francophone, to me, are people who speak French, the different countries that speak French, and also the French culture, and then the way of living. To me, that is francophone, all over the world.
Merci beaucoup. Dans le monde de ton travail, quelle est la valeur ou la nécessité du français? I mean, in your world, in your industry world, what the value or the necessity of French?
La langue française, c'est la langue des opportunités. C'est la langue des opportunités. Oui, oui.
Go deeper in English.
French is an international language. It's a language of opportunities.
Yes.
In the different countries all over the world where there are French speakers or Francophone countries, for you to do business, you must know the language.
Exactly.
So for me to do business in Congo, I must know the language. To do business in France, to do business in Senegal, all those countries are French-speaking countries. So for me to be able to do business as an international designer, creative designer, I must first of all know the language. And also, being an international language, it helps you to network with different people and socialize. Because if you know the language, you're able to communicate, because it's a language of communication all over. And then also, there is a lot of intermarriages. So you can't say, I'm a Ugandan, I'm going to only get married to a Ugandan. If I get married to a Frenchman, if I get married to a Congolese, I should be able to learn the language for easier communication. So it's very important everywhere you go, because it's not only English that is important for communication.
In the same idea, I saw some picture. I saw you with the ambassadors. Tell us, first of all, it was Stephanie. I saw her with Chitendi. By the way, even me, guys, you can see the way I'm smart is because of who? Jose House of Creation. So I know people, if you want to be smart like me, please come and be designed by Jose. So tell us about those pictures. I saw you with the ambassadors. Can you explain one by one?
Okay. I've designed, as a creative designer at Jose House of Creations, I've been able to be privileged to design different ambassadors. I've designed Ambassador Stéphane Rivoire before she left Uganda. She was the ambassador of France to Uganda. I've designed her with different outfits. I've designed the current French ambassador in Uganda, Ambassador Jiu Amana Nombozu. I've designed his outfit even for his family. I've designed Ambassador Deborah Malak of American Embassy in Uganda before she left Uganda. I've designed her. I've designed Ambassador Anna Radotiramet, the ambassador of Iceland Embassy in Uganda. She left. She's now in Paris. That's where she's stationed for a mission. But when she was still in Uganda, I designed her. I've designed Ambassador Susan Eki, the ambassador of Norwegian Embassy in Uganda. So I've designed different ambassadors and expatriates and diplomats because of our creativity and the way we embrace the Africanity. Because as an African designer, I don't want to be lost anywhere designing what other designers do. I want to embrace who I am. That's why I have a fashion show coming up called Back to My Roots, which means I have to embrace being an African designer, a Ugandan designer, and for people to know me for who I am. So that's why on 3rd September, which is next week, on Saturday, 3rd September, we'll be having a fashion show with French music, because it is supported by Alliance Francaise Kampala, and then the French Embassy in Uganda and Total Energies. So I want us to embrace being who we are, and then own it and appreciate the fact that we are Africans. I'm not going to be Louis Vuitton, so I have to tell people to be to appreciate who I am and who they are as Africans.
Merci, José. I saw also one picture, you with the Bobby one.
Yes. So in the video of Charenga, His Excellency Bobby Wine, I designed, as Joseph Creations, we designed all the outfits that he wore, even the cast that he had in that video. That was a very big breakthrough for me as a creative designer, because I mean, he's a big star in Uganda. So designing him in that video really added some more volume, and you know, it spoke a lot more about my creativity. And that's when people started recognizing my talent, yes.
Merci José. Est-ce que tu peux nous donner les noms des 2 ou 3 couturiers, les grands couturiers de France? 2 or 3 names of big designer fashion people in France.
Yves Saint Laurent.
Yves Saint Laurent. Yes.
Stéphane Bianca.
Exactly.
Pierre Cardin.
Pierre Cardin.
Oui.
Merci beaucoup. Quelles sont les couleurs préférées des Ougandais? What the color? Because the French people, they like black and blue. So, black and blue, I can say noir et bleu, parce que nous sommes en train de partager le français. So, which color, favorite color, Ugandans like, you as a designer? En français, s'il vous plaît.
Let me first say in English, then you help me in French.
Okay.
Uganda, and our flag has black.
Yes.
How does it black in French?
Black, c'est noir.
C'est noir.
Oui.
Et red.
Rouge.
Rouge.
Ok. Merci beaucoup.
C'est l'Alliance française. La maison des profs, des Français. C'est l'Alliance française. Une fille m'a posé une question. Pourquoi prendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio?
Merci beaucoup. Josephine, what inspired you to join the fashion industry? And when did you start Jose House of Creation business? Tell us.
What inspired me to join the fashion industry is my passion for fashion. So I love fashion so much. So before I was in media hosting a fashion program, but I wanted to do more than just being a TV presenter, but be able to do hands-on and more hands-on. So that's when that's what inspired me. And then I joined the fashion industry practically in 2017 when I quit my TV job, and I decided to settle into entrepreneurship as a fashion designer.
I can see.
Yes.
How have you been able to establish yourself as a successful creation designer?
First of all, my creativity in the fashion industry, it's more than what other people do. Yeah. Most people are just fashion designers. But I say I am a creative designer because I do more than just clothes, if you check through the different kind of works that we do. So that's what makes me different, and that with that I've been able to establish myself and be able to design different people. Also networking. So I do a lot of networking with different people when I go to events, and that sells me and my products, and the uniqueness and the passion I put in what I do gives it that unique touch that people find my work quite different from what other people do.
The way you are talking, I can see you love your work.
Yes, I do love it a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, because you can inspire many people also to love what they're doing. When and how was your turning point?
My turning point came when I got that scholarship from the French Embassy that saw me fly from Uganda. It was my first time in Europe. Okay. So going to France, staying there for that time, and everything was paid for by the French government. Mm-hmm. Like, imagine everything being paid for and you're not spending a single penny. That was my turning point. Wow. And also being able to get the entrepreneurship seed funding from the American Embassy in Uganda. That is another government, American government, okay, to finance my business. That was another big turning point in my life. So I treasure that a lot in my life.
Thank you so much. You are mostly in the French networks. Yeah. Take us through that journey, especially that day is going to next month. What you say about connection between fashion and the French language?
My network with the French community comes in through mostly the French embassy in Uganda, because I'm a beneficiary of the French government through the French embassy in Uganda. Mm-hmm. So that has opened many opportunities for me, and the ambassador has been promoting Ambassador Joe Amana Nombozo. I say merci beaucoup pour the opportunity. He has supported me so much through the embassy and personally, because I designed the ambassador. Even right now, he's in Paris. He traveled last week. But he left me with an order of almost 10 outfits that I'm designing for him. So that means a lot for me. And also through the French embassy, that whenever there is something, he makes sure they reach out to me to design a number of things that they want. Like during the time of COVID, I designed the branded masks for the embassy, and that is an opportunity that was so big for me in business. And also the fact that we have a fashion show that is coming up. Mm. My passion for French and the French language has made me be able to get exposed to different opportunities. That's why we have a fashion show coming up on 3rd September at Alliance Francaise Kampala, which is themed back to my roots. Mm-hmm. So I want to embrace myself as a fashion designer who is an African, and also it goes ahead and says fashion meets French songs. So it's fashion, which is me as a Ugandan and an African designer, but then there is a French part whereby people are going to learn a bit more about French, not just coming for an ordinary fashion show. So I'm fusing the two together because of the love I have and the gratefulness I have for the French government for having promoted me, giving me the platform to be the designer I am today. Everyone is seeing Jose up here, but it's this government that has pushed me and promoted me and given me the opportunity. And also I want to say thank you to House of Talent TV. Yes. For the opportunity for hosting me.
Thank you to Eddie.
To Eddie, okay,
Eddie,
yeah.
the professeur de français.
Yes.
He's going to become a professor of French.
The
professor.
CEO bench. Thank you so much for this opportunity, because this means a lot to me. The platform you're giving me, there is an audience that follows Eddie Okilia and the CEO bench, that he's giving me this opportunity for you to be able to know more about Jose and Jose House of Creations. It means a lot to me. I cannot take that for granted. And also to Patrick.
Merci à toi. Last word.
Yes.
Give us a message, because many people are from. I want you to face the camera. Yeah. Tell those ladies are thinking for them to succeed. They just want to get married. They just want some people to connect them, to push them, to send them mobile money or Western Union. Yeah. Can you give them a message about what's coming from your heart? Yeah. Motivate them.
In life, to be a successful person, you have to first of all discover who you are, work hard, and even when you face challenges, keep going, don't give up. Everything good comes with challenges, and you have to be passionate about what you're doing. And there is a saying which says, if you're doing what you don't love, then you're wasting your time. Discover who you are, what do you love, give it your best shot, and you'll be successful. And also to everyone, I want to encourage every single Ugandan, every single person that is watching me, please go and learn French. It is an international language. Yes. It is a language of opportunities. And just like I am today, I've been able to get these opportunities because I have an international language, which is French. And a special thank you to House of Talent TV, Edo Kilia. Thank you so much. I salute you for this opportunity.
Merci les amis, nous sommes à la fin de notre émission. Nous disons un grand merci à l'Alliance Française de Kampala avec notre directeur Patrice Jules, et merci à notre ambassadeur Jules Amana Nyambusu, et aussi merci à Eddie, le professeur de français. He's the one who blessed us with this wonderful place for us to share French. Me and my guests, we are going to say together, Partage ton français. Guys, send us your number. We are going to put you on our platform, WhatsApp. You are going to interact with people. You are going to practice your French. We are here to promote French in Uganda. Vive la francophonie en Uganda. Ciao.
Apprends les Français. Venez, apprends les Français. Venez, à l'Alliance française.
It is a CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and welcome to House of Talent Television. This particular episode of the show brings you a man who has been in the hospitality business for a very long time. He's got a couple of nominations from all across Kampala and Uganda and many other places in East Africa, and says we want to see that guy. The first time I interacted with him was as trying to open the gyms in Kampala when the pandemic came and showed us a move. And he was one of those CEOs who were hands-on and, participating in every aspect of opening the gym. And I thought it was a great stuff to have a CEO participate hands-on. But today on the show, we bring you the story of the man who has been in the hospitality business for a very long time. The man who is the general manager of Sheraton Kampala. He is also the regional general manager for Constellation Management, Hotel Management, and of course the LLC as the organization in East Africa. JP, welcome to the show. We hope we've gotten your whole, CV and profile correct.
Yes, it is.
Welcome to House of Talent Television. Welcome to the CEO Bench. And first of all, how have you been?
Very good. First of all, thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah.
It's good to be out of my operations and spending some time here with you and with your work public.
Yes.
Talking a little bit about my experience and mostly about, I think, leadership and the challenges we are facing, especially in this very difficult period.
Yeah.
So thank you for hosting me here.
You're welcome. We want to start from a very light note of getting to know you. A lot of times we see people like you in spaces that you are at the moment, and we think that you just got there just like that. We don't know that it takes a bit of time to get there and a lot of processes to get there. But first, we want to know from a nutshell, who is, Jean-Philippe Bittencourt in a nutshell. Who is this man? And if we're looking to know you more, what would you say about yourself in a nutshell?
First, my name can be adapted easily. I was born in Brazil and I grew up in Brazil. I spent 27 years of my life there.
Yeah.
So my name in Brazil is João Felipe.
João Felipe, yes.
My French side is from my mother, and most of my career being abroad, so Jean-Philippe became my name. But lately it's more JP, because it's easier for everyone.
Yes.
Or John Philip.
Yes.
I'm very fine with that. But JP is nice, it's very
cool,
casual,
short,
cool,
yeah.
yes. Yeah. So as I was saying, I was born in Brazil, in Rio.
Yeah. Oh.
Which is, we call it the wonderful city.
Yes.
And I really had a very beautiful and pleasant childhood and youth there. With my parents and my siblings. I have a brother and a sister.
Yeah.
And having two nationalities, at the same time we were brought with two cultures, and the desire, I would say the willingness to go abroad and living other experiences grew up with me and my brother and sister is the same.
Yeah.
And so I actually, in terms of career, the first target or the first choice for me was to become a diplomat.
Wow.
And when I finished my high school studies, I went to university and I started preparing for an important contest to apply for the diplomat school. So I did almost 3 years of economic science, which is very broad and give you a very good knowledge, general culture on how the economy has grown up. And at the same time that I was studying, I felt like I want to travel, I want to do things. So my parents, they could give us a very good life, but at the same time, they give us a lot of responsibility and they say, you want to enjoy, you have to work. So I started working, doing some jobs, and I had the opportunity to work in a hotel. And that was one very beautiful hotel in Rio called Le Méridien, which by coincidence, it's one of the brands today that belongs to Marriott.
Wow.
It's under Marriott umbrella.
Wow.
So Le Méridien at the time was a company, a hotel company belonging to Air France, the French national carrier. And they had this beautiful hotel in Copacabana Beach, 500 rooms, many food and beverage outlets, nightclub. It was really the top place. So I did there first a kind of internship. I had the occasion to meet with the general manager through some acquaintances, and I would say that he was kind of my mentor somehow for my start, because he allowed me to do all this experience a little bit of different areas in hotel. And I really liked it so much. At the end, they liked me too. They offered me to stay, and I decided to stay. So
that's just like that. The dream of becoming a diplomat died.
Yeah, but you know, that's why I say to everyone, and I have so many friends that are in the diplomacy. I always say being a hotel manager and being a diplomat it's very similar. There is a lot of points. We deal with sometimes very sensitive subjects. We deal with very important people, VIPs, heads of state, showbiz, famous actors, singers, MDs. I mean, it's a kind of similar. But anyways, I embraced hospitality and I developed my early career in this hotel. But I felt that I needed to have a little bit more of background, so I decided to go back to studies. And then I applied for a program in France, an MBA in hotel administration. So that happened I'm going to go back in the past, in 1989. So you see, I'm not that young. In 1989. So in 1989, I left Brazil. I left my family there, and I did this 2-year program. And so this program was in France, in the surrounding areas of Paris. And it was really fantastic because apart from the program by itself, we had different nationalities. My colleagues were from different parts of the world, different experience, and that was really, in terms of exposure, exchanges, very, very rich. And when I graduated, it was the moment where in Paris they were opening the Disneyland. It's about 40 minutes by subway from Paris. It was the first Disneyland in Europe, and so that was a fantastic experience because we opened, if I'm not wrong, on the 6th of April 1992, the theme park and 6 hotels that were managed by Disney, 6,000 rooms. So I worked in the pre-opening, and then we did the opening. It was very tough times, I would say. There was a period I could not even go back home, and I'm living what my associates there at the Sheraton are going through now because of the COVID. Some of them sleep in the hotel, live in the hotel. That was my experience at the Disney time. But it was short. For 1 month. we were just rolling. I was in the room I was sleeping in a certain time. Yeah. Another colleague in the evening. We were rotating, but that experience of opening that destination was really fantastic. Yeah. Further down, I had the opportunity to move to a big French company called Accor Hotels. Yes. That have different brands. And I worked downtown Paris. Then that was my first, let's say, luxury experience in a very renowned and traditional hotel in the heart of Paris. And that's I worked there for about 6 years, and that's where I met my wife. Yes. And we first we dated, of course, then we got married. Yes. And my wife, she was also from hotel background, and she did a very nice school in Swiss, Lausanne. Yeah. And so we decided that we wanted to go somewhere else. Yes. Because again, we choose this career not to stay anchored in a place, but to move. Yeah. So we had the opportunity, and that one was to go back to South America, not to Brazil, but to Argentina. Yeah. Oh. And that was my first position as general manager. Yeah. That was in 1998. Yeah. And it was the opening a hotel. Okay. It was a Crown Plaza Holiday Inn in a city called Cordoba. Yeah. Cordoba will be like Jinja here, the second city, or Parara. I don't know which one is the the second.
It might be more of like Jinja back then, but probably be Barara today or be Gulu today. Yes.
Yes. So that was we went there and we did the opening, and it was again a great experience because we found a construction site and everything to be prepared. Yeah. And openings for people working in industry is really a very good experience. Yeah. You go through all sort of things, and you're starting things from scratch. Yeah. You have
it's a big clean slate for you to bring your ideas and to explore your ideas. Yes.
Then I had the chance to join back the French group called Accor in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, not in Rio. Sao Paulo is the economical capital of Brazil, is the largest city, and is a very vibrant city. Yes. And it was Sofitel São Paulo, so I went there again as a general manager, and that was also very exciting experience. It was a moment where like here in Kampala, that we are seeing so many new hotels opening. Yeah. That period there was a period that many of those big brands were developing projects, many hotels opening, so very competitive market. And from there, then it was a big jump, and I had really, with the same company, one of my former bosses, he got a position in the Middle East, in Dubai, as a director of operations, and he invited me to do the opening of a Sofitel in Dubai. Yeah. And at that time, this was in 2005, 2006, that's what all the world started hearing about Dubai, the Burj Al Arab, all these constructions going on, the city of the future. Yeah. And for me, it was like changing completely my world. Like I went there for a first visit and for interviews. Yeah. And wow, I was really fascinated to see all these projects going on. It was still Dubai was a construction site, nothing to do with what we see now. Yes, yes. All these big towers, the Burj Al Arab, the Burj Khalifa. The Burj Khalifa, yes, yes. Everything was under construction, the big malls. So I moved there, and the hotel I opened, the first one was called Sofitel the Palace, was just in front of where the Burj Khalifa, the tallest tower in the world, is. Yes. So again, opening a hotel in the Emirates, it's really something, because again, you work with people from all different parts of the world. You recruit people from different countries, different destinations. And so I lived in the Emirates about 10 years, and in 3 different projects. And all of them were openings, or there was the last hotel I worked was a fully refurbishment and a rebranding. Yes. So the first was in Dubai, the second was in Abu Dhabi, and the last one I was back to Dubai.
Wow.
And in the meantime, there was a period between two openings. I left the company again, and this was in 2009, and I joined one of those big Dubai projects that was called Dubai Land and Resorts, which basically were 6 or 7 theme parks with hotels. So I was recruited as a project manager for the hotel side. And my hotel was going to be the Shrek. Wow. You know the Shrek?
Yes.
So that was very exciting, and that brought me back somehow to the times I worked with Disney.
Yes.
And Disney, you know, it's really a fantastic company to work in terms of exigence, standards, how we deal with guests, how we take care of guests. And so Dubai Land was a big dream, but unfortunately the crisis of 2008 came.
Yes.
And with the crisis, everything was put on hold. So I went back for Accor Group to open Sofitel in Abu Dhabi. And after Sofitel in Abu Dhabi was the Pullman Dera City Center. And then it was about 20 years with Accor. We divorced, let's say. We split apart. Things have changed in the company. These are things also that leaders must know.
Which is what we're going to talk about at some point.
There is a moment that you join. There are moments that things goes well, and there are moments that things might not be at your level of expectations. Things change. So you need to know the moment when to step out and look for something else. And that's something else that came shortly after was this beautiful adventure I'm living to work in Eastern Africa.
Wow. And that's the foray into the Eastern Africa as well.
Eastern Africa, and also working for Sheraton, because I really I'm very glad that opportunity came. Working for such a famous and traditional in the hospitality brand is 8 years of existence, present all over the world. And so I started by a very tiny country in Africa called Djibouti.
I know Djibouti.
Yes, so I went there, and it was moving from Dubai there was a big
change of environment,
cultural and environmental
shock and everything.
But I think I have a great power of adaptation. And that's very important in not only in hospitality. I think for everyone, we need to be ready for things are changing so fast, and things are so unstable that we need to be prepared.
Wow.
So that was a big change. It was, I was coming from that environment where in Dubai everything is possible. You just click your fingers and you get things done. You have resources. I went to a total different reality. But I would say that I joined back a certain reality of life, and this is one of the things that for me are important, is the humanity we carry with us. And working there was apart from the change of environment, working there was really tough. The Djiboutians are very difficult people. I compare very often them with Ugandans. Ugandans are sweet, very easygoing people. In Djibouti, you really have to fight a lot to be accepted, and that they get the trust working with you. And anyway, the hotel had a very difficult history. I replaced a GM that was almost kicked out of the country, so the climate in the hotel was really very bad.
Wow.
And I think that's one of the achievements there, that I managed to gain their trust and to put things back on
track.
On track.
Yes.
And so I really enjoyed. And actually the Sheraton Djibouti and Sheraton Kampala and Sheraton in Addis Ababa belongs to the same owner. And we are franchise hotels. So I work with Sheraton, but I work for the owning company. And the owning company entity that manages this hotel is called Constellation Hospitality Group. So I came first time to Kampala for a meeting. I think it was budget presentations or board meeting. I don't recall. That was maybe in 2015 or 14.
Yeah.
14 maybe.
Yeah.
And immediately I love the country. The moment I step into the airport, Entebbe, and you know, Entebbe is a magic word.
Yes,
you
yes,
know all the stories about
yes.
Entebbe. You know, when I was young, in Brazil, we used to see Idi Amin on TV and all things. And for me, Ugandan was, as for a lot of people, was about Idi Amin at the time. But when I joined the company, I started hearing about Uganda, all the beautiful things in Uganda. So I immediately was attracted to come, and that there was that occasion, and people were very, very welcoming, and I took advantage of the few days I was here. I went to visit Jinja, the source of the Nile. And I had in mind, like, oh, one day if there is an opportunity, if they propose me, I would like to go to Kampala. And that happened maybe 1 or 2 years after. I don't remember exactly. But when my predecessor left, that was in end of 2015. So I was offered the position, and so I came.
Wow!
And I've been. I was supposed to stay 2 years, then again 2 years, and then I think the chemistry is good, and then of course the COVID crisis came, and these are times that for the owners I think it was very important to have someone that they really trust, and that could face the challenges that we've been facing for almost 1.5 years or almost 2 years.
Almost going to 2 years now.
And also the trust of the brand, because since Sheraton was taken over by Marriott, Marriott is a really fantastic group that gives a lot of support, and they don't make difference between the hotels they manage directly and the hotels who are franchised. It means that we have much more access to information, to training. We have people that regularly check on you. We have a lot of most of the things are done online through webinars and online sessions. The counterpart is that Marriott also put the bar higher, and we have really to make sure that we achieve certain targets. Mostly is the targets related to guest satisfaction. We have to make sure that whoever stays in the hotel rated us
highly.
That's very important.
Based on the experience of staying in the hotel.
So so that's where I am here. I'm happy to be in Kampala, in Uganda, and I hope that I'll stay longer. I think that it's
a good thing.
No, it's a good thing.
JP, this is a really good story and a good journey coming from there. I've enjoyed your journey from growing up in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil to France, and then to Abu Dhabi, and the changes in between there that has happened. A lot of times we don't understand some of these as self-leadership. And from what we're seeing here is a lot of self-leadership, picking up yourself from there and giving yourself meaning and beginning to move forward. I want us to take a break, and when we come back, we want to dive straight into your understanding of leadership. What is leadership to you? What is, leadership? What type of leadership do you use? Are you a leader? If yes, what type of a leader are you? And, from this space where you are apparently enjoying, and you've definitely lived your life the way you wanted it to be. It may have not been in a diplomacy as sitting in the embassy, riding in an embassy car, but you're still living with these people on this side of serving them in a hotel and hospitality business. Thank you very much for joining us on the CEO bench. We're talking to the CEO, to the general manager of Sheraton Kampala, but also the regional manager for the East Africa Constellation in East Africa and East Africa operation. And of course, his name is Jean-Philippe. Of course, Bentecourt, we want to know how those names comes together. All right? Take a small break. The CEO bench will be right back after this. How did you, as a child, if you visibly remember, what did you want to be in life?
Well, if I go back, I think I looked at two things as a child. I thought about, I looked up to the skies and I'd see the stars and, see the airplanes flying over. And as I was there, with my dad, looking after the cows, or with my grandma going fishing, or with my grandpa farming, I'd look up and go, wow, what are those things up there? And then someone told me, that's a space station. I go, okay, interesting. And what else is up there? Well, those are stars, and those are airplanes. I thought, well, it would be great, to figure out how those things work. Yeah. And so I guess that was one interesting, passion of mine as a little kid, figuring out how aerospace vehicles work. And I guess that wasn't, something which excited me a lot.
Wow. You said the two things. So how did you end up there? You were fishing with your grandmother, you mentioned, and farming with your father, and grazing with your grandfather. Why were you not able to pick one of these from these, three different distinct people, and then you ended up in the things that are up in the sky with all this interest? What was the motivation like? Was somebody an aerospace engineer? Was somebody thinking about the things up, or it just came to you?
It's, back then, we didn't have Wi-Fi. We didn't have mobile phones. We didn't even have phones, or television. We just had nature, and that was great, And we had stories around the campfire, around the hearth every evening. We'd sit down and talk to each other. We lived quite close to national parks, so every now and again a lion would hop over and grab a cow and go and have supper as well. So we shared with the lion. So it was being at one with nature. But what was important in all that was, allowing one's mind to imagine, allowing one's mind to run, to fly, to really go as far as one's mind could possibly go. And if I think of looking at things from the space going down, I could still look down and figure out what's going on, on the fishing side. I could look at what's going on the farming side. I could look at what's going on the grazing side, because when you're up there, you can see everything. But it also helps you appreciate how special the earth is. So that's I'm most grateful for that natural environment that any kid in a rural village in Uganda or any other part of Africa right now has, that where you see every star, and I believe there is something special about that.
Welcome back from that break. This is CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and of course you're tuned into the House of Talent Television live on Facebook, on YouTube, and as well on our website, www.houseoftalentuganda or www.houseoftalentug.com, and you'll definitely be at home. We are talking to Jean-Philippe Bentecourt, who is the General Manager of Sheraton Kampala, as well as the Regional Manager for Constellation Management Group of Hotels in East Africa. Jean, welcome back to the show. I want to take you straight to a very interesting part. I have enjoyed the journey of knowing who you are and, the journey of getting into that hotel. I wanted to dig deep a little bit about leadership. And I want to take from this point of view, the transformational leadership approach and leadership abilities often defines the personal level of effectiveness. And we looked at this from a point of how do they manage change? How do they manage people? How do they lead self? How do they lead the people they're working with? How do they manage the brand that they work for? So we want to know from you, your leadership journey. But first, we want to start from what is leadership to you, JP?
So for me, the leadership, I would say there are different components, but the most important is the art of knowing people.
Yeah.
How you know your clients, how you know your associates, your colleagues, and all the different stakeholders that are part of the business. How you know your bosses, your investors, how you know the key people that bring you business, the key relationship you must have in the market in order to make sure that thing goes smooth.
Yeah.
So I think this requires an openness of mindset.
Yes.
And I would say that for me, the fact again that I have two cultures, I live in different places, it helps a lot.
Okay.
You find similarities, of course. If I see how Ugandans are and how Brazilians are, they are not totally alike, but there are a lot of similarities.
Yes, yes.
If I see how a French person is, or a German, or an American, they are very different.
Yes.
And difficult people. I know by the French side because I have my French family. I worked in France. I worked with French companies.
Yes.
So I learned how to deal
with
this.
Yes.
And so it's and now especially this past years working for Sheraton Group, it's more like Anglo-Saxon approach of hospitality.
Yes.
So this also, so all these dimensions are very important. So it's knowing people, knowing the culture, the different generations you deal with. It's a very important.
Yeah.
It became more and more because the gap between generations have changed.
Yeah.
I would say, or I mean, people that analyze the market trends, how things go. Before, a generation gap will be 10 years.
Yes, yeah.
Now it's shorter.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know, maybe it's 5 years. I don't have it in mind, but it's something
it's about
close
3
to
to
that.
5 years, 10 years, yeah.
And but this is a beauty also how to deal with the young generations.
Yeah.
Because they are so different from you in many aspects, and they are the ones who are going to lead the world tomorrow.
Yes.
So you cannot ignore that they have their way of thinking, their way of working. They are all into the digital world. They are faster than you. They know how to use those things much. They have that power of capturing.
Yes.
In my life, I started using computer. I was already working in that that hotel in Meridian.
Yes.
When I joined Meridian Hotel,
Is when
we worked manually.
Yes.
We were counting reservations, counting room nights to make forecast. Then the not the digital but the computerized system came
in. Yes.
So that's where I started using computers.
Wow.
When I did my MBA, I had the first Macintosh,
Yes.
which was the initial one. You know that Apple one.
The Apple one.
Yeah.
Yes, which was this huge.
That box and very small screen.
Yes.
And when you know now,
With the concave screen. Yes.
when you explain those things to the young, so you see things have changed a lot.
Yeah.
So fast, and so you have to catch up with that.
Yeah.
So it's part about. It's also a question. The other key component of leadership is about the change.
Yes.
You have to change. If you stay in the past, if you stay behind, you are done.
Yeah.
So I think this is also one very important component.
Wow.
And knowing people is understanding them.
Yeah.
It's you have to try to put yourself on people's shoes. That's a very important concept.
Yes.
And sometimes I deal with situations that can be related to a guest, an account, or an associate of mine.
Yeah.
I need to try to understand why that person is behaving like that.
Yeah.
What is behind his attitude or the way he's performing.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say that, I cannot say we are I am not perfect on that, but at least I take that very much into consideration on my daily work, how to try to understand people.
Wow. JP, you mentioned something very important when you were talking. You talked about change and managing change as a leader. As a leader, at what point do you realize that you are now a leader when growing up? That you realize I'm now a leader and I need to start understanding people more? Because you said you spend a lot more time understanding people as part of your day than, you know, dealing with people. Because if you understand them well, then you'll be able to deal with them the best way possible. So at what point did you realize that you were becoming a leader, when you can talk about self-leadership? And what is self-leadership for you?
I would say that I always took things in a very responsible way. And when you take responsibility, automatically you start taking some kind of leadership on projects that you do. And I would say from my first job in that hotel in Rio, I start taking responsibilities, and I also like to train people. And I think training, developing people was always something that I like to do until today. I would say that one of my best rewards is when I see someone from the ground, young and without too much experience, then we can see that person growing and developing his skills and moving to his career, and showing him a vision, a possibility of him becoming also a great leader. So I think these are the components that I wouldn't say that I know I am a leader. I think that came naturally somehow, and there was appreciation from my bosses that also say, this guy is doing well with job, we need him in that position. Because leader also is about, you need to fit in a certain position, you need to take that responsibility and deliver what is assigned to you. There is also important components about integrity, and this is how people trust you, what you're doing. And for me, it was always very important that people trust on me. And sometimes, unfortunately, I didn't have such good bosses. You know that movie, there is a movie called Horrible Boss.
Horrible Boss, yes.
I think we all go sometimes through that. I hope I'm not a horrible boss. I mean, you cannot please everyone, but I know that I had some horrible bosses that really put me down, undermined me, but I always manage rebounding and finding in the bottom of myself my strength to say, I'm not so bad, I'm sure I'm doing good things. But then communication is also one of the key factors in leadership. How you communicate, how you make sure people understand your vision, where you want to go through. And this is a challenge I have every day, but it's a human challenge. And then also because there are gaps in terms of background, of culture. Like for me, English is not my first language, so sometimes I might use, I don't know,
different
a certain way of speaking that people might not understand exactly what I mean. So communication barriers can be one of the factors that disturbs a lot in your daily leadership. But it's always good to find a moment and talk with people and see, is there a problem? Is that something that I did wrong? Is that something that I could be clear? And this is a challenge that I see between my people from my team, with the people who are there executing the job. Sometimes the message as a leader takes some time to get to that level. So I try to have a direct relationship with everyone. I don't like creating too much barriers. I am the super boss. My office, nobody
comes in.
I mean, if I am available, please come to talk to me. And I try a lot to be on the floor, on the ground, walking around, talking with people. I don't like to be perceived as a difficult person to reach, because I don't have any pretension to be. So my people, they know, but sometimes they are still shy. there is something about the Ugandan culture, which is this respect of the authority of the elder, that I try to break a little bit, because I say, I'm a human as you, I went through your age, I went through a lot of things, went through, so feel free to share.
Yeah, whatever you have, yes.
And so this is again the communication, those different levels. It's something that we have to be much more easy nowadays, you know, in order to make things happen, in order to make sure that people federate to a project, a strategy. You cannot have too much, because things goes too fast. We cannot complicate things.
I want to talk to you, JP, very slightly about that part. Leadership in hotel management. The hotel management in the African continent, not most of them have gotten some of these key elements that you're talking about. I have been to quite a number of countries in Africa. I'm privileged to come from a very humble background, and God has been good to me too. There are 54 countries in Africa, and I am happy that I have been to at least 34 of them in many of these cities. My father was not able to achieve that. My mother was not able to achieve that. But sports took me there, and some of them, the leadership, you know, training took me there. So I interact with so many of these people in some of these places, and I realize that when you go to Europe and you come back to Africa, you see a completely different mindset altogether. Let's talk about leadership at the hotel management. Having arrived in East Africa, like you said, when you went to the first place in Djibouti, it was a complete different turnaround altogether. You know, going to Dubai, which was just a construction site before, or a construction city before it became a real city of itself, and then coming from Europe. What has been the leadership journey in the hotel management, and how would you advise a person who is watching the show here, who is a guy in Karamoja with a very small, tiny hotel or a big hotel, is not at your level, and it's going to take a lot of time to get to your level, but they're looking forward to try and learn a thing or two from you on the show today?
I think one of the key elements is to know the future is here. It's not
the
in
past.
Europe.
Yes.
I myself, if tomorrow they offer me to work back in Europe, I don't want it. I mean, it's challenging. There is a lot of constraints in Africa, or even in my continent, South America. It's still a lot to be done. There is a lot of possibility, less rules, less barriers. I know how things are in Europe. You cannot do whatever you want. So for young people here, you need to trust in your continent. You need to trust in I know sometimes it's difficult, and I talk about this with my guys, because sometimes they feel discouraged because of what we're living now. I say, guys, this is I wouldn't say it's a temporary thing, but we are going to learn how to live with the COVID and the vaccines and all that is going through. Life will not, I don't think life will be back to what it was in the past, but it's going to change, and we will adapt. And so they have to still keep hoping, investing in training, in learning. I think this is very important.
Training and learning.
Yes. If there is an opportunity to do it, please embrace it. I'm proud to say that in our company, being part of Marriott, there is really a fantastic system that allow people to learn, to take trainings, online trainings. Most of them are online trainings. I have a very good department of HR with the learning and development side. My director of HR, she's a very qualified person, and she was trained by Marriott, and she's a Ugandan, and I always use her as a reference. My Aisha there, she went abroad. She probably had very difficult times in UK. She worked there. She came back with her background. I don't remember exactly the whole thing, but she ended up in Marriott. She did the opening of the JW Marriott in Dubai.
Wow.
Those two towers. It's the tallest hotel in the world, by the way. And she always tell and share the stories with our associates about how exigent was. Then she had the opportunity to do the opening here in Kigali, where we have a Marriott. And then she wanted to come back home, so there was an opportunity,
Yes,
and I'm very glad that we recruited her. So I think she is a very good example. She comes from a very humble background. She is a woman. She has 4 kids now. She has to manage the family life. She has a farm. So it's a beautiful example. And there are other people in my team, but I have my director of sales and marketing, Jackie, who started in Sheraton Kampala as a trainee after her, she did journalism. And today she is the director of sales and marketing because she had passion, because having passion is very important, the passion for what you do. She developed her career, she had opportunity, she had difficult moments, yes, everyone has, but she's there. She had a beautiful family with 3 kids, and she's going through, for sales and marketing, this period is so difficult because there were times they were saying to me, I have no one to call, nobody's in the offices, I have no place to visit before our home. But
this is during the lockdown?
During the lockdown. So we drive all her potential to the digital. So we developed so many nice things in trying to do business digitally, especially in the food and beverage area, and with all the trends we have now, digital conferences and working remotely, and in the F&B, the takeaways, the deliveries. So that was where we are. But just about, there are people that succeed. But you need to have determination, you have to have passion, you have not to give up. And find someone that can mentor you and guide you. I think that's very important because there is that moment always when people feel down, that is someone that can give you a boost. And, and I would say that I'm talking about my Ugandan rep, but in every part of Africa, I think it's the same. The possibilities are there. It's a beautiful continent, a lot of things to being built. The tourism to develop with all the attractions and the cultural experience. We can talk about the business side too. The cities are developing, the business is developing. People from other places are interested in investing here. One very important sector is the what we call MICE, meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions. It's maybe a little bit now difficult because of the limited number of people, but it will come back. And this is a prominent sector for our industry, and so people must believe, and if they have the chance to work or to study elsewhere, even if it's in very close nearby, in Nairobi or in Rwanda, or a lot of young people now also focus a lot in the Middle East because yes, it's a very nice platform. Sometimes when I see someone comes to me, boss, I'm leaving, I got an opportunity in Dubai. I ask, is it a good one? Is it a reliable one? Go for it. Even if sometimes leaving there, it's tough. I know that one of the first motivations is about money, but it's very important. And you see so many young kids that went to Dubai, worked, and bring a lot of good experience and come back in entrepreneurial positions, starts a business. So I think that it's hard, it's tough, it requires a lot of, again, strength, but it's feasible.
Wow. JP, we're going to take a break, but when we come back, we want you to dig deeper into change management. How do I change from one place to the next place? You've had numerous changes. Some people are stuck in one place. You find a person who's been a general manager in this hotel for over 20 years, 15 years, not moving. But you said you have been moving from the day one when you ended up into the hotel business. You've been moving and you've worked in different places. The experience, of course, speak volume from where you are. And we want you to share that on change management and how can we change, particularly from the hotel side of business. And we want to, close the show in that part with, the impact of COVID-19 on, businesses across the world, but particularly hotel businesses were shut down. How are you managing it? As a general manager, how is it working for you? Are you bouncing back? What are you putting in place to make sure that people keep coming back to, have their life in the hotel and still be able to do whatever we used to do before? We'll do that after the break. And of course, you're joining me on this discussion with the general manager of Sheraton Kampala, but also the regional manager for Constellation Group of Hotel Management, LLC. It's a group, in East Africa, and, same gentleman managing it, doing it. How is he doing it? Can you learn a thing or two from him? The CEO Bench will be right back after this break.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? Change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SIL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.siluganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back from the break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest this particular show, or on this particular show, is the general manager of Sheraton Kampala. Sheraton Kampala, back in the days, was known as the Apollo Hotel, owned by, the government of Uganda back in the days. And later on, management changed hands when privatization came in. And JP is the man at the helm of leadership at Sheraton Kampala, but also managing other, hotels across East Africa as the general manager for Constellation Hotel Management, LLC. JP, welcome back to the show. We will maintain the JP for, for everyone. Yes. But the real name is actually Jean-Philippe Bittencourt, and let's talk about the name first of all. The name sounds nice. I love your name, Bittencourt. What does it mean? In Africa, we have names and the meanings behind the names given.
Yeah, there is a Bittencourt is an old name. It's my father's name. My father was Brazilian, 100%.
Yes.
But Bittencourt has a French origin.
Yeah.
And it's a name from the north of France. at the time of what they call the Middle Age.
Yes.
And they say that there was one of those small kingdoms at that time. There were many.
Yes.
And the king had a bastard son.
Yeah.
And so this bastard son, they used to call him Bête en cour.
Yeah, Bête en cour.
Yeah, cour means court.
Yes.
And bête means that it's a bit not very depreciative way of calling it.
Yeah.
It's a bastard son.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It was like the bastard in court.
Yeah.
So Bittencourt becomes the name. And this name, at the time of the big discoveries, somehow came through the Canarian Islands, which are in the middle of Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
So you find Bittencourt people, Spanish.
Yeah.
And then they came to South America. So you find people with the same name in Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, Colombia. It's spread.
Yeah,
all
at some
over.
point I thought it was, it was a Spanish name, and then to note that you have a French origin, so it's confusing.
Yeah.
So that's.
But my
the
French side, I don't have the family name of my mother. It's my father.
So what would be your surname? Is it Jean Philippe? Which one is the surname? Like Eddie Okila? Which one is yours?
No, my Okila is Bittencourt. Yes.
Ah, okay.
Jean Philippe is my Christian name, is my baptism name.
Okay.
Like people,
All right. So welcome back to that. So it's good to know that there is that human side normally, and to understand the culture from there. It's a very important part of life, because you're in the hospitality business. But welcome back to the program. We want to talk about change management in hotel management. Hotel and hospitality have seen a lot of things change. So many people, the coming of the Airbnb came a little bit disrupted the real hotel business, sort of the traditional business running. You see COVID coming in there immediately and knocking everything off and putting everybody off track 1.5 years down the road. And you said COVID came in just when you're about to finish your 2 years, or the next year. You're supposed to be here for 2 years, and the 2 years extended. Perhaps COVID has given you a much more extension, but there's something we want to pick from there. What informed the decision of the business owners to say, no, let him first stay? And you said the brand needed somebody of a certain caliber. How do you manage this change? How have you been able to manage change from all these areas all the way to Kampala? If I want to learn something from you and I'm trying to change from one place to the next, what should I do? Looking at you speaking to us right now.
Change is something that, again, it's a challenge for the human being by nature. People I would say people tend to prefer something stable, and that was like our parents, grandparents somehow were living because things took longer to happen.
Yeah.
But they also had changes. My grandparents from my French side lived during the time of the war, and I can say by the stories I hear that yes, from one day they have their life structured, and then the Germans invaded Europe.
Yeah.
My grandfather had to go for the war, left my grandmother with kids at home, having to run the business. Sometimes there was bombing, everybody had to hide. There was shortage of food, shortage of a lot of things. So maybe there was that period after war that the whole world went into a growing trend with developments and building back all the destruction that war became. This was a golden years. And I would say I was still born in that period. I was born in the 60s. In a country like Brazil, the 70s was a period of a lot of big developments. They were building roads all over the country. That's maybe a little bit what Uganda is living for the past year, since you have some stability. There are roads, dams, electricity is everywhere, the internet, the connection. When I talk with senior Ugandans, they say, yeah, the young generation, they are a bit selfish because they don't know what we went through some years back. And the history here, we know it was very tough those times. today people have access and comfort to other things.
Yeah.
And the country is growing.
Yeah.
So yeah, and things go faster. Changes comes very fast. The COVID is a big example and experience of changing.
Yeah.
We were working in a certain way. We had a market. We had clients. We were spoiled.
Yeah.
And suddenly,
yes,
everything was down. I mean, I remember the day that I saw my last clients leaving Uganda because they were afraid to get stuck here, and I found that hotel like empty, like a desert.
Wow.
What do I
This
do?
is Sheraton Kampala.
Yeah, Sheraton Kampala. What shall I do? I have 400 employees. What I do with them?
Wow.
I have to keep maintaining the place. I have to pay whatever I still have to pay, my debt. So it was a big, and we even asked, shall we keep the hotel open or not? Shall we shut down? So there was a lot of decisions that we had to take to adapt
to the
new reality,
Yeah.
and that required a lot of sacrifices. Changes comes with certain sacrifices,
Yeah.
and I thank my team, my dear associates, that they have responded to that in a very resilient mode. And I would say that resilience is still a very important term these days.
Yeah.
If we wanted to survive, if we wanted to keep active, alive, we needed to be resilient.
Yeah.
And we needed to adapt to those changes. But working as a team, working together, communicating well, I would say explaining things how they are, it was a key thing.
Okay.
So the whole COVID period was really a change, a big change. I think is one of the biggest change I have gone through.
In your
Yeah,
life,
I mean, okay, I changed from countries, I changed from continents. Yeah, there was important, but now this change and still how it affect our lives.
Yeah.
The way we behave, we need to have these masks everywhere, we need to be sanitizing, washing hands, we need to, if we want to travel, we need to do the testing, and the vaccinations are there, and a lot of questions about the vaccinations, which one should I take?
Which one should I not
Yeah,
take?
so it's the whole world went through a major changing, and we as human beings, I think, we are going through it because we have no other choice, but sometimes I think a little bit, wow, my God, I get a bit shocked sometimes about how many things are ongoing.
Yeah.
And then it's the thought about what is the future, how will be the future, how we project ourselves in 5-10 years.
Yeah.
That's something also important in leadership, how you see the future. If you have to take the past in consideration, you have to manage the present, but most of all, you need to look into the future.
Yeah.
How the future will be, anticipate somehow things, get ready for it, learn from the mistakes, learn from the experiences, and I think we need always to see the future with optimism and say things are going to be better.
Yeah.
And be ambitious. Like for me, my ambition here is that once we get out of this crisis, that we can balance a little bit better our finance, that we go back to the project. We have a wonderful project of renovation for the hotel.
Yeah.
Everything was ready, the designs, the credit facilities to start. And COVID came and everything was put on hold.
Wow.
And that for me was one of my, I would say it will be one of my accomplishments if I see at least part of the hotel renovated.
Yeah.
Because we need to face the new reality, the new competition. There are many new hotels still under construction.
Yeah.
And that will open in 2-3 years.
Yes.
Sheraton has to be ready for that. I would say that we have excellency and a very good service because of all the trainings and the engagement of people with the brand.
Yeah.
But we know the product has also to evolve.
Yeah.
So these renovations are expected. I hope that next year we can start doing even with the crisis we are going through, we have managed to do a few things. We have our restaurant 7 Seas, which is going through a refurbishment that was needed. We might be reopening it in a couple of weeks.
Okay, so all of this started during the lockdown situation. JP, let's talk about pressure from you as a leader. As a general manager, you not only manage the operation in Uganda, you manage the operation in East Africa. I mean, Uganda was one of those places that received high amount of pressure when we went into a lockdown. What happened to the other operation? How were you able to pull through from those other operations and the challenges that the operations came with during this COVID? How were you able to manage it?
Yeah, each property from the group went through the same challenges, but each market, of course, is different and recovers in a different pace. Some of the hotels are kind of doing better because of the environment they have, and also the resources that are available. But I would say that in overall, I mean the whole region, it's coming out of this second wave now. Yeah. And I hope that there won't be another.
Third wave, yes.
So things are improving.
Okay.
I think the process is to. The important is to keep the contact, to keep very attentive what's happening in each different market, and to look for opportunities, business opportunities. Yeah. Some markets can support better each other in a due time. Yeah. Today is somehow a moment that we ask all to support us. Yeah. The countries that are already moving on to more normal times, making sure that people don't have that image, okay, Uganda is still difficult to come. Yeah. We have a few challenges that we are still facing here, especially at the airport in Entebbe. Yeah. I think that this week was very rich in discussions, and also the tourism sector was very mobilized to try to obtain a deal that is not so painful and for the travelers that come to Uganda, either for tourism or for business. Yeah. Definitely, we need to make sure that whoever comes to Uganda have done his test. If they are vaccinated, is better. But we have to be careful also not to create an environment there at arrival that people feel uncomfortable, and it's long, it takes hours to be released. So it's after a long trip, it's very painful. Yeah. So I think that things are getting to a more balance. Okay. And we will be hearing about it. There is already a release that came yesterday from Civil Aviation. Yeah. Which was a bit of an outcome of all these discussions. I believe also that some key people have spoken directly with the president, because we need really to keep Uganda as a friendly country to come, and that people don't start the experience in with a lot of frustration at the airport. That's a very key thing.
Okay, and as we wind up, JP, we want to just talk about, we've touched many of these areas, but I want to talk to you from the transformational part of it. You've talked about Sheraton transforming, going through the renovation, but there is a transformation that the hotel business brings to life and to very many other people. Wherever we have such facilities or such investment, people's lives change. You mentioned on the show a bit earlier that you have about 400 and plus people working for Sheraton. When you look back to your life as a hotel manager, as the person who ran the hospitality business, as a professional in that area, when you look back, how would you quantify the transformation that you have gone through over the years that has also been a place of people finding transformation in their life, that has gone to people's lives and their lives has transformed in general?
Definitely, each of the experience that I went through added something to me as a professional, but also as a person. Yeah. I say that we cannot never consider for granted that we know everything, we learn everything. We are always learning something new. When we move from a place to another, or when we go through different situations. And that's how I feel. For me, every day is a new day. Every day is an opportunity to transform, to learn something. And one of the things that we were talking or saying, some people sometimes spend 20 years in the same position.
Yes.
Definitely what kills sometimes is not only the professional life, even I would say family life, is the routine.
Yes.
So you have always to try to invent, create. And that's one of the things also I'm always talking with my team is about innovation, creativity, think out of the box. Discover new things. Even in here, I mean, how many things are showing up, coming up in Uganda, in Kampala, every day. Even during the COVID, there is a new place. I the other day went to Kololo. I see so many new places.
Yes.
Some are closing down
Yes.
because they have their cycle, but others are coming with new concepts. So we have, it's not because we are Sheraton, an international brand, that we don't have to learn with others. Huh? And we can always take what we call benchmarking to get inspiration. But then it's important that we create it on our own way. So this spirit of innovation, creativity, it's also very important. And it's part of the transformation process.
Wow.
And that's something that I try also to incorporate, because this gives you motivation. It's not like every day is the same thing. Of course that you always will have those routines that you cannot escape from. I have always my moments. I have to sign payment. Now I sign lesser, but I authorize online. I have my guys there sometimes chasing me. Oh, boss, you have to authorize this, and that. And I say, okay, I will. But my priority is being with the guests. It's trying to find new things, you know. But yes, you have those routines that you have to go through. But it's important to give sometimes also for that funny side of
of you.
If you know, when we talk about passion, and it's also, you need to feel the pleasure of what you do. If you do something that you don't like, if you do something because you're obliged to, I know it's not everyone that has this privilege, and some people, that's what they get and they have to do it. But I wouldn't say that my job is always the how you call the bed of roses.
Yes.
But it's because I take pleasure, because it gives me something in return, that I'm doing this, and I hope God gives me strength to continue doing this for some more years. Until the time that we'll have to step down.
Wow, we're talking to Jean, and of course JP is the general manager of Sheraton Kampala, and of course the regional manager for East Africa Constellation Hotel Management LLC, as it is known. It's a group of companies, just so you know. JP, thank you very much for coming to the show. But one more question: how do you balance your work life and family?
Yeah, that I'm not very good into that. I would say that sometimes I have to give more time for myself and for the family. Hospitality is very challenging for all of us working, because it's a lot of it's 24 hours, 365 days, but still you need to find time. I'm glad this year, I don't know if it's because the business went down, but I could spend a full month with my family, a bit disconnected, not completely, because I can't, I have always to follow what's happening, but I had time for me, I had time to do some physical activity, and that's something that I know it's so important. You are in this. When I was young, I was doing a lot of sports, and sports was very good. And for any kid, I think sport is fantastic to give discipline, targets, I used to swim a lot. I used to then to do rowing.
Yeah.
And I was part of a team. We were competing, and that was very intense training.
Yeah.
Then, with time, I have relaxed a bit in keeping physical activity. I always try to do something.
Yeah.
And it's very important because you feel much better. But yes, you need to take care of yourself, of your body, of what you eat, how many hours you sleep, healthy life.
Yeah.
But also not at the extent that if you like to have some fun sometimes, to drink a little bit with your friends. I mean, in hospitality is also about the passion I have for food, and I like good wines, a good whiskey, in a moderate way.
Yes.
But it's about this too.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, family life, it's sometimes a bit complex. When you are working as an expatriate, the family is a bit spread all over.
Yeah.
But we have good moments. We have qualitative moments.
Yeah.
And fortunately, we have WhatsApp, Telegram, all those needed today.
Yeah.
You can at any time reach someone and spend some time with a talk.
Yeah.
But yes, balancing life is. I'm not very good on that. I'm not a very good example, but I'm trying.
Okay.
My HR, if she's listening to that, she might be laughing.
Yes, and finally, your wife also works in the. You said your wife has a background in the hotel management. She do the same thing. Are you guys in the same company? How do you manage to work to marry a person within the same area where you work, and still continue with the family to this level? I mean, what's work balancing these things? Because sometimes it's not very easy for people who are in the hospitality business.
Yeah,
particularly at your level.
Yeah, we worked together for a certain number of years.
Yes.
It was not always easy.
Yes.
Then we were working in the same company, but with different assignments. That was okay.
Yeah.
And when I came to Africa, she had a very good job offer there in the Middle East.
Yeah.
So my wife lives in Dubai, and she's not in the operations, but she's in what we call e-commerce.
Yes.
She managed the online business for a big hotel group.
Okay.
And she's successful. So we try to see each other every 2 months.
Okay.
And during holidays, of course.
Okay. And the children?
We don't have direct children, but we have a boy that is our nephew, but we take care of him.
Okay.
And but he is preparing his exams to university now, so he's in France.
So they live with the mother or lives with you here?
No, he is now with the grandparents in France.
In France.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now we wanted to just touch base on that. Sometimes people think that you general managers are, superhumans. You're not. You don't have a life to live every single day besides the work, because we see you in a tie, we see you signing things. We don't know that you have a life to live, but you've given us a space to actually understand, that you have a life and the things you do every single day. JP, we've come to the end of the show.
We are using less ties now, huh? Especially on Fridays.
Why?
It's a trend somehow. When you have official events and things, you put back the tie, but more and more in the hospitality, GMs, all the people working in sales and marketing, it's a bit more relaxed.
Yes.
It's a trend, so that you don't have that
the seriousness that comes with it all the time.
So I try to combine that.
And your final word to those who nominated you, what are you looking for 20 years, 50 years from now when you're finally out of Uganda? What you be looking forward to? What would you like as your legacy, that when you leave, they will say, once upon a time, there's a man called Jean-Philippe Bentecourt who was a general manager of Sheraton Kampala?
Well, that's definitely something that is very somehow important. Sometimes I think what these people will remind of me when maybe they will be in my position, or if someone say, oh yes, finally I remember that GM, I learned. The young, sometimes they don't see immediately that effect. and I know by my experience.
Yeah.
I had a very tough general manager that I remember sometimes I feel like crying because he gave me very hard times.
Yes.
But I end up like having not only respect for him but affection, and still sometimes he's kind of old now, but sometimes I send always a message for Christmas. But he had a big impact in my career.
Yeah.
But he was tough.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to be tough with my kids. Sometimes they learn how to deal with me, but they know that I am very exigent.
Yeah.
I'm very detail oriented. I'm very guest oriented. I when there is an issue with the guest, I feel frustrated.
Yeah.
And but I hope that from what the examples, the walk, the talk, or whatever that I can transmit to them, that one day they will remember myself, and
Yeah.
especially I think the ones that will progress in their careers.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to project myself in 20 years.
Yes. Why? You're living a healthy life.
Yes.
Yes.
But as I say, the world changed so much.
Yeah.
Where will I be? Yeah, we have a plan with my wife where to retire or to settle down one day. We have a nice place in the south of France,
Yeah.
which is a very good region with very good weather. And but I hope that I will still be coming here to Uganda
Yes,
once
yes.
in a while.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe after a career in the operation, I will go to what most of people that acquire a lot of experience and knowledge to some kind of consultancy.
Yeah.
I think that if I have this opportunity for the rest of my life until I'm really capable of being a resource or supportive, or I can help some projects, development, training people, guiding people, I'll be. I don't see myself like staying home doing nothing.
Yes.
Or I feel that I will always need to have some occupancy.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have that. I know in Uganda and in Brazil it's not like that, because people feel that they have to work until very late. But in countries like in France, in Europe, people think, oh, I'm going to retire and this is it. I'm going to live now enjoying life or doing some social work.
Yeah.
I don't see me fitting in that. I want to keep being active
and
doing
something.
things that are meaningful.
Wow. Well, JP, thank you very much for coming to the program today. We
Thanks
really
to you.
appreciate to have you on the program.
Thanks to the public. I
Yes.
hope that I was I was useful, or that I could pass good messages, and I am available for questions. You can go through you, or if anyone wants to.
Yes. Well, if you have a question, we definitely want you to write. We can sample one or two questions as we go. I want to just say this. Ed Yokila, thank you very much for bringing that gentleman to the show. I am a person who goes to Sheraton for breakfast normally every Sunday, but COVID came and hit us hard. We no longer enjoy what we used to have.
Well, we are. I mean, we've never really locked down completely, especially the breakfast.
Yes.
We are open there same
I think
hours.
I think it's because they were locked down at home. Movement was a problem.
No,
Yes,
but
yes.
we are fully operational.
Yeah.
And on Sundays, not only we have the breakfast, but we have the very nice brunch. And which is very nice for families, for the kids. They can go to the pool, the parents enjoy the food. There is good entertainment. There are some activities for the kids. And even now on Saturdays, and it's being very successful, we have what we call the Splash Saturday at the pool of Sheraton, where there is a lot of activities for the kids, some barbecue. Mothers are loving it because the kids are busy and they can enjoy just they talk with each other.
And do other things.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Eddie Okila, thank you very much. I live and work in Europe. I'm glad to hear that Sheraton is taking shape and that Marriott is taking over. At some point, Sheraton was becoming a pain. When you look back in the days, the glories that were gone, but I've seen the general manager saying the renovations happening. I had my wedding at Sheraton, and it was a bit disappointing some years back, and yet I grew up as a boy who used to, you know, enjoy going to Sheraton.
Oh, that's
so
nice.
yeah. So
no,
so
it's for sure
yeah.
that Sheraton, there was, and that's from the feedback I've heard.
Yeah.
Went through a phase that the quality of service, the guest satisfaction was not at the top. Sometimes I hear, oh yes, Sheraton is not a good place to go anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe they were living in their glories. I don't know why. What I know is that since I came and with my team, because for me the team, if I don't have a good team, I
yes.
cannot do anything.
Yeah.
But we have brought back the hotel to a level that I think, from the feedbacks I received from the market,
Yes.
from guests,
yes,
we are a key player. And yes, renovations is some of them have taken place,
Yeah.
but there is still quite a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
It will be there, I hope, very soon.
All right. Just because of our time, we'll not be able to read all your comments, but JP will definitely come back on the show. We want to probably visit Sheraton Kampala and look at some of the things that they're doing there. And of course, we want you to go and visit Sheraton Kampala and support it right at the center of Kampala. JP, somebody is asking me a question here before we go. In Nigeria, we do what we called, you know, personality placing. But is this the same thing in Uganda? If a personality appear in, let's say in Kampala, would Sheraton Kampala give an on-board because it happens in Nigeria quite a lot? Does this happen in East Africa? Ask the general manager.
Sorry, I didn't get
personality. For example, if a personality is coming from another country, let's say a celebrity, to Uganda,
yes,
does Sheraton Uganda offer to like give a complimentary to that personality that is coming, let's say a celebrity?
Yeah, well, we have a certain number of partnerships with, I mean, different, I mean, promoters.
Yes.
It depends, of course. It has to be a win-win situation.
Yes, yes.
If there is, a megastar coming to Uganda, that will generate media for us.
Yes.
That will generate attention. Definitely, we can work something out.
Wow, wow. Well, there they have it, and we want to say thank you very much. JP, thank you very much for coming to the show. We're going to have to bonga and say goodbye to all of you guys, and thank you very much for being a part of the, you know, CEO Bench growing bigger and better. Until next week, we want to say goodbye, and Eddie Okila, Jean Philip, Bintekot, General Manager of Sheraton, signing out.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
I am Flavia Luanga. I'm the Human Resources Director for Airtel Uganda. Just been through the roundtable discussion on, how, what is the importance of doing more than one international languages. And we are doing this at Alliance Française. Personally, I believe it's important to know more than one international language. Obviously, most of us speak English, so because it's really known worldwide, pretty much most people will be, English speaking. And personally, I choose, French because it's equally, largely spoken on the African continent, and so we have the, the Anglophone countries, then we also have the Francophone countries. And working at Airtel Uganda, we do have, countries that we operate in Africa, over 13 countries in Africa, and you could say almost 50% of those countries are Francophone countries. So I see there's a lot of value in learning more than one language. And like I said, I will speak more from my point of view, which is to learn the French language. And, at a point, we go to a situation where, the different countries would always reach out to each other to get talent for specific roles in their countries. Because, there are many reasons, but one of them being that, the roles are scarce in the specific country. So many people reached out to us from other Francophone speaking countries and other countries which are Anglophone, but Francophone especially, I felt hurt because I believe we have very good talent at Airtel Uganda, and we do have good talent in Uganda. So with the opportunity of knowing the French language and the fact that you're already a professional, it adds so much more to your life. So, because you will find that if you have so many people who have the capability, how does the employer choose you from the next person? I think French language is a key differentiator. And like again, I said, I'm speaking about Airtel per se, because this is the opportunity I saw. And once I saw that opportunity and I realized, oops, our professionals do not speak French, then that's when we approached Alliance Française, and for 5 years now they've come through and we've structured some French classes at the place of work. So we have a stream of people coming through at different levels and trying to learn the language. So at least I want my people to be prepared. I want them to be ready, so that when these kind of opportunities come, that they end up to be the preferred, candidates for the jobs, because they already know English and they know it very well. But then, and they're professionals, they're very good at what they do. Now the only challenge is they can't speak French, and the opportunities are there. And I've sent some of my people to the French-speaking countries, but the ones where I've been able to send them are the ones where there's at least a balance of both French and English. So I've been able to send people to Seychelles. I even have a finance director in Seychelles today, Ugandan, who didn't know any French, but because they sort of, as a country, they've embraced both languages. So it was easy for me for this person to go. They didn't go as a finance director. They went as a financial controller, and today they're a finance director. I've also sent people to Rwanda, And as you probably already know, Rwanda is also now really picking up on the English. So it's important to have at least two national or multinational, international languages. So that's the opportunity I see.
My name is Bujingo Don Patrick. I work with Aloysia Organic Natural Health Products as the Managing Director. And I also work with Macquarie University Business School as the Lecturer of Marketing and the French language. I think firstly this roundtable on French and employability for me is an opportunity to give a testimony. I'm a product of the benefit of having studied the French language. So I believe this roundtable discussion gives us room to look at the past, where we are, and the future. So it's a very, very strategic discussion. I did get the passion to study the French language. Firstly, I was exposed to this language rather young, not with much interest from myself, but rather the motivations of my teachers, French bread, things like this after class. But then as I went into the higher levels, I started to see the value of this language, the beauty of the language. So for me, the passion was mainly to see that we could fit into this global village. French is a beautiful language, and knowing the language itself exposes us and the opportunities of the world out there.
Raymond Muhechi is my name. I'm a lawyer and a French student at Alliance Française de Kampala. I'm very much interested in French, and I love the French language because of the opportunities it presents to not only my profession, but also to the people I work with. I'm a lawyer, and my work is mostly into international law, as well as in Uganda. I do private practice in Uganda as well, in addition to the international work I do around the world. And my experience in my international law field has been challenging in the past because of not being able to speak the French language. I've been missing out on several work engagements, and I've also had challenges in some work engagements. Shared some experiences. One I had recently in 2019 in Benin, where I lost a job opportunity with United Nations because I couldn't speak the French language. And when last year I was in France, I was left on a train because I couldn't understand what they were saying on the train, and I missed my stop. So these challenges that I kept facing showed me why I need to learn the French language, why I need to add French to the English language. Not only is it important to my work, but also interacting with other people around the world. When I saw this program being organized by Alliance Française and the partners on French language and employability, I realized that I must attend this event. Not only is this event going to inspire me to, learning a language requires commitment and inspiration. Not only is this event going to inspire me, but I'll also learn how to maybe to inspire people and also meet the top employers who are going to tell us why the French language is important to them, why they pick out someone with French language as an addition to work in their companies and organizations. And it doesn't matter whatever profession, all professions, engineering, we're seeing journalism, we're seeing the legal practice as well, we're seeing all professions require the French language. And noting that also we're seeing more French countries connecting to East Africa, DRC, Burundi, Rwanda. This program becomes very important for us to really, take on.
I'm Gloria Rodriguez, and I am working with International Organization for Migration. I am the Human HR Resources Officer here in the IOM Uganda. I already mentioned it in the panel or discussion. You see, as International Migration Organization, we are very open to diversity, and our job deploys us in different countries all over the world. So it's important that when you as an IOM staff member get to become an international officer and you're assigned to a certain country and it speaks French, and you have to have that language skills, which is French. And as I mentioned also a while ago, I was surprised that in Africa, the countries speaking French is so many compared to the European part. So that's why we require ourselves to learn the second language or a third language if we can, as much as possible, because you really have to blend in the culture, and language is the key to the culture of the country. So yes, that's why we require them. They have to speak the language where they are supposed to be.
My name is Walimbwa Teddy. I currently work with Stanbic Bank as a consultant in the call center. I've been working so far for 3 years under Stanbic Bank, and proudly to be a member of Alliance Française, the French club. It hasn't been long, but I'm proud to be one of the members. I did French part of my university program, but it was a compulsory course because I was studying with the Missions of Africa. So because they have French programs, they have English programs, so I had to do French. So I did French for 3 years during my social sciences bachelor's course. And then they sent me to Congo for 2 months to have an experience in speaking French and listening besides the classwork. And shortly they sent me to Burkina Faso for 4 months. And I did intensive, it was an intensive program, but it was more of past work, like interacting with people, of which it helped me so much. Because if I didn't have the knowledge of French, then I wouldn't interact with the people, I wouldn't get information from them, and I would feel it difficult to fit in the community.
I also picked up a lot more from the other speakers. I picked up a lot from the people who are, the students who are seated on the floor. And you see, there's a lot of opportunity. So the question is, why do I have to learn French? For me, the simple answer is, you do not know what you will stumble on. You just don't know. When I hear that, the kind of testimonies that came through, you realize there's, you cannot even put a number to the opportunities. There's so many opportunities. Some we know, some we don't even know, but they are there. So just learn the language.
My name is Magali Losange. I'm the head of courses of Alliance Française Kampala. I would say first of all that was a direct answer to a request we heard a year ago. So a year ago we met with a couple of teachers at Chambogo University, and some of the head teachers asked us, how can you create more awareness on the specific job opportunities offered for people who can speak French? We thought about it. We realized that instead of having French teachers telling them the full story, it would be better for us to meet employers and employees who are already living this idea that with French, you have access to more job opportunities. So this conference was an opportunity to listen directly from the people who hire people speaking French, but also from the people who already speak French and are using this skill for their professional career.
Yes, I think the French language has come in fundamental for me as primarily as a French teacher, being a lecturer of the French language in Mackay University Business School, and also being a marketing lecturer. Now this helps me fuse the experience that I've seen in the French world, because I had a chance to do my master's in France, in one of the top cosmetics brands in the entire world, called L'Oreal. And for me, this was an experience to see the marketing angle at a global perspective. And at the end of the day, I picked this experience to share with my students. And how this also now taps into Aloysia Organic is that we want to tap into this global market. How will you tap into the French market when you do not have any chance to speak the French language, for example? So meaning our products can be able to reach the French-speaking community, the Francophone community in Africa, and this is the future really. Today, this language is becoming an official language in the East African community.
I'll speak, yes, from a human resource, but there's also a business angle that I picked up here. And I was like, okay, this is something I'd never thought about. From a human resource perspective, obviously, like I said, I've seen so many advertisements from the time I started, looking out for a job when I just left university. There's so many adverts I've read, and they say French is an added advantage.
Je m'appelle Raymond Muhechi. Je suis avocat international ici à Kampala. Aujourd'hui, prendre employability en langue française pour pour prendre langue française, practice.
I would like to think that the students realize that there are so many opportunities. Usually we think about the most obvious ones, such as, of course, French teachers, translators, but they realize that the French can be this little extra touch. So as long as you have a specific education, French will open more doors for you, but it can come along with so many different skills, and it can be used in so many different sectors. So the main goal of this gathering was to inspire and to put a light on all the different opportunities. From the HR managers, I hope what they realize is that there are already a lot of people who can speak French in Uganda. And on my side, the idea was, okay, how can we do more moving forward?
Je m'appelle Flavia Luanga. Je suis une étudiante de langue française depuis 5 ans. Je suis apprendre avec l'Alliance française, mais je parle un peu de la langue française parce que je suis très occupée avec mon travail. I'm Flavia Luanga. I'm a student of the French language. I study at Alliance Française. I speak little, very little of the language because I am too occupied with my job. So I intend to start taking up, classes, online classes. I intend to read French written books, and I want to also get into the videos, do movies, simple movies. And then I also want to join the French club here at Alliance Française. So we were sharing quite a bit with Magalé and the director on some of the things they could do, given my experience with, someone who's been loving the language and learning the language. So I shared with him some of the few ideas I had that could probably help, people like myself.
My name is Guy Maza, and I'm the manager of this research center of Alliance Française, which is also called Library, which happened to be the biggest resources center with French and Francophone resources. From when I attended this talk and thoughts, I was very impressed because we had so many people, they came. And when it comes to practice, people ask so many questions about how can we practice the language. And as the manager of Resources Center of Alliance Française, I could relate to those questions because I've been asked so many times by students and also members who want to to have opportunities to practice the language. Because in Uganda, it's the English is predominant, so they don't have so many opportunities to practice outside of their classes. It was a great opportunity for them and also for us to hear from them what they want, the expectation. And from someone who work here and also who is always in interaction with members and also students, I would say we have a huge responsibility here in the library because we have resources, physical resources such as books and also movies, DVDs, and internet, because we provide them with internet. And then we always advise them to use them, to borrow those books, to go home and read. Now we have an online library. You don't have to come here and read from here or to borrow a book from here. We can create an account for you and you go and you practice from home. And then for us, the library provides them with so many resources in French, so many resources in French, yes, physical but also online. And also we have activities which help them to practice the French language, such as French Club, which is an opportunity for students and members to share and to speak on different topics in French. So it's time for those student members. They're francophone, they're anglophones, and they meet and they share. They help each other. Yes. And also we have other activities with different purposes, but the main goal is to help them to practice French.
First of all, I would like to say that this is something we hear very often, and that's why we try on ourselves to be more flexible and to really adapt to the schedule of these busy professionals. One of the things we've done is to provide classes online, so someone doesn't have to come to Alliance Française or doesn't have to wait for a teacher to come to the office to learn French. So that's the main innovation, I would say. And then there are also many other ways outside of Alliance Française to take advantage of any little time you have to improve your French. Whether, again, we're talking about watching a movie, it doesn't look like you're learning, but you're actually learning while you're watching a Netflix movie. There are a couple of different apps. I would talk about Duolingo. That's another quick way to practice. So the most important thing is to make sure that you don't give up. Maybe you feel like you're not doing so much, but you're actually doing enough to keep on practicing and being exposed. Of course, classes will help you to get a proper grasp of the language, but as long as you keep on trying to find a way to practice, you're good.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Magali Losange, je suis la directrice pédagogique de l'Alliance Française de Kampala. Et l'une des choses qui m'a le plus marquée aujourd'hui, ça a été le sourire du public, l'enthousiasme du public, en découvrant toutes les opportunités offertes à ceux qui parlent le français. Donc merci à tous ceux qui sont venus aujourd'hui au Talks and Talks French and Employability. I say that one of the things that I really enjoyed was to see the smiles and the enthusiasm of the public who was able to discover all the opportunities offered for people who can speak French. Thank you very much to everyone who came to the conference today.
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. Welcome to the next session and season of the CEO Bench right out of Kampala to the rest of the world. It's a 45 minutes of a bumpy ride with the CEOs, those who are on the top, those who are rising to the top, and those who are coming down from the top. What is it like to be a CEO? What is it like to lead yourself to a certain degree of respect in our society today? Today on the program, my guest is a man who has been around for a long time. The man who speaks and breathes marketing. In fact, it is believed that marketing was injected in him from birth. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, is Mr. William Kalombo. Kalombo is a fellow of Nairobi University and a marketer by profession. He is also the convener of the famous Marketers Night Out in East Africa. He is the great publisher of the marketing publication magazine across Africa, the greatest that we have springing out of East Africa. He's on the program today to share the journey of who is William Kalombo as the CEO of Marketing Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kalombo, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, just a bit scandalized with all these lights on my face. I'm not used to it. First and foremost, thank you for risking to trust that I can have any value for your listeners. That's my disclaimer. Yeah. So at the end of the day, if they do not harvest anything, I think they should shoot you, not me, because I did not invite myself. But thank you all the same. I'm Kalombo William, as you said correctly. I am a marketing by profession. I breathe and inspire marketing in everybody that I talk to and I meet.
Wow. Now, that said, William, I want to just take you down to
you know, the CEO bench is all about marketing, rather leadership, and leadership at self, leadership at change and management of change, and leadership at an individual level of William Kalombo. We want to just dig down and know who is William Kalombo first.
As I said, I am a marketing person. I publish Marketing Africa magazine for many years down the line. We do a lot of professional networking events across the region, as you mentioned. And yeah, that's all.
We want to just go back to Kalombo as a child. Where do you come from? Are you African? Are you Kenyan? Are you Ugandan? You say you published across the region. We want to know from you.
I'm a Kenyan from Kakamega in Western Kenya, former Western Kenya. Now there are counties in Kenya, but domiciled mostly in Nairobi with a regional feel, because I'm Ugandan heavily, I'm Tanzanian heavily in trade, but I am a Kenyan and African in spirit.
Let's talk about Kalombo as a child.
I don't remember. I wasn't able to connect at that time. I think that one my mother can tell you very well. Yes.
So in Africa, when you were growing up, we want to collect the story of how we started our life from a journey of being a child to adulthood. Growing up in Kakamega, what was it like, and where did you see yourself when you were growing up?
I never saw myself far. After school, of course, every child's interest was to finish high school, go to university, get a job, and move on like that. But my journey was interesting. After I chaired the Marketing Student Association of Nairobi University, I got an urge to run my own kiosk. So immediately we finished college. I think I worked for about 1 year. Then I started my own business. We were doing BTL stuff for many corporates across the region again at that time. So I can say I have worked in a formal setup for not more than 12 months since I left university.
And you became independent. Where do you draw your inspiration from, Mr. Kalombo? For people who are watching you from all across the region, I'm very certain many of my friends in Kenya who are in the marketing space would want to know who is really deeply Kalombo. You've never shared this story before, but where do you draw your inspiration from?
My inspiration is a function of the fear of failure. Just imagining that what you are structuring is going to collapse on you keeps me awake every other minute.
When you say the inspiration of fear of failing keeps you awake all the time, I mean, what is the backbone of that fear? Did you fail before? What happened? How did you reach to that point of saying, I cannot fail?
I have successfully failed on very many occasions. What pricks me is when I fail without planning. Not that I plan to fail. What I mean is, if I have a project, for instance, I do every available thing to make sure the plans, upfront plans, are working. In such scenarios, when I fail, as it has happened many times, I don't die. I just move on. I pick the pieces and move on. What makes me sad is occasionally you have done poor planning to a project, then you have regrets. But when I fail and everything was nicely planned for, I have zero regret. I just pick up and move on. Because remember one thing, when you are doing a project, there's no way you can plan your own project failure. It cannot work.
William, thank you very much for that. We want to dive deeply into the part of leadership. This show looks at leaders who are on a journey to the top, those who are already at the top, and those who are coming down from the top to retirement. We want to know, what was a journey like climbing to the top? When you reach to the top, you have to come down from the top to retirement. What lessons do we pick from people like you? You are a CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, a company you founded. We've just understood from you this program right now that you were only able to work in formal, being employed for 12, not more than 12 months, and you started this company and it's been running. You lead a team of people marketing Africa. We want to know from you, in your own words, what is leadership to you?
Perhaps we need to demystify the word leadership. I have some weird perspectives on the terminology itself. Oui. And I know that in my own private engagements, I talk about mostly the curse of leadership in Africa. But we need to understand, and this I'll take it back to when we were in college, the drilling that was infused in us as students of commerce marketing was that we were prepared to become managers after college. So we learned all these big words about management, about leadership, about BCom. But when you came out of college, you were not a manager. All the training was structured to make us imagine that we'll become managers. So we came out of college and you find that some people will never hold the title of manager across their life, which then creates opportunity for you to start feeling low, you lose your motivation. Yes, so you can be a sales rep all your life, yet the training was that you'll be a manager, you get it. So I think then that we need to rethink what leadership is. You must know that not everybody will become a CEO of anywhere. So remember that the most powerful thing is that you already are a CEO of yourself. That should drive you. Yes, at individual level, you are your own personal CEO. So then it should not kill you that you are not CEO of Marketing Africa, you are not CEO of Talent Uganda.
On that note, William, you raise a very interesting perspective. Having understood leadership from your point of perspective and your point of view, what would you term as self-leadership? Because what you're talking about it requires a person to get to a certain degree of understanding of self, to pick self, to give self meaning. You pick self, your own self, and gave it a meaning. And today we're here with Kalombo leading a team of people across the region. In your view, what is self-leadership?
Self-leadership is a function of focus on your personal brand. I've seen many people are known because they work for certain companies. I've seen them attract a lot of interest because of the brand they work for. When that opportunity lapses, they get completely lost in the world. Nobody knows them. So it is very dangerous for you to position yourself as that guy, director in Marketing Africa. And when tomorrow Marketing Africa is not there, you are not known for anything. That's why in every other forum, I keep telling people, the only brand that will not leave you in any stage, that will not drop you across your life, is your personal brand. So in everything you do, you must always invest in your personal brand. And remember one thing, if your personal brand is powerful, wherever you are sitting, wherever you are working, you will deliver that value to that brand as well. But to get lost and high on the fact that, oh, I'm a boss in this particular company, it's for today. Tomorrow when you leave, what happens to you? I think the driver every other minute should be, what happens to me if I leave this seat today? Will people still recognize me? Will people still respect me?
Wow. Well, thank you very much, William. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll be talking to Mr. William Kalombo further about the journey of being a marketer and the journey of marketing. Who is a marketer? What profession does one need to become a marketer? How do we move in the world that is changing so rapidly fast? And if you are a marketer, what lesson do you pick from the CEO of Marketing Africa? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. The CEO Bench is a 1-hour program springing out of Uganda to the rest of the world, giving people an insight into the life of a CEO, either when they're retiring or when they are going up or when they're on the top, what is the journey like for a CEO? How does one get there? Today on the program, we have the CEO of Marketing Africa, Mr. William Kalombo, a seasoned marketer, a great thinker of marketing, breathes and thinks marketing even when he's sleeping. Mr. Kalombo, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Marketing in itself is something that most people don't understand very well. But you are a marketing professional and a CEO of a marketing company that is leading in East Africa. William, in your view, what is marketing, first of all?
It's the art of identifying consumer needs and delivering on them, even beyond them, at a profit to the owner of the brand.
William, I want to take you straight to some of the questions we designed for you today, which should be able to give us an understanding of a CEO befitting of a marketing company, but also as a viewer, what do I want to pick from a man who is on the top? You've been on this journey for a while. I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today. And we made a lot of money from the magazine. At the same time, we were running events as an association. We had an event every week for the 12 months that I led the association. We had industry tours. The most popular, of course, was to the brewery, which was happening every Thursday. So we grew the association to such a level that even the watchmen in the compound wanted to be members of the association because we had so many functions. We were giving a lot of giveaways. We started at that point a canteen. It took me about 4 months to get approvals from the VC to get this canteen, and through the support of my patron, Professor Francis Kibera. The resistance from the university was because they were not understanding what we want to use the canteen for. But what we were looking at that point was to get a laboratory-like scenario where students of business can come and try out the theories that we pick up from the classrooms. When we launched that canteen, I think we had about 1,000 people in Lower Kabete campus of the University of Nairobi. And we did one of the biggest Guinness promotions ever done up to today, where a lot of prizes were on the giveaway, on the list. It was a scenario where even saved people were participating in the activity because we had to buy a drink, get a voucher, and then get a raffle. Even saved people, you call them Mologol, I think, were participating in this scenario, so they win a prize and leave that beer there. So we started at that point. After university, I told you I worked for 12 months. Then I started a company that was doing below the line activities. So we are doing...
That's what we call in marketing BTL?
BTL, yes. So we did that for a while. And then I made a suicidal move to imagine that I can publish a magazine. Since I had done a very successful one in the university, I thought I can do it now commercially. So I set shop to do a magazine, and one of my board members, he gave us the magazine to do for the society. And that magazine had died. They had, the last 3 years, I think, they did 4 issues, 3 issues, 1 issue, then 0 issue. So we picked a dead publication, reawakened it, and it hit the highway. It was called Sokoni. When it picked...
I was a big reader of Sokoni Africa.
Yes, when it picked, some people, out of their own wisdom, imagined that they can micromanage us and extinguish us and take away the project and give it to somebody else.
As always in Africa?
Which they did. So they took away the magazine from us on the claim that we didn't have a contract. So we were fired, literally. So we had publication knowledge, but we had no publication to do. That's how now Sokoni Africa was born. So we started doing Sokoni Africa, and the MSK sued us. They said, you can't use our name. You have to drop the name, look for your own name. So they took us to court, and we were in court for about 9 months. Within that window, we were able to publish, I think, 3 issues of Sokoni Africa. The courts ruled that until we clear the full case, the case is completely hard, we can't use the name. That week was, I think, the worst week we ever had in our office. And I remember our lawyer is called Mereka. He's a senior counsel in Kenya. We were in the same building. He came down and found everybody happy and jumpy, and he asked, you guys, we just lost the case. What is happening to you? We said we are fine. We said we are fine. So what happened a week after the court banned us from using Sokoni Africa, we launched Marketing Africa, which is Sokoni Africa in English.
Okay, just hold it right there and send that comment, because Kalombo has just hit something very interesting.
Yes, so that's how we launched the magazine.
So did they take you back to court this time around?
It is Marketing Africa, it's not Sokoni anymore. So there was no brand infringement anymore. We were safe that way. Then we moved on like that. It hasn't been easy. Even Sokoni itself, when we started the magazine, I told you, when we were in university, I think we got a lot of favors and sympathy from the corporate. In the commercial space, it was very hard to sell space, because magazine, what drives a magazine is space, selling the adverts. And my imagination was that we will start this magazine. After the first issue, it will finance the next issue. I can tell you, it is the magazine, Sokoni, that collapsed my below-the-line business, because I got my first payment on the 6th magazine.
Wow. Wow. William, this whole story that you're talking about as a CEO of the great Marketing Africa Limited we see today, what does that remind you of in that journey? And by the way, were you the CEO? At what point did you become the team leader? Because I imagine that you had a group of people you're working with and you started together. How did you make it to become the CEO with all of that story? Is it because you won the case by losing it and winning it by starting Marketing Africa?
It's another issue. The question you raise touches on partnerships. You have social partnerships that have successfully collapsed in relationships. You have corporate partnerships that have collapsed. The irony is that you cannot become a multinational or a very big brand without partnerships. But on the flip side, a lot of the partners we pick them up emotively. And they end up collapsing you or slowing down your speed or vision or compromising it. The biggest trouble for businessmen is that you look at things, they tell us you must be passionate about what you do. If you look at every other passionate person, let me talk about relationships. The minute you are passionate with something, with a woman, with a man, you lose the ability to look at things objectively. From my world, I tell everybody, please try to be objective. Because when you are passionate, your eyes are completely blinded. You will never be objective. You can't pull back and say, this thing is flopping, can I leave it? We must accept the fact that business will collapse. If your passion is in there and it collapses, you are gone. You have one life. In a lifespan, you can run 10 different businesses. We've seen people who thought their biggest line is manufacturing. They end up becoming the best musicians. You can pivot, isn't it? So we should divorce from this idiocracy that passion must be my driver in anything I do.
I'd rather be more objective in everything we do. Wow, you are tuned to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, of course, with Mr. Kalombo, the CEO of Marketing Africa. And we would like to hear from you. Send your kisses and disses coming. If you have a question for Mr. Kalombo, we'll definitely answer it on the show, either on the comment section of the program.
And of course, share it far and wide. Make sure it gets to your grandmother, your grandfather, your cousins, your nephews. We're not leaving anyone behind in Africa, particularly when we're talking about a very serious topic on leadership and marketing of Africa. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that with William. William, that said and done, the story of Marketing Africa is very compelling to hear where you're coming from. My question is, what is your view on sponsorship marketing in this part of the world that we're in as a CEO?
I think is the most convoluted space you can ever think of. There's a lot of gray areas in that space. And the biggest problem are the players themselves. The people who own brands are a very big part of the problem, in the sense that if you are looking for sponsorship, say for a particular event, you surrender the power of owning that baby to the sponsor, when all you are relying on is a sponsor for the event to happen. If you have a baby and you are my neighbor, I have a baby as well, they are going to the same school. If they go together to that school, it means there's familiarity, they are at home, nobody can bully them, you get it. So they are happy together. If your baby has malaria and can't afford to go to school, should mine stay home as well?
Certainly not.
We've positioned our events, our sponsorships to look like, if Eddie cannot sponsor me, I can't do this function. So we are coming up with glossy ideas instead of coming up with what can work and scale it up. I'm talking to the person looking for sponsorship. Yeah. Don't overdream. Don't come up with what cannot work. Start small, scale it up. If the sponsors you are targeting are aware that without them you cannot move, they will not give you that money.
Wow.
Or if they know that your project will continue with or without your support, their support, you shall dictate the terms. So we need to be sober enough and arrange things that can run without any injection. Yeah. If you do events like Marketers Night, for instance,
yeah.
Our key revenue stream for Marketers Nights is the ticket sale. So we look at the ticket sale and say, this particular event, if you have a budget and you cannot fully finance it from ticket sales, it is an unhealthy event. So we try as much as possible to make sure that we break even on ticket sales, so that then if you attract any sponsorship, it's an additive to the promise, then you can add in a few more things in terms of experience to the people coming. Wow. But the bigger disease is the client themselves. You have people who I'll easily call brand rapists. I'll explain.
Yes.
In value buying,
yes,
the brand custodian is one who takes care of the brand. Yeah. So much so that, assume the brand is your baby. Brands are our babies. If this brand has diarrhea, has malaria, how are you treating the baby, isn't it? Are you rushing to hospital, checking the temperatures, giving them food, making sure they are warm? Are you getting it? But a lot of us are brand rapists, in the sense that we are in the brand for personal gains. We don't care about the brand value. We are killing our brands.
You've had that coming from Mr. Kalombo, and we're going to take another break. And when we come back, Mr. Kalombo will dig deep into the question of marketing, and we want to understand the idea of change management in that space. The post-COVID-19 situation in Africa that affected many businesses across the world. How was Marketing Africa Limited, that holds some of the big events across the region of East Africa, able to pull things through? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is the CEO Bench, where we're talking to Mr. Kalombo from Nairobi, Kenya, the man who is oiling and planting seeds of marketing across the region of East Africa, and of course springing out to the rest of Africa. If you're a marketer out there, this is probably the best interview for you to look forward to and share it far and wide so that we don't leave anyone out. William has talked about repping brands. Are you one of those people who are a rapist in our region? Can you repent of your sins? Welcome back, William, to the program.
Thank you.
William, very interesting choice of word that you used there. I know you explained it already. We're going down to a moment when we want to talk about something very interesting. One, do you think that brands have optimally utilized the event space across the region, across Africa, and across the world? Do you think that we have optimally utilized that space?
A few brands have got it correct. Some brands have had a lot of misses. And the misses is because the people on the brand side do not respect the hustle of the event owners. So severally they look down upon you people in the event space and they don't take you serious. You have scenarios where you are planning an event 6 months down the road and brands are coming on board a day to the function. And they are all over your space trying to dictate things last minute. The idea for creating calendars for events is so that you can have everything oiled out in good time. So events are getting affected because we have very poor respect from some people on the brand side. They need to change and respect the hustle and come on board. If these forums, if these vehicles are not working, where will your brand tell their stories? It is in the interest of the big brands that as many events, as many vehicles are working in the ecosystem you're in, so that you are able to utilize them to tell your story.
Yeah. William, that said, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to lead our organization to read the turbulence that is brought about by the change in either technology, in our thinking space, in the way we look at money and entrepreneurship and investment and saving, is beginning to require that one needs to be critically aware of certain things that are very, very factual. My question to you is, in your view, what is ailing the marketing profession as a CEO?
Today, the biggest enemy to the marketing profession are the people who claim to be marketers. The people who occupy marketing offices. If you look at the finance guys, for instance, after the first degree, they are continuously learning. If you look at a lot of marketing people, immediately they finish that job, they get that big job with a big car, they feel like they have reached. So they don't invest in continuous learning. We need to relook at that, respect the fact that some critical knowledge you may have today could easily be obsolete by tomorrow. So it's in your interest that you continuously are available to keep learning so that you can sharpen your story.
Yeah.
I've seen situations where you have, say, a marketer's night, which is a learning forum, powerful learning forum. And because I, the boss, am not available, my whole department will not come because I'm not available. It means then you have closed the window for your own team to come out and learn. Yeah. What is bedeviling the profession starts from university. In my days, a class of 400 people, half the guys were doing marketing. Today, I'm told by my professor friends, in a class of 400, you'll find maybe 15 are doing marketing. The unfortunate thing is that the other one doing insurance or finance, at the end of the degree course, they're coming back to the professor and asking for marketing jobs. The whole profession has porous. It's been water washed. Everybody's claiming to be marketing. Everybody's claiming to do marketing, and it's not protected. In Kenya today, we are benchmarking the Nigerian Institute of Marketing, where we are going to launch a code of practice for marketers so that not every other lay-by character is claiming to be a marketing person. That then gives you a minimum number of CPDs to achieve every month. So it will force everybody now to go back to supporting the events you do, to acquire those things. By the end of the year, you must have a minimum. The accountants are doing it.
Yes. Lawyers are doing it.
Lawyers are doing it. Now HRM is doing it. Yes.
And even medical profession are doing it now.
Yes.
Wow. So that said, William, do you think that the marketing profession is endangered? Are we the endangered species? Are we our own worst enemy?
Marketing as a profession is the force behind business, and it will be for ages.
Yeah.
But the current players in the space are endangered species.
So from I see your seat where you sit, you think that we are our very own worst enemy?
The biggest enemy to marketing is the marketing person, those who claim to be in marketing. We don't support anything marketing because you are in a big house, you don't look out to see what other people are doing. You get it?
Yeah. That right there is coming out from Mr. William Kalombo, who is the CEO of Marketing Africa. What is your thought? Do you think that you are your own worst enemy as a marketer? Are you the one endangering your own life? Are you strangling yourself because you're not going out to look for information, or because you have stopped thinking and abdicated the duty of thinking to others? That's why the marketers are being suffocated, right? Share your comment right down there on the comment section and ask questions to Mr. William Kalombo. He will definitely be able to respond to all these questions. And of course, we will be able to give you some tips, 1, 2, 3, 4 things that you need to do. But most importantly, Mr. Kalombo, as a practitioner of marketing, is definitely going to be able to answer your question. And it doesn't matter where you are. You've heard what Kenya is trying to do at the moment of bringing the code of conduct. What are you trying to do to get back in line? William, I love what you have said. I want to take you to this part that you've started doing and has been. In Europe, there's a lot of publication about marketing and a lot of marketing publications. In Africa, in North Africa, there are quite a number of them. In South Africa, Southern countries are quite a number of them. In East Africa, you pioneered something that has now become a brand name. And you published Marketing Africa magazine, one of the leading professional publications that we have in the region today. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about this and the challenges that you face as a publisher in general, publishing marketing content?
Publishing is a challenging space. Yeah. And one of the biggest reasons for failures of people who tried out publishing is because I come out as, say, a serious business editor in one of the leading publications or media houses, and I imagine that I can publish my own. So you're finding people trying to do a publication and they are writing 50 articles by themselves. Publishing is a full business. You have to look at it with all the variables that affect a business. If we don't look at it like that, then it cannot cut. 1. 2, people are still in the old age where you still want to do hard copies. We do hard copies, by the way, for the Nairobi market and those who advertise. But you reached a situation where you have a digital space which gives you wide leeway to publish whatever you want. But a lot of us are lazy. To publish a successful digital magazine, you must first and foremost be in data collection. In fact, your business is data collection.
Yeah.
Because if you published a magazine and you're calling it digital, who are you locomoting it to? So we are lazy. We don't want to invest in data collection. And I can tell you, anyone can publish a digital magazine that can become very big, that can become very valuable. Ours is interactive. And we went digital in 2014, long before COVID. Long before COVID, because we had challenges at that time.
Okay.
You're printing 15,000 hard copies. Cost of print is high. Cost of delivery is high. When you are bringing to Kampala like 3,000-4,000 copies, we deliver the magazines here. Our contact here delivers half of them, dumps the rest in the office. It became very costly. So we chose to look for ways to cut through this problem. And that's how we went digital on JOMAG. And we're the biggest JOMAG publishers in Africa.
Wow.
So when we went to JOMAG,
it
took us more than 2 years for people to acclimatize to the digital magazine. But we hit cruise level before COVID.
Okay.
So by COVID time, we felt nothing. When they were saying now you can't distribute magazines, they can be source of infection, we are distributing ours at a button. We felt completely nothing. In fact, our advertising revenue grew during COVID.
Yeah.
And the readership has also spiked after COVID.
Yeah. Wow. That said, William, is the interference between marketing industry and the institution churning out budding marketers healthy? Is it healthy?
The interface is very poor. During my days, for instance, we had managers in serious corporates, BAT Kenya, Kenya Breweries, Nation Media, coming to our college to sit on my board. When you are closing for vacation 3-4 months, they used to take 600 students to go work and they pay them. Today's manager is too busy for the guy in college. We are not creating time for the students, yet we are blaming them for not catching up or doing the things the right way. So I think we need to calm down, create more time for these students. We used to do parties in our college where you have managers coming in. We used to have so many sessions where industry is coming to speak to students about different careers on very regular basis. We need to come back and talk to our students. It is the only way we can groom them to be the next generation leaders.
That said, William, I want to take you to a question which is interesting. William, on that part that you talked about, I want to take you to a level of change management as we move towards the closure of this interview today. We run job adverts in our publications and we look for people who have 15 years, 3 years, 4 years of experience when we want them to come into the job. But like you've said, many of these young people coming out from the universities don't have opportunity to work. How do we bridge the gap between the job adverts that go out looking for 5 years experience, 3 years experience, but I've just come from the university. I've never interacted with any brand out there, and the brand is only looking for people with experience. How do we bridge this gap going forward, in your view as a CEO?
We should bring that down and just hire people who are willing to work, people who are willing to learn on the job. All of us, what we do today, we didn't know. So you get to learn on the job. So long as they have the correct attitude and you are doing a professional onboarding, let's collapse that so that we are able to give our youngsters the window to come and learn on the job.
My next question is about change and management of change. COVID-19 came in and rocked the boat. Some of our organizational companies in Africa closed. Many corporate companies across the world closed. The marketing profession suffered a deep down, and many did not know how to manage change. You are a CEO of a big corporation now by our standard in East Africa and across the region. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out? Say, for example, as a CEO, if you're moving out, if you're a brand, how do you move out? If you're now changing the relationship, you've been funding Marketing Africa for some time, you decide that you want to now leave Marketing Africa. What principle do you use to make that decision? 2, and how do you communicate, or how does one communicate, as well as how do they manage the change and address the problems that they have that is making them leave to go to the next level? We've seen brands, for example, saying we're parting ways with House of Talent, we're parting ways with Marketing Africa, and they don't say why they are parting ways with Marketing Africa. They just say we leave. Some of them are down to individuals, others are down to the fact that the value are not shared properly. And not everyone finds this part very easy. You are a CEO.
Are you saying change management?
Yes.
Or being dropped as a client or losing accounts.
All of that is part of change management, because when you're being dropped as a client, there's a problem.
Yes.
And when you're a CEO, you are changing position to go to the next one, is also a problem. How do you manage change?
When you are losing accounts, it should be an occasion for learning.
Yeah.
There must be a critical reason why you are losing it.
Okay.
In some occasions, you find that somebody is dropping you because they have got their own preferred supply or something like that.
Yeah.
Some others could be malicious with you. They are not happy with how you are doing things. They are jealous, so they may drop you because of that. You shouldn't die. That you are dropped should take you back to the kitchen, to look at your own story and see, did I fail in my promise to the client? And a lot of times our promise to the client is punctured from the beginning. It's punctured in the sense that I get into relationship with you as my account, but we don't state clearly what are the deliverables in black and white. So when we start the journey, you start getting now gray areas popping in, and you don't have proper accountability systems on your deliverables. So from the word go, if you're engaging a client, clearly agree on the deliverables, where you can both monitor the progress as you walk the journey.
Wow.
You will be fired even when you are doing the best of jobs. So it should not kill you. And that's why I talked about passion earlier on.
Yes.
Yes, just go back. If you made the mistake yourself, then polish up your story. If the client fired you because of their own issues, they keep moving, isn't it?
Well.
But change management itself is a very big problem in a lot of corporates, even in our own lives. When you find that the things you are used to are shifting, the boyfriend you had is moving on to another side, the girlfriend you had now has got better, handsome looking guys with fat pockets, it will hit you. What must drive you is that you have to pick yourself up and keep walking. Because the fact that I messed you up should not make you die. You dying will not kill me. Just remember that. If you die, it is you die. I'll continue moving on.
William, we're going to bring this interview to a close. Like they say, every good thing must come to an end. You are a CEO, all right? And the journey of being an entrepreneur is not an easy one for most people in Africa, at least. The fact that we don't have very many structures that support entrepreneurship. Your journey is one of a testament that when you started the university, there were so many people supporting you. When you came out, it was now real fire, that you have to survive. You are out of university. Nobody looking at you as a student who they can take advantage of. Now you are starting the journey. So my question is, the entrepreneurial journey has been a very slippery one for many people. And in my view, many people have gone down the drainage without knowing the nuggets of truth of how to bounce back from the challenges they have. What, in your view, is slowing down this in this part of Africa, particularly East Africa, that our entrepreneurs don't go past a certain level?
Entrepreneurship is a big challenge. The fallacy is that we imagine entrepreneurship only applies when you are running your own kiosk. The critical thing is that we need to coach people to have an entrepreneurial mindset. Which means I can work for a particular company, but I have an entrepreneurial mindset. That mindset is one that brings solutions to challenges. So you can be a manager in any space, but you think solution to any challenge that you come to. So you don't have to necessarily run your own outfit to call yourself an entrepreneur. That's the first one. The next thing is that we've started what we call entrepreneurial clinics. And the idea behind it is to just pull together people in that space to learn, share and coach each other. That was based on the fact that a lot of people start businesses. They are entrepreneurs, they start a lot of businesses. And you imagine that all I need to start a business is money. We've seen it. So you have big money, you set big shop, you go beyond limits, and it collapses. The critical thing about entrepreneurship is that as much as you have that mindset, you must know the journey is different The journey requires very many parameters. Cash is just one of the parameters. You need employees, you need partners, you need business. We've seen people start business. You start business, you get very big LPOs from people who will never pay you. So you end up collapsing, you get it? You've seen people start business and you step on toes, you are sued. You've seen people who run out of finance, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've seen people who are not compliant in tax matters.
Yeah.
There are 15 critical elements that are killing entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
So if they are alive to all these factors,
Yeah.
it will make their journey more soft. Because any one of those factors can collapse you, I can tell you. So you must be permanently alive to the critical factors that will sustain your entrepreneurial journey.
Also,
it's not only money, it's not only having business coming in.
Wow.
Even growth.
Yeah.
Growth itself.
It's a killer.
People have mismanaged growth. So because you have too much business coming in, you just move on like that.
Wow. William, there are a lot of talks that SMEs are going to be the future of a future driver for Africa's economy. And many people are now beginning to focus attention to small and medium enterprises across, especially in job creation, where Africa stands out as a continent of young people across the 5 other continents that we have running in the world. What, in your view, are the gray areas when we talk about SMEs? And why are there many SMEs now collapsing instead of staying in very few years after setting up shops across Africa?
The collapse touches back to the issue I've raised on entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
But for SMEs, everybody talks glossy about SMEs. I can tell you the biggest enemy to SMEs is the governments that we have across Africa. They'll tell you that we are supporting SMEs giving us business, but they are structured to tax this guy until he cannot breathe. You get it?
Yeah.
They have not created any platforms that is supporting them. And the other players in the window, these are the people in the banking system, they are interested in you for just as long as they can suck your blood. They are lacking in the wings to come and suck your blood for their benefit. So you'll see them telling you, we are supporting SME. No, they're supporting you to be alive just so that you can help them hit their targets. We don't have a genuine drive to support SMEs completely.
In your view, what should be done to help this?
Government should take ownership, because the interest to have jobs created is a huge interest for government, more than anybody else. Remember, joblessness can create chaos.
Yeah. Wow. And lastly, in that point, William, what would you advise a novice entering the business space for the first time to do? A young man, a young lady entering the business space like you were many years ago after Nairobi University.
Divorce yourself from passion. Do the best planning you can do. Fail working.
Well, that's the CEO bench coming up from the CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, Mr. William Kalombo. What a quote right there, and that you can take over. If you're watching the program from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi, or Rwanda, or anywhere part of the world, we want to say thank you for listening to William Kalombo. But before William leaves this place, we want to be able to ask William, transformation of mind is such a big question at the moment in Uganda and also across the world. I'm sure it's the same in Kenya, that if you start by the renewal of the mind, you will transform the mind to move forward. We at the CEO bench are always looking forward to a content that inspires the person to think, a content that will encourage the person to speak, a content that will help the person transform their mind. What does transformational change mean to you, Mr. Kalombo, as the CEO, today where you sit?
Let me talk about the mind.
Yes.
I think that we have a polluted mindset in Africa, because if you look at what is happening in Europe and what is happening in Africa, the crisis is a mindset crisis. So you have people in Africa who are ruling you, who don't even have papers. Every available marketplace, the noisemaker there have become our MPs, have become our governors, have become everything you can mention. In effect, sidelining professionals. And professionals have taken a backseat. They don't want active participation in that space because it's dirty. They can really finish you. So we need to change our mindset and work for the nations that we belong to. Currently, you have people fighting to be in a public space to harvest for their individual stomachs. If you must harvest for your stomach, then run your own kiosk. If you must serve the nation, then come to the public space. We must differentiate those two. Stop rushing to grab a public office to eat for your families and the rest around you.
Thank you very much, William. Perhaps this is my last question going. What you talk about brings the question of character. And there is this saying that character is developed in a person through so many things that happened. First, have you ever failed in your life in anything? You know, we're seeing you right now speaking with so much good English and everything. Somebody out there might be thinking, I want to be like Kalomba, but has he ever failed?
I have successfully failed so many times. Even last night I failed, but here I am and we are moving on, isn't it?
Yes. The question is, I have had this thing in Kenya, something called character development. Yes. I want to know, can you share with us from the CEO bench, we want to understand the character development in the space in Kenya. It's quite a very interesting thing.
I know that this is a new word for Kampala. It's heavily used in Kenya, character development, especially in social spaces where people are talking about relationships, man-women relationships. So character development is where you indulge in some fling. You come with all your hopes on the table. Then they are all punctured like you break up the balloons.
And then, so why did you guys pick Nairobi people and Kenyan people pick this thing as the best way to link it to character? How does that link to character?
You see now, after the breakup, somebody's going to cry.
Yes.
They go crying, tears in buckets. So you find that, no, you can't be here now celebrating that you have this relation is working for you. Then suddenly you are completely off. People have even left social media because the relationship you are bragging about has totally collapsed and collapsed you as well.
So William,
so in the same space, you find business is giving people character development. You come in with a lot of hope, with a lot of plans, and everything you planned, you find is not working. Business is how you can break this glass on cement, for example. This glass will be your plan. But the reality is when the rubber hits the tarmac, it's very different. You hit this thing on the tarmac, on the cement, you don't know where the pieces will go to. We've had scenarios. The typical planning, I'll give you the example of planning for a drive. Let me talk of Mombasa. I love Mombasa. So you've serviced your car, you've done everything you wanted, and you're telling yourself, I'm going to Mombasa with my good people. We will take 5 hours on the road, we'll enjoy everything along the journey. When you start the journey, your tire goes flat, your spare is not working, your car is overheating, you find somebody has hit you from behind, you have so many things popping up that are puncturing your ability to keep the momentum. You get it? You reach a level where it is no longer important for you to reach, say, Mombasa in 5 hours. All you are saying is, all I want is to reach that place. A lot of us in business space, you are in that mode. All you want is to have this function done and you move on with it.
William, what would you like the person who is watching the CEO bench and those who have nominated you to come onto the CEO bench to remember you for? CEO bench, we operate with the principle of, if you know that somebody has sense to speak, If you know a CEO that has created impact, nominate them. You are nominated overwhelmingly with a great number of votes right after the Marketers' Night that happened in Kampala. The very first one that happened after COVID-19 had locked down everything for almost about 2.5 years, going to 3. And here we are talking to you. What would you remember? What did you want them to take from you as we come to the end of the show, as your last word to the young man out there and to the young lady out there, as well as to your contemporaries who may not be able to have the courage to come and speak on the CEO bench like you?
They should not remember me. They should remember their trade, focus on it, and keep working with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the show has come to an end. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and of course, William Kalombo, right here in Kampala. As always, the parting shot to William Kalombo from the CEO Bench is, have you ever cooked for your wife? And when, since you're always giving us the Marketers' Night out, is there a marketing night in your kitchen?
When we do Marketers' Night, I don't cook.
Have you ever cooked for your wife?
It won't help them.
The show bench has come to an end. And a toast to this. William, thank you very much for coming to the show. And from us here, we say goodbye.
Even people are stuck in their own ways. For people who have had a chance to, say, work out of the country, you're dealing with people from different backgrounds, different cultures. Their view of the world is different. You know, you cannot change that. The best you can do is get into that space and find a way of navigating through that.
Okay.
So I don't believe that what I've learned necessarily is going to go into, say, a big organization like Stanbic and change it.
Yeah.
If it may guide me along the way in terms of how to navigate, in terms of how to influence the leaders of that organization, but not necessarily kick the front door and change everything. In fact, I think that's disastrous because you may just end up going backwards. So I think for me is allow yourself to learn from the environment and then adapt and change from within.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of time we see people, Daniel, who go into organization and just start changing, and you find people flying from this organization to another and says, man, the new boss was come.
Correct.
I can't stay there.
Absolutely.
And this happened.
Absolutely.
Is it they themselves who are a problem, those who are running away, or actually the bosses come and want to change everything? Have you ever been in an organization and people have viewed you like that? And if yes, how were you able to deal with it? If not, had you learned these tricks before going inside there so that when you arrived, you are more warmer to people than more, cold to other people?
Yeah, I think in most cases where, and we've seen this, even in Uganda, where a CEO comes and tries to change everything overnight and the organization suffers. You lose your talent, the good people leave the company, they go to other organizations, your numbers start going down. It's a no-brainer. The good ones are the ones who quickly realize, oh, this is different. I need to adapt. I mean, I always hear people who people who have worked in Tanzania. Tanzanians are different. The way they do things at their pace and how they
shift and move things
relate among each other is very different.
Yes.
So if you come with your speed and you know, and forcefulness, you'll get a culture shock. They'll edge you out slowly in their nice way. Before you know it, you've left the company. You know, I remember earlier back in our breweries, we had similar people who used to come from South Africa at the time. Because Africa is obviously very fast-paced. It's about push, push, push. And a lot of them suffered. In fact, a time came when they said, you know what, this thing is not working. Let's empower now Ugandans. That's how you guys came through. Yeah.
Be an image for women out there who are doing something, who are struggling, and to tell them there is something better. I want to be part of working with organizations that are supporting communities to grow, community organizations like Bosco Uganda, local organizations to build their capacities, strengthen the institutions so that they continue to do the great work they are doing out there. So I want to be a part of that. So I thank APC, I thank Horizon 3000, the organization I worked with, the Austrian government through the Austrian Development Agency. I thank Accenture, I thank Notre Dame University. I thank UNICEF, but the UNICEF did a lot with Bosco Uganda to reach out to schools. So I am a woman who wants to ensure that whatever we're doing, we are counting for results. That every intervention we do must transform lives. And we want to ensure that people are in the driving seat. The communities, the young people, the youth, that they are on the driving seat. So designing programs with them. As we go out to do studies, get their views. So what we did is to go and actually listen to the different, how do I say, actors, players in the whole ecosystem of health, from the district health officers, biostats, in charges of facility, sub-county chiefs, they now call them SAS, the patients even, to get their views. So it's so important that we get the views of the people and the change that they want to see so that we define that change process and be able to work towards what we want to see. So you asked many questions, so I hope I am answering it. But I really believe that as a woman who wants to see my children and all other children, I'm really so passionate about young people, children, women, men, who working together, whether it's at the family level, work together. Why do you fight? Put your efforts together, put your resources together. I have seen families where the man is working, the woman is working, but it's only the man who is spending the money in the family. What is the money of the woman doing? Why not work together? Because together you can go far. But if you stand as an individual, you're going to fail.
What is Divine Bamboo in a nutshell?
Okay, so Divine Bamboo is an innovative forestry and energy company. It's a Ugandan company, and our mission is to stop deforestation in Uganda. We do that through the promotion of bamboo as a sustainable alternative to cutting down traditional hardwoods. So that was my motivation really, because Uganda is losing so much tree cover, we are losing so much forest because mainly of the need to cook. So because of fuel wood in the form of charcoal and firewood, a lot of people don't have a choice but to go to the forest and cut down trees. And so we wanted to provide an alternative to that.
Okay. And so when you started to provide an alternative to this, how has this been received by the people that you're talking to?
So, of course, with any new innovation, it's not straightforward. You don't get the idea today and then the idea is mature.
Yeah.
First of all, the idea, the business model takes time to develop.
Yeah.
And in the same way, the audience, the customers also need time to adapt to the new products and like the new plant in this case. So it's a gradual process, but I would say that we are seeing very positive change.
Okay. Hello guys, welcome to my video this week where I get to talk about health and fitness for you and for me and everyone out there in this pandemic situation all across the world. And I want you to share this video to as many people as possible. Today's video, I'm going to tackle just how you start your workout from home. You are in a lockdown situation, confined in a place. Of course, not necessarily as lit as mine like this, because I got a little bit of a studio here and I'm trying to work out a few things. I mean, I do a lot of stuff from here. Yeah, but it's a confined environment that you can start your workout. And I want to share with you a number of things that you can do when you're in lockdown and to be able to look after your health and fitness really quite well. Now, without any further ado, today's video, I want to focus more on number one, how do I do the workout from home? For example, we're going to just do everything about jumping jacks, and jumping jacks exercise using your body posture and using your body weight to actually really work out. But more so, I'm going to be focusing on what we call cardiorespiratory capacity. So, the cardiorespiratory capacity is really the ability of a body to take in oxygen, which is respiration, use that oxygen at the cell levels, which is circulation of oxygen to the rest of the skin walls or body walls or to the rest of the body. And that oxygen and the circulation is used at the cellular level, which is the conversion of food to energy, what scientifically we call bioenergetics, right? And the bioenergetics, when you go deep down in it, is going to be something that we will refer to as glycogen levels, okay, energy levels. Now, the virus affects you in so many ways, okay? And the virus we're talking about, just like most viruses that come, affects a person from the lungs. And this particular one is affecting our really red blood cell capacity of oxygen flow, you know, distribution and stuff like that. And as well as, you know, the fluid path in the body, okay? What we say that if your body breaks down the fluid, of course, if the electrolytes in the body is not functioning very well, then the electrons that a body are wired with a lot of electricity, so signals are not moving, so somehow fluids are going to break down and you don't know what's going to go, and before you know it, we're in like a situation called mucus and all this other stuff. But this video is really to help you build that capacity from the confinement of your sitting room or your living room or your, you know, one bedroom apartment. And so I start this video by just warming up. Start with jumping jacks. I have a bit of space. I'm going to do this. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I have done 50 jumping jacks. While I do jumping jacks, I begin to develop, you know, you hear me running out of like breath in the process of doing that, right? And you can feel like I'm now beginning to pant along the way and feel like I'm running out of breath. That's a normal way because my body is trying to take in oxygen, right? And I have to breathe in the process of that. And the same time, it has to distribute that oxygen to the rest of the body. So some people will be breathing like that, right? Now I'm just helping you build that capacity, right? So that's the first set. Now to build that capacity using just jumping jacks, you can do this from home, guys, and you can begin to build your capacity. Assuming tomorrow there's no movement because coronavirus, everybody's saying stay inside. Some people are going to run mad, and these are some of the things that you can do for yourself and to build that capacity. Okay, so I'm trying to increase the capacity of my lungs, okay? The capacity of my chest to my lungs, first of all, is taking a lot of oxygen, all right? And do a physical exercise. There is no better way for us to do this to be able to survive from coronavirus. Short of this, we're gonna go down very quickly, down the path very quickly. All right, so you're gonna do this 3 sets. So that was the first set. We're gonna do the second set, okay? Jumping jacks all the way up to 50. Simple. You can start with 25, 3 sets, okay? 25, counting 1, 2, 3 to 25 while you do it. That's 1 set. Counting 1, 2, 3, again 25, 2 sets. 1, 2, 3 up to 25, 3 sets. Take a bit, okay? In between, have a moment, just, gather some breath, a little bit, recover, and then go back again. So we're gonna do this, all right? Second set, ready to go? Jumping jacks is the focus of the workout today. And again, I'm just helping you build the capacity of your lung. While we do jumping jacks, you notice that my muscles are moving, okay? So my shoulders are moving, right? Because I do this to allow the capacity. The lat muscles, these muscles here are moving. They're expanding and contracting, expanding, contracting, right? Now, when they expand and contract, I'm helping my muscles to build capacity, right? So the more I give it like this, the more space is going to be in my veins for my body to continue taking oxygen and the flow, flow of blood to the rest of the body, making it much easier for circulation and respiration to happen normally, okay? While I do that, I build what we call, increase my metabolism so that the rate at which the food is going to burn from my body is also faster. But the one most important thing that we need to do is that our body develops new cells every single time we do exercise. Right, guys? So let's go back to the second set, and then I'll come back and explain the third set. Ready? 1, 2, 3, we go. The reason why we're counting 1, 2, 3, we go is because mentally you need to prepare yourself for what you're going to do. Okay? So mentally you prepare it, physically you activate. You get it? So 3, 2, 1, we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. All right, those are 2 sets. As you can hear, I'm breathing hard, and you can hear that I'm breathing hard. Again, we're just a warm-up, but he's going to help us build a lot more capacity in the chest. You're going to start feeling like your chest is having some weight, or there's something going on, right? There's a burn, you're running out of oxygen. Sometimes you're going to feel some bit of headache, all right? Headache, headache coming. And so that headache, when it starts to come, you begin to feel like it's just a normal process. Your body is trying to adjust to, taking in oxygen, circulation of that to the rest of the body. There's a normal process of you building oxygen flow, all right? Ready? So we've done the second one, all right? Now, we're gonna go back to the third set. The third set is where the real workout is, all right? Is where the real workout is. The real workout has never been on the first set. It's always on the third set. Third set is preparation, and you can do this up to the 10th set. Ready? Let's go. 3, 2, 1, we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27,
28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. That's 150 times I've been doing jumping jacks. Now, how many of us are able to do jumping jacks up to 50 or 150? That's the number of times I have exercised my heart muscles, okay? All right? That's the number of times I've worked my shoulders, okay? That's the number of times I've created space. That's the number of times I am expanding and contracting, all right? That's just one set of the workout, one type of the workout, just using that called the jumping jacks. So you can start from the jumping jacks position and do up to 10 sets. So I've done that. Again, you can do this from home and you can make sure that your workout is effectively done from home if you're concentrating. So you must concentrate during the workout. All right, guys? So I'm gonna take you to the last set of the jumping jacks, all right? And then that will be a wrap for today. I know this video shouldn't be long. Share your comments, your kisses, and your disses. I want you to subscribe to my channel and actually make sure that you share this video as far as possible, as wide, because we're in a corona situation. Coronavirus affects the lungs of a person. And so we really need to build our capacity now than ever before. Now, if you have been doing this and you get to corona and you get attacked by coronavirus or you contract a disease, you need to get back to working out. It is worse when you're not doing any physical work exercise at all. You get it? All right, let's go, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Get better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 50. All right? It's a wrap for today. And I want to say thank you very much for joining in. Look out for my next video coming next, when I focus on a different part of the body, but just showing you what you can do home, what you can do in the comfort of your sitting room going forward, and how you can actually navigate the disease called coronavirus and stay focused. Please remember, no one can ever make money when they're sick, and neither can you wake up in the morning to enjoy your money when you're sick. Nor can your money save you when you're sick. But there's one thing you can do. One thing you can do is to always be fit so that you can enjoy your money. All right, guys? Again, I leave it with this. I always say this. There are two combinations you cannot have in life. Two combinations that you shouldn't have in life. Two combinations you should never have in life. One, you cannot be unfit and broke. You cannot be unfit and broke. You cannot be unfit and poor. God will reject you. You get it? Thank you very much. Until the next video, share it far and wide and reach out to me. My Twitter handle is @EdioKiller. Please reach out to me, write to me. Please reach out to me. My Twitter handle is @IamEdioKiller. @IamEdioKiller. Write to me and tell me your story and how you're doing. And you can reach out to me on my Twitter. Just go to my Twitter. My Twitter handle is my Twitter handle. Please follow me on Twitter, on Facebook, and on YouTube. Of course, my Twitter handle is @IamEdioKiller is my Twitter handle. Please follow me on that one. And of course, on Facebook, go to Okilla Fitness and be a part of that family growing big and better. Okilla Fitness is the page, of course, on Facebook. And of course, on YouTube, go and subscribe to my channel, which is Okilla Fitness. And I will be sharing a lot more information there. Until next time, stay blessed and stay focused to your health and fitness. Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in. They've moved on. Yes.
we're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook. Yes. Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. Yeah. And I understand the traditionalists. Okay. There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a fake. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing, and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tonatra, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
Now I'm going to talk to my people. Yes. Because I like what, as we are saying, vive la France, vive la francophonie. So, le leadership, c'est quoi? Le leadership, ce n'est pas le fait d'intimider les gens ou bien de dominer les gens. Non. Le leadership, c'est le fait d'aider les gens à suivre le bon chemin. Parce qu'il y a des gens qui sont là, ils ne savent même pas par quel chemin emprunter. Il y a des gens qui ont même étudié, mais ils ne savent pas quel business ils doivent faire. Maintenant, l'idée, quand tu rencontres une personne pareille, tu vas l'orienter. Non, tu peux faire mieux que ce que tu fais. Non, la peur que tu as là ne va pas te tuer. Tu peux aller au-delà de la peur. Et l'idée, c'est comme j'avais donné l'exemple, allow me to go a little bit deeper. J'avais donné l'exemple ici en français, en anglais, pardon. La vidéo que j'avais vue à propos de chiens, il y avait un groupe de chiens au niveau du Canada et il n'y avait pas de l'eau. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y avait, la neige, il n'y avait pas la place pour que tout le monde puisse boire de l'eau. Mais il y avait seulement une petite place pour le boss que je vais appeler. Et il ne voulait pas que les autres puissent venir boire de l'eau, comme il était boss. Il intimidait les gens. Mais il y avait un petit garçon, un petit chien qui était là à côté. Il a eu l'idée de briser la glace là où il y avait pas, parce que l'eau était en dessous et il n'y avait pas moyen de boire. Mais le petit chien a brisé et tout le monde a vu ce qu'il faisait. Ils sont venus, ils ont commencé à briser et tous ont profité avec l'eau potable. Et le boss était laissé comme un vaurien. Personne ne le faisait encore confiance parce qu'il n'était pas là pour les aider. Il était là pour le faire peur, les intimider. Mais l'idée, c'est quelqu'un qui est là pour aider quelqu'un à avancer jusqu'à son destin, à sa vision. Parce que nous avons tous nos visions, mais c'est la peur des fois qui nous arrête. Merci mon ami.
Let me take this opportunity. Yeah. I know everybody is watching me. My fellow Ugandans, my fellow youth, my fellow brothers and sisters, please, everything is possible. You can never regret before you die. I know people, they have degrees, masters and what, but they are looking for something to do. They are waiting for their applying for job opportunities. But you can create your own project. You can create it. You understand? Yeah. You can do something, because for me, I came from the foot of the mountain. Mm-hmm. You understand? Everything is possible. Mm-hmm. So, however much you have a degree, you have what? You will be keeping on looking for job. Mm-hmm. No jobs. But you can start with something small. Think what you can do. Everything you can do. You can start with something small. You have seen the way how for me I started. I think you saw the park, the small park, yeah, which I started with. Now check. Right now Uganda is proud of that park. But I thought that park was mine at the beginning. I thought, man, I've made this park. But the day when I realized it, that is the time when the community came together and said, from the community, that park is no longer for the community. At the beginning, it was mine. It jumped off from me. It went to the community. It jumped away from the community. It went for Nakawa. It jumped from Nakawa. So now it's for the whole Uganda.
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah.
But remember where I started from. Yeah. That's why I say, my fellow Ugandans, my fellow brothers and sisters, sit, think what you can do. It can expand at any time.
To be an engineer. When I joined my Form 5, my dad asked for a PCB math. Back then we used to do a long combination. And I changed the combination because I didn't want to do biology. I didn't want to do the biology. I wasn't interested in medicine. Yeah. But he talked to me. He didn't punish me. Later on, I changed back to the course. And then there I was, went to campus, went for a medical course, and I'm out here.
Okay.
Yes.
And doctor, before we get into our second part, which is the management of change and development within self, which is what I am basically taking you through, either in a business or a similar organization and at the nation level.
Right.
You trained as a medical doctor, and we see you now transiting to another area which is very interesting that we have not seen many people in Uganda. That's managing change.
Okay.
What would you describe change management in your understanding as is to many of our viewers?
How would I describe change management?
Yes.
Well, I would initially say, I talk something about change. Change is something inevitable and irreversible. Once change comes, you have to move. It either changes you or you change with a change.
Yes. What is that one thing that you want to leave us with on this program that we will remember you for and we can start practicing based on the leadership change management and transformation we've talked about, but also from the, your experience as a CEO, employing over 60 people, and as well as teaching millions of people at the university?
I think, Eddie, I'm not going to spend a lot of time.
Yes.
I want to say that there's a saying that a single raindrop never thinks that it is responsible for the flood that we see in the valley. Okay. I want to encourage people that we all matter. We all have a responsibility to improve the quality of life we have as Ugandans, especially, but also as Africans. And that greed, corruption, praising illegitimacy will end up actually punishing. We end up punishing ourselves. We end up killing ourselves. We end up squandering the opportunities of the people that will come in future. We need to know that just like a single drop of rain contributes to the flood, we need to have a mindset that is going to be focused on contributing to a flood of positive transformation of our society. Start by appreciating that you need to change your values, be honest, work hard, don't cheat, don't take shortcuts, because when you do, if now somebody entered here and gave you $1 million, it confuses you and it gets you disorganized. But if you've earned it, then your internal environment prepares for it, and then you find you in a comfortable space. So as Ugandans and Africans, we need to choose to work hard, avoid shortcuts, take an organic path. It gets us there.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I did not know what I wanted to be.
Every time you wake up in the morning, you want to find some inspiration. And there is life that you need to know what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and you know who to lead you to where you want to go. And of course, on the CEO bench, we strive to bring you those people who are doing it, those people who are going places, those who have started from somewhere and are somewhere and are going somewhere. The CEO bench this week focuses on a lady who started a journey all the way from Naguru. In fact, the journey starts from the western part, the West Nile part of Uganda, straight to Naguru, and from Naguru to Entebbe, and now to the rest of the world, turning the wasted materials into something that you can carry and go with. What a story and what a journey. My guest this morning on the CEO bench is the one and only Faith Aweko. Welcome to the show, Faith.
Thank you so much.
How are you today?
I'm very fine.
Good. So somebody sent me a comment and says, I want to see that lady on the show. On Facebook, she looks so aggressive and she looks too serious and she's so loud. I want to see, is she big? Is she small? Is she, you know, is she masculine? Is she feminist? But you're here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And we want to dive straight to the show today, Faith. You're on the CEO bench. The CEO bench exists to give a platform and a space for people to express themselves. We're looking at people who are doing something, people who are on a leadership journey, people who have done it, people who are either going to the top or already on the top and coming down, you know. And we want to share that story with as many people as possible to give them inspiration. We want them to be inspired, you know, encourage and transform. And that's the journey of leadership, change management, and transformation. So on the show today, you have been overwhelmingly nominated to come onto the show. We are not going to talk much about the health and fitness, although we'll get there. Some people said you need to bring that lady onto the show, and others says no, we want to know the story of how she's able to turn around her life to where we are right now. So the first question, we need to get to know you, Faith. Who is Faith Aweko?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Faith Aweko. I am the founder and CEO of Reform Africa, a social business here in Uganda that upcycles plastic polythene waste bags, known as the Caveras, into sustainable, durable, and waterproof bags and accessories. So we utilize plastic waste as a resource to come up with the different patterns and different designs of the bags.
Wow. And Faith, are you Ugandan?
Of course, yes. So I'm Analur by tribe from Nebi, that's West Nile.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And if yes, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think being born in Uganda, that is what makes me a Ugandan.
Okay.
Yes.
And what about the values that define you as a Ugandan? Do you have values? What are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think looking at how we are as Ugandans, we are more of like friendly people. I would say that because if we receive tourists who come to Uganda, most of them say Uganda is one of the lovely country because straight from the airport, people are already saying hi to you. So that also defines me as a person. I'm also very friendly with people. Yes.
Okay. Faith, I want to take a moment to just take us through your life. You know, the journey of Faith Aweko from Nebi to Kampala. Nebi is found, for some of you who are watching the CEO bench from all across the world, it's you know, the West Nile part of Uganda, found in the western part of Uganda. It's about 400 kilometers from the capital city of Kampala, not so, towards Arua, and going straight to the border of South Sudan, and then, you know, you exit and go to many places. And that's where Faith comes from. So, yes. The journey of Faith Aweko from Nebi, crossing that Nile, eating the fish, you know, coming to Kampala and to Naguru.
Okay.
Let's have the chat here and we'll talk about it. Yes.
So I wasn't actually born in Nebi. Yes. Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
I was born in Naguru, Kampala. So usually, most times, like from primary 1, 2, 3 up to 7, we used to go to the village almost like every December. So I was born in Naguru Go Down, one of the really highly polluted areas in Uganda. But growing up, I grew up in an extended family. My parents loved a lot to have relatives at home, so we grew up a big family. So I grew up from Naguru Go Down, went to Naguru Katali Primary School, then moved on to City High for my senior 1 and senior 2. My dad values a lot of education, and he tries so much for us to, he tried a lot for us to really have a decent and good education. So he pushed us to go to Chambogo College. So yeah, so I went to Chambogo College from my senior 3 to senior 5, then joined Chambogo University.
Okay, so it is okay for us to say this is the bad girl from Naguru. You know, we have a bad man from Kamuta. So you are the bad girl from Naguru, so to speak. All right, and let's talk about your life in Naguru. Naguru is a suburb of Kampala, and you know, it's a contrast of the epitome of class within the city of Kampala, in that hill. And when you come down to where you say you grew up from, it's a different contrast altogether. It means that the rich people who live on the top of the hill can release whatever waste they release from up there and ends up down here. And let's talk about the experience of growing up in that area and, you know, staying in an extended family as a young girl. How was that going for you? How was it generally?
So as a kid, you don't really get to think much because you know, you just have food, you have families, you have friends, and you have the community. So there is really not much that you think of. So growing up, I also realized that there's a lot of flooding in the areas that I think it was around senior P5, P6 there, when really every time it would rain, we would spend time in the nights draining water out of our houses because of the flooding. And also, if it's like morning, going to school was hard. So I thought, okay, maybe it's because we are staying in the slum. That was now in P7. But when I was in senior 4, I realized, you know, this is because of the actually poor waste management in the area. Because my home and the neighborhood, when it rains, is when we think of disposing of waste. But also in Uganda generally, organic and inorganic waste is mixed together. Yeah. And most times the organic waste is heavier, so it is even hard because KCCA could tell people to bring waste at the marketplaces. Yeah. So carrying all that waste was hard. So every home keeps the waste at the backyard, and then when it rains, you know, the kids run and pour it in the trenches. Yeah. So that was also something fun to do as a kid. Yeah. Because it's raining, and that is what most people think of, you know. Go and pick rubbish. gende yole kasasiro omusuleyo mu mwala. That is what people say. So
which basically mean go and pick the kasasiro and throw it so that rain can wash it away. Typical.
That was what we thought. But also aside from that, I was an active kid. From as a young kid, I really loved a lot of sports, and I also loved art, design. But when I joined secondary, it was a challenge. Like I said, my dad values education, so he only wanted us to concentrate on school. You know, school, there's nothing like taking part in MDD or in sports, because he thought that was taking away your time for reading books. But regardless, I would participate. I have a number of certificates that I would win. But during holidays, that means I would not take part in activities. So I only had to wait until school is there. Yes, so when I was in my senior theory, when we were choosing subjects to do, I still chose art. And yeah, so I chose art, and I passed highly with a distinction in my UNEB. But senior 5, I opted for mathematics, economics, geography, and art.
So you went back where your dad wanted you to be?
No. So when he realized I was doing art, he's like, no, there's no way I'm going to pay
the school fees.
Yes, if you're doing art, like art has no weight. So he told me to change. So I had to change to entrepreneurship. So I did make ends, and I'm like, okay, maybe at university I'll do art. So I realized at the university you have to have done art in your A level to pursue art. So I went in for statistics.
Wow.
So I did statistics until my 3rd year, and then I went, so during 3rd year, we had to go for internship. But also to take you back, during my senior 6 holidays, me and my sister decided maybe we would start doing jewelry and some fashion, because it's something that I wanted. So I began recycling jewelry from anything that I really find around. So I made necklaces, earrings. I used to go to Owino, buy t-shirts, jumpers, punch them with chitenji like that and sell. So when I joined the university, I was doing it alongside
the
school. So I got my internship in Gulu at the local government. So that is when things really changed. I felt like I had moved away from something that I really passionately loved, because there I was just working. While doing data entry. And then, you know, I think it was just 2 or 3 weeks. I just told my sister, I don't think I am going to continue with this. I don't think I am going to continue with the internship, or I don't think this is something that I really want to do. She's like, wow, that is tough. So, yes, so...
And I just want to break that, you know, just interject a bit. So when that was going on, what was the relationship like between you and your dad? Because it is evident that your father wanted you to be something else and you wanted to be something else, so there's a conflict in there. Were you talking, were you resolving these things? You know, what was going on?
No. So my dad also is not a kind of person that, you know, you can get to sit. We grew up fearing him a lot. So most times he would do... You would know, for as long as you're in school, or for as long as you've gone to church, for as long as you're at home, you know, he's good. He's also naturally a quiet person. You find him at home reading the Bible, you know, he doesn't want noise. So if there's any slight noise, you're dead. So most times there was that distance. There was that distance. So when I was, so when I told my elder sister that I'm going to drop out, she's like, you're dead. Yes. So so I come back at home, and I tell them I'm done with my internship. They're like, wow, that was quick. So my supervisor came, and it's done. I didn't tell him that I dropped out, and I'm also not going to continue with the remaining semester. So so after that I continued doing my jewelry business, knowing that in my head I'm not going to graduate anyways. So towards, I think, 2 months to the graduation, I called my sister. You know, I'm staying at home with my dad, but I called my sister who is in Gulu. You know what? You tell dad, I am not going to graduate. So so he's aware. So she tells him. So ask her, did you tell him?
Yeah.
Then she says yes. I told her, but he's not saying anything to me at all.
Yeah.
He's like, okay.
He's quiet. And you're not yet dead meanwhile, eh?
No.
You're not yet dead.
Not yet. So every day I was anxious,
Yeah.
you know,
Waiting.
maybe he's going to slap him, maybe he's going to do anything.
Yes.
But I tried so much to avoid him.
Yeah.
If I'm like moving out, or if I hear he's moving out, you know, I get back to the bedroom, wait for him to move out. Then I also do the same. But having dinner like together as a family, he didn't say anything. So one day he wakes up furious and he's like, you know, I'm a disappointment. I dropped out of the university and look at what I'm doing and all those things. It's useless things. So so he told me I need to, you know, I need to either go back to the university and finish school. But him telling me to go back to the university and finish school, he told my sister to tell me so, because also me at home, I'm also a quiet person.
Yeah.
So my sister told me, he said you should go back to school. So I told her, that is not possible. That is not something that I really want to do. So yeah, so we kept on having that conversation. He calls my sister calls me, you know.
But
like
you're
that.
home and
yes,
with him,
I'm home with him. Because I call her.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that is still the same now. You know, sometimes I call my sister, it's like call Faith, and then I call him instead. So these days I don't call my sister, but I call him instead. And so after that, so when it was a challenge, he said he didn't want to be with school dropouts.
Yeah.
So I should leave. So
how old were you at that point?
How old was I?
Yeah.
Do I remember the age?
Third year must be about,
but that was in 2016.
Yeah.
It was in 2016. I 1890. I think I was 21.
Yeah, it must be about 21, 22 because you're about getting out 21. Of school, university.
Yes. So I move out. I continue with what I'm doing with the jewelry and recycling, and it was working out well. And then a friend sent me a message and said maybe I should learn more knowledge about entrepreneurship, so I can push my business to a bigger business. So yeah, so that's how in 2017, sorry, I joined the Social Innovation Academy.
And that's how the story of
this
entire Transform Africa started.
Yes.
Faith, I want you to hold it right there. We're going to take a coffee break. This is the CEO Bench. We're talking to the newest CEO, voted, even with the vote from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, somebody sent 2 nominations from there. We don't know why. And many people on Facebook. So if you voted Faith Aweko, we want to hear from you. What are the comments, kisses and disses? Is she doing a good job? You wanted to know the story. The CEO Bench exists to bring you this kind of stories so that you can learn a thing or two about the person and also how you can change your life going forward. We're going to go for a break, and when we come back, the interview with Faith Aweko will continue after this break.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us. at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up on Facebook, that is Jean-Paul Olowo, on Instagram, Jean-Paul Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back from the break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest this morning in the studio is Faith Aweko, who is the founder and the CEO of Transform Africa?
Reform Africa.
Reform Africa. Reform Africa. And Faith, let's pick it up from where we were. You were telling us about the personal journey of growing up in the Kampala suburb and the foray into, Reform Africa.
Mm.
So you have communicated to your father, and the communication bit and the dynamics are very interesting of how you guys were communicating to your sister, to this and that. So let me ask you a question. That's pretty much about your growing up. And but I want to know from you, Faith, growing up, what did you ever want to be in life? I'll take you back a little bit.
Okay.
As a child. Yeah.
So, growing up, I've always wanted to be a fashion designer. Yes.
And are you one now?
Yes.
So let's talk about what excites you as Faith Aweko into this journey where you are right now.
Okay, so what excites me is actually the moment I began doing social entrepreneurship, because that is something that I did not know about, is the moment I realized fulfillment in life, because knowing that the livelihood mostly of the people you work with, because we work with women in the communities who collect plastics, who sort, wash, and also we work with marginalized youths who we employ as tailors. So knowing that the livelihood of them depends entirely on you or on Reform Africa, that is where, that is what really gives me fulfillment.
Yes. And Faith, talking of that, while we're still on the personal questions of it, by the way, I just want to ask you a question about 2021. What is the best thing so far that's happened to you in 2021?
So in 2021, there are two things that happened to me. Focusing more on knowing myself, personal growth, and also really focusing on my fitness journey. I began it late last year, but this year, in January, I set up my fitness goals and realized I have to read a lot about fitness to better my knowledge, so I'm able to really transform into the person that I want to be. Okay.
And that said, most important thing that the people who nominated you would want to know is, before I take you to the leadership journey, is the story of where you ended up joining the social entrepreneurship class and stuff like that, and not going back to university. If you pick it up from there, what was the experience like when your father finally said, okay, I think I need to give up on this one?
and then you ended up doing this other course where you went for. What was the experience like, and what did your father say to you?
So when I joined the Social Innovation Academy, I actually did not tell anyone except my siblings. I told them about what I'm doing currently with recycling and how I've moved away from just making jewelry to now recycling plastic polythene. So they did not understand until I sent them samples, and they were excited. So after a while, I thought probably I would go home and show my dad what I do. But it wasn't a positive experience from him, because he really still, you know, even after that, he told my sister, do you think she still has a chance to go back to school? Like, yes. So I thought maybe I disappointed him, but by then also I was still starting up the company. But I had hopes that it will be great. So I remember the first flight I took to represent from Africa. I did not tell them because I thought anyway, you know. But my stepmom was very furious. You know, she was angry. She's like, "How would you not tell us?
So that we can come to the airport and
how would you not tell us?
To the airport to see you go?" Because
how would you not tell us? So I told her I thought probably you guys were not happy with what I do. And then she told me, you know, I'll already support you in any way. So there was also a time that my dad came to actually see what we do. Yes, he came with my sister, and he was very impressed. And also, when they get to see me on TV, on the newspaper, you know, they're the first people who call me that we saw you on the newspaper. Or if I tell them the show is on TV, they keep calling me, what time is it again? We cannot see it, what time is it? So that really says that they are getting to understand what I do, but with also being able to help them financially, because at first my dad thought, you know, this is just a small business that you would not be able to earn enough income, a living. So being able to see that I am sustaining myself, and I'm also able to sustain them as a family. So yeah, but still in his head, he still wants me to have a formal kind of education. Yes.
Wow. So let me just take you back, Faith. I think this is a very interesting, moment we're having on the CEO Bench today. And of course, I want to talk to all of you guys who are watching the CEO Bench from all across the world. I think this is a very fascinating story, personal journey so far being told by the person walking the journey, Faith Aweko, who is the founder and the CEO of Reform Africa, a recycling bags from the waste materials, things we throw away. And I think, let me tell you, Faith will be given an award for helping Kampala, because we really have quite a number of those in the city of Kampala. So we want to hear from you. If you have a comment, drop it up there, and we'll definitely be able to read it. And Faith, I'm very much interested in taking you back before we go into the leadership part of the show. Your dad told you to, get out of the home, and you go. So, how were you able to move out, and how long were you out of home without talking? We hear this story a lot from different people, and sometimes we don't understand how to go about it, and the reconciliation part of it, which we're definitely going to go into, the leadership, change management and transformation, and how you're able to lead yourself out of that, and the things that happen. But I want to know specifically, and of course to all our viewers all across the world, somebody could be going through the same thing, and they don't know how to go about it. And perhaps their self-esteem is being put down very much, because the world says you must have a formal education. You don't have a formal education, but formal education often tends to kill creativity. And when a creative person is boxed, like in your case, you are able to get out, but there are people who are not able to get out of that situation. So I want to know this experience, that managing the relationship between your father, going out home, what were you doing, where did you get the money, what happened?
So it wasn't actually an easy experience. Because my dad is also a kind of person who tells you, I need you to leave home abruptly. There's no plan, and he can give you either a week or even a few days to just leave. Wow. So I realized once you also immerse in the pain, you would be miserable. So I realized that is something that has happened, so I have to move on. I had a few savings, but my siblings, my elder sister was there for me because I didn't have anything. So she sent me saucepans, she sent me a mattress, She sent me a blanket. She sent me almost everything I needed to start. And then she also gave me some money. And my brothers also did the same. And I also had my savings. So once I was able to pay for 3 months rent, so from day one, I started to work hard to really be able to, if it's like the 4th month, I have already the money for the rent.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not very easy for girls, and I'm sure there's a girl outside there. I mean, such situations are usually for boys. We're good. We can go out, we can bustle thing up, and do whatever we want to do. Boys are usually, but for girls, they're not quite a very easy journey.
Yeah.
So if you would just dive into it. As a girl, how did that make you feel?
So I had, I was renting next to my friend, so I had friends around who I would talk to, who would be there for me. But also I just realized, you know, I have to focus my life, I have to focus on business. So I was very, I think that is also how my Facebook grew, because I tried as much as possible to sell things on, because I was only selling actually on Facebook, to sell my products on Facebook. So being busy also kept me going to not really get to think a lot. But I'd also kind of like, after my sister sent me things, I also kind of cut off, you know, family and communication. So I just, yes, because most times my sister's like, are you fine? Do you have money? So that was making me miserable most of the time. So I just cut communication and I just focus on working, because that is what kept me going.
Wow. Well, you're hearing the story coming from Faith Aweko right there, the story of personal resilience, if we would say it, and you know, persistence and consistency in the process to be able to build, you know, reform Africa. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, Faith and I are going to dive straight into leadership. Leadership is what everyone needs to go. And before you know it, if you don't have leadership, you're dead. If you have leadership, you succeed. We want to know from there whether Faith was being a leader, self-leadership, what are the tricks and intricate, you know, stuff like that that she was able to go through to get her to where she is, and to get her to where she had to, you know, sort of like move out from that situation going forward. And this is what the CEO bench is here for. Stay right there. We'll be right back after the break.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's, you know, research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that that is too much for a woman, because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men, because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity for maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to, you know, to go for extra, you know, learning, or to go for work outside Kampala, because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces.
Welcome back. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Edio Killer. In the studio is Faith Aweko, a lady who sprang out of Naguru to the rest of the world, recycling, waste, solid waste, not solid waste, plastic waste, and what we called kavera in Uganda, and making very beautiful stuff out of it, and selling us for use to make our livelihood really better. Faith, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Let's go straight to the leadership journey. Leadership requires that the person is aware of who they are. And self-leadership is key to come out from the situation where you are, where you're trying to say, Dad, I want to do this, and Dad is saying, no, daughter, I want to do this, and there's a crossroad. And we want to know from that point of view. Of course, self-leadership, we can see it, that you are doing a great thing by leading yourself, and you're pointing yourself and giving yourself meaning. I want to ask you a very simple question here on leadership. On the leadership, what is your understanding of leadership and the definition of leadership by Faith Aweko?
Okay, so leadership to me is being able to lead a group of people from one place to another, mostly like for me to make sure people are better versions of themselves from the time that I've met them and throughout the time that they are with me until the time that they are out of my reach.
Okay. On that note, Faith, who is a leader to you? Are you one? And if yes, what type of leader are you, given your journey? So
I am a leader because I lead a group of about 20 people. I'm one of like a coach kind of leader because I try as much as possible to see that people learn their potentials and they be the best versions of themselves, because sometimes we get women who you see potential in them, or also women who come like they really want to work as tailors, but then you realize they would actually be better in this kind of field, or in fusing the plastics. Yeah. Also, we find people who have no skill at all, but they come, hey, I want to wash plastics, but you tell them it will actually be better if you come and learn this kind of skill. And from there and then, we find that most people who are fusing our plastic bags also learn to tailor, and then now they are supervising other women. So that is the kind of leadership that that I portray, so that people can move from from the level they are to become better and better in what they do, or even get to do more. Okay, so as a leadership coach, by definition, you are actually a transformative leader. A transformative leader is one who, sees what it shall be like and works up to what is that needs to be done to get there. But also, transformative leadership approach focuses first on the human being as a person, which we can see in you, and then with the view of turning followers into leaders, and of course impacting their lives and making sure that they actually have something meaningful. So that's very good. So you're a transformative leader by nature, from what we see. That's a good one. So Faith, on that note, what is your understanding of leadership at the personal level, and of course at the family level, given the situation you've gone through with your dad and your family, at the society level, and of course as a corporation? Now you're building a corporation, you're building an organization that is reaching out to many people. It's already 20 people you're employing, meaning that those 20 people have got people who depend on them. So when we multiply the 20 people individually, the chain are reaching far more people than the 20 that you have at the moment. But we want to understand from you, what is your understanding of leadership? Personal leadership, self-leadership, family leadership, society leadership, and of course, the organization. Okay, so for me, it's thinking now less of yourself and thinking more of others, to grow them, but also know that the decisions that we make don't only affect me as a person, but they're going to affect the organization as a whole. And also putting in accountability for every action that we make. It's going to affect me, yes, but it's also going to affect generally the company, like for example, Reform Africa. So if there is any decision that I'm making, it doesn't have to be based on individual interests, but it has to be made based on my co-founders, based on our workers, based on their children. Like for example, if you are going to lay off some workers because of COVID, you know, do we just think of laying off the workers, or do we also think of their families, or their children who have been dependent, you know, on their mother, like for the financial support in the family? Yes.
Wow. Well, we want to know from you, Faith, and of course not just you, Faith, but also everyone who is online. I mean, you've had Faith Aweko. I mean, that last part of the leadership question actually just blows somebody up. And there are 5 different types of leadership approaches that we have in the world. And I want you to vote for Faith Aweko right now and tell us which one is she using best and why, given her explanation on this part of the leadership approach and the leadership question. 1, there's what we called, you know, autocratic leadership approach. Is she an autocratic leadership approach? Do we understand what autocratic leadership approach is? And number 2 would be a transactional leader or a transactional leadership approach. Okay? Is Faith Aweko a transactional leadership approach? Is she, you know, a autocratic? And number 3 would be a democratic leader or leadership approach. Is she democratic? Is she applying the same approach to her leadership skills? And number 4 would be what we called a charismatic leader. Charismatic leader. Is she a charismatic leader? And if yes, does she use the, you know, the charismatic leadership approach in her day-to-day running of the business or leading herself? And number 5 would be transformative leadership approach. Is she a transformative leadership approach? Is that your view of her? We want to know from you. Please write us the comment down there, and of course make sure that we'll get back to you. I want to also inform all of you that the CEO Bench is doing a very special thing for the first time to Faith Aweko. That this particular interview is actually streaming on our own pages. 1, on our Facebook page. She's live on our Facebook page, courtesy of House of Talent, and of course streaming on the Reform Africa page. So please go there, share far and wide, and support the girl child, as we always say it. I know all the the women, all the people who support the women, the girls' rights are going to come and, you know, and say, you saw what they're doing when Kadaga was standing. Yes. So, but Faith, let's go back to the change management as part of our show. I'll ask you a question before we take another coffee break, just to go through this. So the CEO Bench is about leadership, change management, and transformation. Now, you had a journey before getting to where you are right now, and that journey requires you to go through as a child, you know, go through school, understanding yourself. Like you said, when you were young, there was mwala, you know, how do you call it? That's what they call it. That waste stuff in the trenches everywhere, water would flood, come, you will clean. As a child, you didn't understand. But when you reach a certain point, you began to understand what it was. Now, senior 4, you said, I started to see that actually there's a problem here. We're just not being organized. KCC say, we take this, for us to wait for it when the rain comes. And then later on, when you get to university, says, you know what? I'm certainly not going to do statistics and finish. Whoever want to drop out of a statistics class? You could have been at the statistics house. You could have been a minister of finance. Your father had big dreams of seeing you as a minister in the government of Uganda, or working for you and working for. Now it makes sense when somebody from IMF votes you to come on the CEO Bench to hear your story. Because I was trying to make waste management and IMF, this money and this, they didn't make sense. So perhaps it does begin to make sense. But so we're going to go into that change management. What is your understanding of change management?
So change is moving away from the position that you are right now to something else, like maybe also shifting from one place to another, or yeah. So change is something broad, but moving from where you are right now into a better position.
Wow, that's your understanding of change. Okay, I want to just say this, Faith. If that is your understanding of change, how were you able to communicate the change that happened in your life, both from your, you know, sister before you decided that you're going to turn around your life? Did you think through the process? What were your strategies to communicate that, you know, guys, I'm stopping here, I'm not going to continue with this? Because there's also another person who is going through the same thing, who doesn't know how to go about it, and they want to learn from you. Number two, we want you to tell us, how were you able to manage that change between you and your father and your mother and your siblings? That's managing change. That's not a very simple change. You said it's very difficult to deal with. How were you able to do so?
So as humans, I think change is inevitable because life gives us change in many ways. Also, like during this COVID, people have had to change how they lived their lives to adapt to the situation. So most times also when change is calling us and we don't change, we remain in more of like a pain because we are not trying to adapt to the new life that is calling us. So most times also, like for me, when things weren't working out the way that I wanted them to be, and I wasn't being who I was then. So I realized I have to change in order to be the person that I'm destined to be. Yeah. But so managing it with with myself wasn't also easy because I also did not actually know what I was doing. I did not know who I was, or if actually what I'm doing is wrong or right. Because also now people are used to you in this kind of way. So if you're changing, mostly like the friends at the university, you know, it was different because most of them are like, you should not really drop out of school. Yeah. Business is not easy. So I had to also try and cut them because the new me, they were not serving the new person that I was becoming. Yeah. And also they were not trying to understand me. Yeah. So also in change, I realized I have to cut some people off so I can concentrate to being the better version of myself, and also be able to really understand the kind of person that I am becoming. Maybe it's also going to need new environment. Like when I went to Sina, I realized, you know, this is where I am meant to be. And the community around were the same people, refugees, former street children who are trying to transform their lives. So also that community helped me a lot to understand who I was as a person, because also as a leader, if you don't know yourself, then it is hard to really lead other people. So that being able to surround myself with the people who are going through the same life changes or experiences as me made me actually find purpose in life. Yeah. Wow.
Faith, change always can be difficult, and people can find it as something very challenging in life, and in most cases some people can take a wrong turn, and sometimes realizing that you need to make a certain decision that is good, that is not going to affect many people, are also quite a challenge. I want you to dig deep a little bit more onto that part when you had to make a decision to cut your family off, and for some time. How long? Why did you arrive at that position of, I need myself, I need to cut these people off, and how were you going to get back to them?
Like I was in a confusion state, and the more people call, the more people talk to you, the more advices you get. You just, you know, like it confuses you more and more. So I wanted to just concentrate, you know, but also with that, I was praying every day to really redirect my life and to really, so with prayer, that helped me a lot. But being in the environment, in the right environment that I was in PG, also gave me a clue that, you know, I am getting to where I want to be, or I am right here in this situation or in this place because I am meant to be. So when I cut off my family, after that, so I remember one time my my stepmom called me, and she's like, it's better, you know, you start coming home and tell me what you are doing and all those things. So yeah, the first time I came home was when my sister was going to have an ekuchala.
Yes, how long was that? What was the period before you could return home?
I left home in 2016,
yeah,
and I came back home in 2017.
Those were 2 years. 1 year?
1 year.
Yeah, 1 year, 1 year, yes.
Yes, it was after a year.
Yeah.
Yes, so...
Of no talk, nothing,
yes,
just quiet.
Yes, but when I came home also, I was a transformed person because my stepmom told me, okay, so I really think you've changed a lot, and that was something that I wanted to hear,
yes,
you know, from people. And when I met a few friends from campus, it was still the same. But when they're also seeing what I was doing, they were happy with what I'm doing. So that also gave me hopes.
Okay. You know, it's something that we need to talk about here, Faith. I see the great work, but I want to just take you back to that change a little bit. I'm your friend, and you're going to have to tell me that you're making a decision not to talk to me. How do you communicate to Eddie Okila and say, you know what, Eddie, I just need myself, I need to be me, I need to do me, and first give me some time. How do you communicate to Eddie Okila or to your friends or to, and how do they take that information in? Do they take it in good light? I mean, what was their, how were you able to communicate that? Because I need the intricate details of that communication, because it's key to helping somebody who is out there move from one point to the next. Yes. How were you able to tell your friend like Eddie Okila that, hey, you know what, I need some space? Because it's not easy to communicate that I'm changing, and then you come back when you're totally changed and everybody's saying, hey, I think you've changed. Did you communicate? How were you able to communicate that very complicated communication of, please give me some time? Some people will say, you feel you're proud. Some people will say, I think she's depressed. Some people will say, I think she's running cuckoos, she's running mad because you're withdrawing from people. How do you communicate that kind of change? How were you able to communicate it in your case?
Okay, so with my friends, it was easier by just doing by just cutting myself off of what we used to do, maybe hang out with friends. You know, every time they call you, you tell them you would not like. So many times if friends call you many times and you're turning them down, they also just ghost out on you. So that was easier for them. But others also automatically, since I am not, you know, pursuing statistics, if I am not like on the journey into the professional world, they just cut you off.
Yes.
So with family, it was a little bit difficult, mostly with my siblings, because we were united, but I felt like I needed to just be me. So I just told them I just need time off. Or most times, you know, I kind of also changed my phone number and I would call them.
Yeah.
Like my sister, my younger sister, I told her, let me be the one to be calling you. Just don't call me, let me be the one to be calling you. But that also meant I wasn't going to call her.
Yeah.
Yes. So yes.
Yeah.
But I just also communicated to them the situation that I'm in. Me, myself, I also do not understand. But I am very sure that, you know, things are going to get clear, you know, day by day. Yeah, because most times you also do not identify yourself at that certain period of time.
Yeah.
And you don't know if you need therapy or if you're running crazy or so yeah. So most times it's difficult, but with time, when you're on that personal growth journey, then you're able to identify and get to know yourself better. And then when you come out as the better version of yourself, then people would actually see. I think it was actually great that, you know, that she went to Mpiji. It was great that she took on this journey because the faith that we used to know wasn't actually serving her purpose anyways. Yeah.
Wow. Well, we're talking about change management on the CEO bench, and my guest this morning, or my guest this afternoon, or this night, or this evening, depending on which part of the world you are, is Faith Aweko. She's a girl who started out as, you know, thinking that I'm a creative mind, and so I need to be in a creative space. But yet, you know, the world says, no, 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 no. You are supposed to be statisticians, that's how they call them. Yes, and go into statistics, study statistics, and, you know, become this person, and, you know, in a formal way. But that wasn't. So she's talking about the change management. From that point, the foray into where she is right now, which is not a very simple journey. We want to hear from you. do you have an experience like Faith? Are you learning something from Faith? The CEO bench exists to bring you intellectual rigor, fusing it with the common challenges of life every single day, so that you can be a person of great repute, moving up. The challenges that you face will take you forward. So the CEO bench is here to bring you such stories, and today Faith Aweko is the person on the bench. Faith, we're going to take a break. But before we go for that break, I want to ask you one more question. Many people who go through what you're going through as CEOs and going forward, some people end up in drugs, others end up using substance, abusing substance, and so many things. Would you just share quickly how were you able to safeguard yourself away from it? Others have ended up into for girls, the old trade, as we say in the holy books. I'm sure you know the trade I'm talking about. Some have gone into that road and ended up in prostitution, and some people have taken advantage of them as girls. We hear some horrendous stories when something like that happened to girls. But here you are, and the story seems to be different. Were you able to keep yourself away from all of these troubles that were competing for your mind, and yet still, steer clear?
Okay, so one thing, actually two things. One, I didn't want to be laughed at. So most times when you are moving on a self-growth journey, and then you back off, people will be like, we told you, all those things. So I didn't want to have that, to be a loser.
Yes.
But also, I really thought, I have come far. Throughout school, I've always wanted to be this. So I didn't want to give up. So giving up wasn't an option. I didn't want to reach an extent and I'm like, I give up. Yet this is something that I've always wanted to really do ever since I was a child. So I'm like, there's no giving up. And then, I don't want my fellow classmates to laugh at me that I dropped out of the university, my business has failed, and I'm now a failure.
No. Yeah. Wow. Well, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll dive into our last part of the show, which is transformation. Faith Aweko, Edio Killer, right here on the CEO bench. If you have not picked a word or two from Faith to help you, perhaps you need to go back, play the video again, think through it, and think through your life and see which part of this interview is actually very important for you. Faith and I are going to be back after this break. This is the CEO bench.
Even people are stuck in their own ways. For people who have had a chance to, say, work out of the country, you're dealing with people from different backgrounds, different cultures. Their view of the world is different. You cannot change that. The best you can do is get into that space and find a way of navigating through that.
Okay.
So I don't believe that what I've learned necessarily is going to go into, say, a big organization like Stanbic and change it.
Yeah.
If it may guide me along the way in terms of how to navigate, in terms of how to influence the leaders of that organization, but not necessarily kick the front door and change everything. In fact, I think that's disastrous because you may just end up going backwards. So I think for me is allow yourself to learn from the environment and then adapt and change from within.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of time we see people, Daniel, who go into organization and just start changing, and you find people flying from this organization to another and says, man, the new boss was come.
Correct.
I can't stay there. Absolutely. And this happened.
Absolutely.
Is it they themselves who are a problem, those who are running away, or actually the bosses come and want to change everything? Have you ever been in an organization and people have viewed you like that? And if yes, how were you able to deal with it? If not, had you learned these tricks before going inside there so that when you arrived, you are more warmer to people than more, cold to other people?
Yeah, I think in most cases where, and we've seen this, even in Uganda, where a CEO comes and tries to change everything overnight and and the organization suffers. You lose your talent, the good people leave the company, they go to other organizations, you know, your numbers start going down. It's a no-brainer. The good ones are the ones who quickly realize, oh, this is different, I need to adapt. I mean, I always hear people who have worked in Tanzania. Tanzanians are different. The way they do things at their pace and how they
shift and move things,
relate among each other is very different.
Yes.
So if you come with your speed and you know, and forcefulness, you'll get a culture shock. They'll edge you out slowly in their nice way. Before you know it, you've left the company. You know, I remember earlier back in our breweries, we had similar people who used to come from South Africa at the time. Because Africa is obviously very fast-paced. It's about push, push, push. And a lot of them suffered. In fact, a time came when they said, you know what, this thing is not working. Let's empower now Ugandans. That's how we guys came through. Yeah.
The CEO Bench, my name is Eddie Okela, Faith Aweko. Faith, welcome back from that break. I want to take you straight to transformation. What does transformation mean to you? I will explain transformation in a very simple way. You know, you've been doing a lot of work, and the work you've been doing is leading to transformation. You yourself, you said you've transformed. But what is transformation to you?
Okay, so transformation is changing from who you thought, like for example, from who I thought I was or who I was before to a better version, or to actually a more defined version of myself.
Yeah. And in that context, we want to dive straight away to the work you've been doing. Tell us more about, you know, Reform Africa. Why Reform Africa? What is the inspiration behind the name, and what is it doing? Where is it leading us? You founded it, you're the CEO, you got a huge nomination towards this. Obviously, you were a lady on a journey to some greatness in future.
So when we were beginning, I shared a little bit of a story of the background of Reform Africa. But Reform Africa is a social business in Uganda here that upcycles plastic polythene waste bags into durable, sustainable, and waterproof bags and accessories. So like I said, I grew up from one of the slum areas in Uganda, that is Naguru Go Down. And I was very greatly affected by plastic pollution as a kid, because when it rains, my family and the whole neighborhood would think of disposing of waste in the trenches, and this blocked the trenches, and this was the major cause of flooding. And so as I grew up, I thought, why wouldn't I work on something on the flooding and the waste pollution in the slum areas? So Reform Africa began basically as a research in 2018 to see how waste is produced, how waste is polluted, and how waste is recycled in Uganda. And in Uganda, we produce over 500 tons of plastic waste every day, and 51% of this waste is not collected.
Wow.
And yes, 51%. And this is the waste that ends in the trenches, in the open places. When we are traveling, we are throwing it on the roadsides. and also in the rural areas.
You always see people just, jump off the, windows or their vehicles and just throw it, but the borders drink and throw it,
And in the rural areas, plastic is left to decompose on its own, yet plastic takes more than 1,000 years to really fully decompose. Holes are dug and all trash is poured, then it's buried. So that is what we think, that waste is gone, yes. But this is taking 1,000 years. Now in Kampala, the one of the high causes of air pollution is burning of waste. And with this, we are also burning plastic. And this is causing toxic fumes in the environment. So when we did research on the causes of plastic pollution, and when we went to the solutions, we realized Uganda, we recycle less than 1% of our waste, yet we are producing over 500 tons. And this is also just plastic, like the plastic bottles that are just collected, shredded, and shipped to either China or India. So our recycling capacity in Uganda is very low, and we also realized there is really no solutions or a few solutions for the plastic bags, the caveras. Yet these are the ones that are blocking the trenches. And also these are the ones, like Uganda, we are highly agricultural. But when these plastic bags come in contact with our agricultural soils, they don't allow water filtration in the soil. So that means also there is low produce or low quality of produce. So we started to research more on plastic bags with zero experience, because we all come from different backgrounds.
How many are you, by the way?
I can share about my co-founders. I have two co-founders. One is a refugee from DRC Congo, from Nachiva refugee camp. In DRC, it's really worse than Uganda, because anywhere that is an open place is where waste is, dumped. And in the refugee camp, it's still the same. So another one is Nalima Shamim from Bwaise. We all know Bwaise is one of the highly flooded areas in Uganda. But also the trenches, you find plastics all over. When it finishes, when the rain is done, you see that plastic is like plastics bottles are floating, they are floating. So and this is the plastic that is thrown in the trenches, but as well as plastic that we throw on the roadsides, because when it rains, the water brings it all to us.
So is that what the ladies are collecting that we're seeing on the screen?
So yes, so the ladies collect plastic bags. Those are caveras.
Is that you, by the way?
Yes.
Okay,
That is me, and those are one of the two ladies who wash.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Go on.
So yeah, so we basically started to really do research on plastic bags, how we can recycle, and how we didn't have the idea of the bags in our minds. But when we were in PG doing research, we discovered kids in PG walk long distances to go to school. And with the unforeseen rainy seasons, you find the rain is going to hit them. Some of them have their books in their hands, and others have the books in the Kavera plastic bags. When we interviewed one of their parents, they said that they can afford to buy a Kavera of 100 shillings or 200 every day for a kid. But they aren't able to afford to buy a bag of 20 or 30K. Because having 20K or 30K once is expensive. But them having 100 shillings or 200 to buy a plastic bag is cheap. But yet at the end of it all, at the end of the day, either the plastic bag is torn because it is very light, or the kid has just lost it. So that's also what's causing pollution. But at the end of it all, the mother is spending actually more money, because a term has 3 months. That is about 80 to 90,000 every term for plastic bags. So we thought if we'd make a bag for the kids to have their books safely, because also our bags are actually waterproof, so the kids can also walk through the rain and go to school without their books getting wet. But at the same time, we wanted to provide dignity for the kids to have their bags, their books in the bags. Yeah, that's how we zeroed down to
So
make
that's
bags.
actually one of your products we're seeing on the screen?
Yes.
All right, so how much did they go for?
So we make backpacks. Backpacks, people can also use them to have like your laptop.
So for example, like
and
that
come
one,
to and come to work. That one is 60,000.
Is it a backpack?
Yes, that's a backpack. Okay. It's a space for a laptop, and it's mostly actually used by tourists because they get to travel, and you have your camera, your phone, all safe in case you're going to Buindi and it's raining. You don't have to worry
because it's made out of the recycled bag. And then those ones?
Those ones are cross bags. Yes. We also make school bags for the kids, and for every backpack that that you buy, we give out one free school bag for a rural kid in Uganda. But we also work with organizations and NGOs that support production of also bags that we donate. Last year, between November, December, and January, we donated 1,000 bags in the refugee camp with support from UNFPA. They funded the production and distribution of the bags.
Wow.
Yeah, to Shakatu refugee camp.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, that's the story of Faith Aweko right there, our CEO on the CEO bench today. And of course, we want to say thank you very much for being part of the show. Faith, just before we wind up the show, I want to just take you through some very interesting experiences that I see you've gotten here. And I want to go to the awards. What was it like when you were announced as the award winner? That day, and they said, Faith, you are the winner of this award, and going back to where the journey started and your dad, did you announce this to your parents?
No, I didn't. Yes, I didn't announce. So the first award that we got was Social Impact Award.
Yeah.
Yes, Social Impact Award happens every year. It's global. It happens every year.
Yeah.
And in Africa, it happens in Uganda.
Yeah.
So we were the winners of Social Impact Award. Most of the awards we've actually got has been funding, financial support. So that has helped also boost us as a company, more especially also during this COVID, that we are able to pay rent and we're able to pay our workers.
And support those who are working with you.
Yes.
Okay. You have reformed that place. I'm seeing a house on the screen. Tell us about that. Is that your office? And that's how your homes are built? What's this?
So that was our workshop in Mpigi before we moved to Entebbe.
Okay.
Yeah, that is just our workshop.
So was that built out of the
plastic bottles?
Yes.
Yes.
The whole house?
That is, yes. The Social Innovation Academy.
Yeah.
All the houses are built out of plastic bottles.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. And Faith, what would be your parting shot today? Where do you see, first of all, before you do the parting shot, where do you see yourself 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now? And how would you like to be remembered as the founder of Reform Africa? Where do you see Reform Africa?
So, so there are two things. Where I see myself is someone of inspiration, to be able to inspire people, especially women, to reach out to their full potentials, because I believe a lot of women have dreams, a lot of women have potentials that are seated there, you know, because they are afraid of change or they are afraid of where to start from. So I want to be able to share my story fully so that people can be inspired and they, you know, when they become better versions of themselves and also live to their fullest potential. And with Reform Africa, we would like to open up a recycling hub because currently we just go trained in schools, but we want to open up a recycling hub where people come and learn about recycling. And we've partly moved away, not really moved away, but we are not only actually now recycling plastic polythene bags, but we've now, because that is soft plastic, we've now moved to recycling hard plastic. We acquired machines from Plastic Renewal in Austria that makes machines that recycle hard plastics. So we're currently making pegs for hanging clothes online, but that is made out of broken buckets and broken chairs.
Wow. Faith, thank you very much. Let's talk about health and fitness. You said you dived into health and fitness last week. In fact, one of the people who nominated you is called Diwato Chom. He's a friend of mine, but also transformed his life when he went to do his master's in the UK and Swansea University. He came back a different person altogether, no stomach, looking really good, and then so he was one of the people who nominated you among about another 15 other people who nominated you to come. This is not Okila Health and Fitness, this is the CEO bench. So we won't talk very much about the Okila Health and Fitness things there. That's totally a different interview altogether. But is it important? Why did you pick on, looking after your health and put your health goals and fitness goals up? What turned around your mind to think about this? Not very many people find that very useful for them when they are in this kind of work.
Okay, so I can first share like what fitness has helped me do. Yeah. So fitness, putting away the goals of being fit and all that, it has helped me to really boost my confidence and discipline in life, consistency, because I believe if I am able, because I'm a bodybuilder, so I do lift weight, but if I am able to really push myself to lift from 5 kg, 10 to 20 to 50, I believe I am able to really, if I set my mind on something in the professional world, I am able to achieve it because I was able to achieve it through fitness. So, yes, so with also that, I've learned a lot through, through fitness, mostly to like, it's been a personal growth journey to get to know my potentials, to get to know my limit, because I also realized actually human beings, we are limitless. Most times it's only our body that is tired, but our mind, it's only our mind, yes, tired, it's only the mind that is tired, because sometimes I get to push myself, you know, I tell my coach I am tired, it's like, you are not tired. So I realize fitness is just a mind game, and if you are able to really work on that, then in the professional world it will just be like a walkover.
Wow. Well, if you fear fitness, Faith has it there for you, and we always say that a fit mind is a mind that is going to be successful, and you cannot be productive when you are, sick. And I've always told people, you can't make money when you are sick, neither can you spend money when you are sick, nor can your productivity improve when you are unwell or when you are sick. You cannot be, broke and unfit. Certainly God will reject you, yes. So the point, but that's my philosophy. Faith, we're gonna have to bring the interview to a close, but I have a question here for you from one. Frank Tugume says the best show on Friday and in the country. Welcome to the CEO bench, guys, thank you very much. But Faith, I have a question for you. How do you manage losses while doing businesses? As an entrepreneur, now that's a question for you. How do you manage losses while doing businesses? Coming from Frank Tugume.
So, like in business, you have to have an open mind, because with loss, I take it as a lesson. I try as much as possible, business and personal life, at my lowest, or if I'm experiencing loss, which lessons can I really learn from this? That helps me to make better decisions in life in the future, because yes, I can have maybe a loss of 10M, but probably in the future I might even have a loss of 100M. But so experiencing such helps me to get ready for even more bigger challenges in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Faith, for coming to the CEO bench. And what is your parting shot today? If you're to leave us, what would you say to the people who nominated you? What would be the message to the people who nominated you to come to the CEO bench? If you look into that camera, yes.
I would like to thank them. I would like to thank everyone who nominated me to be on the CEO bench. It's a privilege to sit here and get interviewed, but also thank you to everyone who is listening. But my call is for people to be able to discover their potentials and reach their highest version.
Wow. Thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench, Faith, and thank you very much everybody who nominated Faith to come to the CEO bench. I want to say a shout out to all the people in the diaspora, in the US, in the UK, in Australia, in Denmark, and the guys in Nairobi, Kenya, the guys in Tanzania, and of course my brothers and sisters from South Sudan, and of course you've got some nomination coming from Ethiopia, and from Egypt. So Faith, thank you very much for touching lives. People who have interacted with your bags have nominated you. And until then, we want to say thank you for coming, and thank you to everyone who have been part of the CEO Bench. Until next week, keep it the CEO Bench and remain safe and found. Make sure you are learning from people who are doing it and growing places. My name is Edio Killer, Faith, and we're signing out.
Taranto. Hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu, kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu, ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe. Umwe amuha itarane eshanu, undi amuha ebyiri, undi amuha itarane imwe itagirira kabiri, maze umutware arazinduka. Maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za taranto nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye. Uwahawe shana aragenda arazigenza, agenzura amesha hano. Uwahawe ebyiri nawe abigenza atyo, agenzura ebyiri. Maze wa wundi wahawe imwe aragenda acukura icobo, ayishamo ya taranto, aratinyuka arayitabaye. Nuko imitsi irayitindira ataha, maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye. Uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza, wansigiye eshanu uzungutse izindi eshanu. Uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza, wansigiye ebyiri zungutse izindi ebyiri. Shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza, nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike, nico gitumye mbegurira byinshi. Ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja. Maze wa wundi wahawe itarane imwe itagiriye kabiri, adatera hejuru azayibobota cyane, ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga, usarura utabibye na munagane. Itaranto narayitabye mu butaka, dore ngiyo fata ibyawe. Maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi, niko wamunyabutewe, ese ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza, maze nkasanga inyungu yayo. Nuko shebuja arayimwambura, ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itara nk'icumi igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupfapfa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese gufasha abakene gusura abarwayi bikorwa by'urukundo gushigikirana imirimo myiza igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo taranto twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye
I want you to share with us from your experiences. You've been going quite a lot, traveling around the world and seeing these things in different, countries. What would you share with us today that we can pick from your experiences where you've been going that we can do down here at home and make it better in Africa, and which Abdul can pick, lessons from to go back and continue to impact the lives of people in these communities? Yes.
Yeah, I think when as we said at the beginning, like we are, as a community of citizens, we always like to be inspired.
Yeah.
And graffiti normally is about inspiration. Yes. You might say a piece of mask, a piece of, but for example, for me, when I see most of the graffiti work, much of this work is conceptual, it's abstract. People don't understand it. Yeah. But if we could start from the area where people understand, like for some of our icons, just imagine in Kawempe you have a beautiful graffiti wall of Geoffrey Riema, of Philip Bongole Utaya, of Paul Cafero, of Fred Sebata. All these, like Peterson.
I think he has one already there of
Peterson. But then, of course, great piece. Great piece. But then it.
It's a recent thing. We need something.
So we're looking at like how can we also start presenting work that is going to inspire our people, people that people need to remember. You know, like Peterson Mutebi, you know, like Mr. Segamwenge, all these people, the Byron Kawadwas. There are so many Ugandans that are very, very people are attached to. Just for example, like if GNL is emotionally attached to his graffiti wall mural, and then what is he going to do? He'll push it. He'll push his wall. So if Cliff Mutebi comes and sees his father's mural of Peterson Mutebi on the wall, he'll push it because he finds it that inspiration, and that's meaning that you're growing your community. You're not just skilling them with hands-on, but you're also empowering them to feel proud of who they are and who are their parents or their ancestors are. So I think we need to start looking at how do we celebrate our own? How do we celebrate? I like the Rwandan piece. And I know, because when he was explaining the love of the city, I know there has been conflict and tension between Rwanda and Uganda. It speaks volumes, but at the same time, it is detaching from the Ugandans. They're like, you know, how do we cultivate our own people to appreciate their own history? When you look at bigger cities, they always find those people that are very related or connecting to them. The conceptualization is also about, because there's someone saying that, no, I need to speak my mind, but you also need to connect to the community.
Thank you.
How does the community relate to this kind of work? This mural, which is at Alliancia, was done by a German team. But you find the way they were trying to create, you know, in its abstract, they also try to bring in the Ugandan aspect of it by having the crane in as part of the concept. So how do we connect our work to cultivate the love and the appreciation of our own communities, and also try to grow, make it as much better and much, you know, sophisticated in a way that it shows the maturity of your work, you know? So for me, this is what I'd like to say, that scaling is not only about giving people hands-on skills, but it's also cultivating their minds, inspiring them, making sure that you are exposing them, you're kind of challenging them to think differently, to attract a different mindset.
mbakomboze igitaramo cy'iwacu iwacu turatarama ngwino urare iwacu iyo dukoze ku nyamirya izubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza se batunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira inahana batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka ahiwacu turatarama ngwino urare tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turatarama ngwino urare tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka
Epana biso tolinga kobina epana biso tolinga kosepela ka elongo tolinga tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana
tugusogongeze ku ntango y'amahoro nkwibutsa umugani wa nyashya na baba inkuru ya saruhara rwa nkomokomo cyacana ndetse na ngunda tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka ahiwacu turatarama ngwino urare aho dutaramiye nta rungu tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turataramira ijoro tukarita hanze cyambere wampaye inka cyuringanje reka ntugatsikire cyuringanje nuko umuco wacu ntugacindishe
Of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. If you haven't yet grabbed your cup of coffee, this would be a good time to do that. Welcome to the show that is all about coffee, where we get to talk about coffee, we get to explain things about coffee, where we get to brew coffee on the show. I don't think there's any other show in Uganda that is like this one. We have a lot of stuff planned for you guys today. At some time in the show, we'll be brewing coffee. For those of you who want to learn, those of you who have been on YouTube University, those of you who have been on Google trying to learn how to make a good cup of coffee, well, we're going to do that today. And with me in the studio, like always, we have the coffee messiah, Mr. Amon Mukisa. And it's always lovely to see that smile on his face every time we say the coffee messiah. Amon, you're very welcome to the show. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
You're looking all good. I see you on that beard plan, you know.
I'm happy that I'm partially limited from the lockdown, so I'm enjoying everything.
Actually, partially is a very good word.
Compared to
it's better than what was there before.
Man, it was worse.
Well, Amon, it's very good to see you. And we have a special guest with us here today, all the way from Kuwait. We're getting international people. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Derek Watiti. Derek, you're very welcome to the show. Welcome to House of Talent Television. Welcome to the coffee break. You know, this is a family that, you know, gets to talk all about coffee. with the Messiah here. We're trying. What we're trying to do is to convert people. You know, we're trying to convert people from just taking tea, from having a tea culture, into a coffee culture. Okay, so you're very welcome to the show. I believe that we're going to have a very good show today.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And, very glad to be here.
It's really good to have you. Now, knowing you, we know that you have been in Kuwait. Okay,
yes.
I think for 2 years.
Yes, sure.
All right, and we just want you to go through your profile. Basically, we know you, but the people out there do not know who Derek is. Okay, so if you could just take us through your profile, who is Derek in a nutshell?
Derek is a coffee lover.
Yeah.
Yes, who was driven with a passion to learn coffee. Coffee is an art. So basically, you create. So I was doing some other things that I loved. Seeing and watching people make coffee, and then decorating those beautiful coffees, and then someone getting to share with you about what coffee can do, and it was really very amazing. And I wanted to give it a try, and guess what? It wasn't disappointing. Yes.
Okay, that's an interesting thing. So before you went to Kuwait, okay, we believe that you had a life here in Uganda. Okay, how was your life here in Uganda like, and why did you decide to say, you know what, I think Uganda is not working at the moment? There's that saying that Kampala has refused. So what took you to that point of saying, you know what, Kampala has refused, let me go try out something else in Kuwait?
Well, for me, like any other person, who is who has plans, you know. Yes, at some point everyone has plans, in this period of time. I want to, have achieved something. I want to have, done this and that. So that was what was in my mind before. But yes, much as, some of those things were accomplished, I must say it is what I expected is actually not what I got.
Yeah.
Actually, what I wanted to get turned out to be, I think I would say, okay, I wouldn't say useless, but I would say more less valuable than what I got. When I say that, I mean the exposure, and also the knowledge, and getting to relate with people, with coffee drinkers. Yes, I have a very good friend of mine here, Amon, and he understands when I say that.
That's very interesting. We'll take a short break right now and then come back with more of your story. Stay tuned to House of Talent Television. This is the Coffee Break. Welcome back from that break. We wanted to give you guys a chance to get a cup of coffee, and we believe that since you have gotten that cup of coffee, it's time for us to get back into it. Before we went into the break, Derek was telling us his experience when he was still in Kampala and why he decided to move to Kuwait for 2 years. But throwing over to Amon, okay? Yeah. Just like him, you're a barrister, and I think at a certain point, you sit maybe at home, you sit, you know, at the coffee shop and think, you know what, might be about that time to leave Uganda, okay? If there was any country that you would leave Uganda for, you know, in relation to being a barrister, which country would it be?
That's a hard one. Because I might mention that country, and unfortunately I don't go there because...
you should have some faith.
Like, I mean, like, if I wanted to go to a certain country, as I was watching this, I'm like, but you said you want to go to this country only. But anyway, Emma was, Derek was speaking about the experience. He said that the experience he had in Kuwait, it did not match his expectations, you know? So it kind of motivated me. I'm like, all guys who go there, I think they have that A-game life, you know? They have their lives exposed, getting things done. And now when I hear that,
you get a bit demotivated.
Well, I think coffee is passion, yes, and coffee is art. But I think I would rather say coffee is love. It is love. So when, I don't know if this is, okay, but when God created man, you know, he created and said, he created something good. He created something out of his own. He created us out of his own. So basically, you cannot create something bad.
You can't create something bad.
To create something, that means you must be driven by something. So to me, one of the things that I really look up to and I was like, oh, guy, I think I wasn't only there for, you know, for that money, but there is something that changed about me. Like, you know, the way I relate with people, the way I talk with people, within, you know, where I was working, and then also with that clear picture and clear view of, you know, coffee in my mind. Yes.
So that's a very interesting perspective that you brought up. I mean, leaving Uganda, okay, was Kuwait the first country in your mind that you knew you had to go to? Because, I mean, there's Dubai, you know, there are other countries in the UAE region that you could have gone to. Why was it Kuwait? And did you have any other option, you know?
Well, to be very honest with you, I didn't have a clear country, you know, that I wanted to go to. As a matter of fact, I think I had about four offers. So that was really, it was a very tough decision for me, because I had an offer in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, I had an offer in Oman, I had an offer in Jordan, and then Kuwait.
Okay.
So, and then I don't know how it happened, but I mean, they all came in, you know, almost in the same period of time. So it was very hard for me to decide. But yes, away from coffee, I am a prayerful guy. I love to pray.
Okay.
So I think God directed me, and then that is where, you know, I had the courage to decide and then leave for Kuwait.
So it was more of like a spiritual thing. God told you, no, this is the way you should go.
Yes, he gave me directives. Yes.
Okay. Amon, coming to you, if you had to make a decision, okay, on the countries you mentioned, I say Dubai, Oman, Kuwait, let's say we can throw the USA inside there. How would you make a decision and say, you know what, I need to go here? Would you get down on your knees and pray, or you say this country has the best coffee and this is where I need to go to?
No, honestly speaking, I haven't been in a position to think that I would prefer going to UAE as a barrister. Because if that was the case, I mean, I would have put something in motion. But I would love to create something here. I would love to have something visible, something tangible down here in Uganda. So I don't think I would prefer going to any other country. I would love it here.
So you'd be more of a homeboy?
I would be more of a homeboy.
I think actually many people in the coffee industry, many baristas should actually think that way, because people always think, you know, the grass is green on the other side. And when you reach the other side, they have burnt all the grass.
Yes, I mean, if you go abroad, we speak about the US, UAE, Italy, Norway, all those drinking countries. They have greater pastures. You're going to get dying, money, you know. But the fact is, how are you going to get that money? First of all, you have to consider things like you're living alone, your family, you're living alone, things that matter to you a lot. You're just giving them up. I'm sure if he was to be honest with us, it was a difficult situation that took him there.
It was actually, that is one of the most difficult decisions I've had to make in life.
Do you regret it?
Yes. Well, I don't think I really regret it. I don't really regret it. Well, the reason I would give as to why I don't regret is that, well, much as I left my family back home, but it gave me, you know, another picture, you know, of how to relate with people. Because, man, the other countries are very different. The people there are different. Everything is different. The culture, food, everything, totally different from here.
I never heard you tell us about your basis of getting this knowledge, you know? Like, did you go to a certain school? I mean, where did you get this skill? Because to my knowledge, I think for you to be taken as someone who knows something, to say that maybe let's get Derek to Kuwait.
This guy was calling you. So I joined a company that I won't mention a name. So I was working as a barman, yes, and then also dabbling as a barista. But the coffees that were made there were really mild. It wasn't that too much because it was just a restaurant and then a backpacker actually. So the coffee was for the breakfast for guests. But I loved, you know, I don't know how and why, but I just loved, you know, operating that coffee machine more than, you know, mixing cocktails and then seeing people fall. So it was very nice.